They'd win 3-0. Tigers shut out 5 games back. We're keeping an eye. Pseudo race, kind of in a chase, but not quite yet.
Mm-hmm. Didn't lose anything, but they didn't get anything either.
Royals have lost 6 straight.
What an opportunity.
What an opportunity. Don't play today. Weird situation. They play Monday, off Tuesday, and then they wrap up the rest of the series Wednesday and so on the rest of the week. We're into football season, John. And if the Tigers aren't going to hold up their end of the bargain, we're more than happy to spend some time talking about the Detroit Lions.
Can't wait.
So we're going to have a week where we get to dive into the matchup and Sunday Night Football and the return of the Lions and the expectations and seeing all these new faces. And can we get this out of the way first?
What's that?
How Stafford is going to be handled. Taylor Decker was asked about it.
Who's handling him?
Fans.
Okay.
Cheer, boo, loud.
Okay.
More or less than the playoff
How
game.
we're going to deal with that scenario?
Yes. What did you think I meant?
I don't know. Just words matter.
Oh, okay. Taylor Decker said, knowing our fans, I'm expecting a hostile territory. So how will he be treated? Will we boo him more, less? Does anybody out there want the tribute video?
No.
Is there one person who will call in and get yelled at that wants the tribute video for Matthew Stafford? Let's get this out of the way.
Because it's not a playoff game. It's a regular season. It doesn't mean as much. No.
Where's your phone?
You think I'm going to call into the station?
Yeah,
248? Hold on, let's do this.
Yeah.
No, I don't want a tribute for him either. I stuck up for him while I was here. I thought he was handed a really rough situation, and I think it wasn't his fault that they failed to win a playoff game. Having said that, they didn't win a playoff game. I'm not getting out of my way to honor this guy right now.
No, now is not the time. The time is when he is fully retired, not wearing a Lions uniform, not wearing any other uniform. They could bring him back and do what they've done for other former players. They did it for Calvin. Have a little halftime tribute.
Yeah, I could see
that's fine.
Someone down the line.
No problem. But right now, no, it would be inappropriate, uncalled for, and unwanted. The Lions have done so many things right over the past 3 years. How they've been able to mend fences, even before that with Barry Sanders, but now with Calvin Johnson. And everything that they're doing is right. And you can argue raising season ticket prices, but for the most part, they have done things the right way. This would be a departure from what they've done.
Yeah, I think if anything, the fans are going to be just as loud as the last time.
Louder.
You think louder? Oh, it was a playoff game. That's why I ask. But I do feel like
the last time the Lions took the field in Ford Field, it was a win against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the playoffs to go to the NFC Championship game. And we have heard nothing but Super Bowl expectations. And this is the next opportunity. It's time to crank it up. You set a standard, and now you surpass that standard. That standard on the field, that standard at Ford Field for the fans. You set a record in Ford Field last year. Now it's time to blow the lid off this. Actually make this a retractable dome because you blow the top off of Ford Field. That is how they are going to receive Matthew Stafford, the Rams, and their new assistant coach. Has anybody seen this? They brought in Scott Frost.
I didn't see this.
There's another reason to hate the Rams.
What's he doing for them? Like a quality control guy? What's he doing?
He's a senior advisor.
Should we give Scott Frost a tribute video? That great man over there.
Yeah, but we out-hit him, so it's all good.
Good pull.
But Stafford,
not now.
Stafford, he was kind of a sour grapes after the playoff game, right? He was asked, are you happy for the fans? And he since has said yes, but afterwards he was
I wouldn't
really
expect
pouty.
him to say happy for the fans in that moment. I would be disappointed if he said, I'm happy for Detroit. They just beat me. Like that in and of itself would be inappropriate.
But then you had Kelly coming out and saying they were booing my children.
Okay, that's a whole different.
You know what? I say
don't care.
Let's boo her children this time.
No, come on.
Come on. Let's boo anybody with any connection to Los Angeles, the Rams, the Staffords, any of it. Boo them all.
Okay,
Lions Den.
This
Come on
is
now.
not the opinion of everybody on the show. I am not going to boo kids, and I don't want people to boo
say
kids.
Yell obscenities
you
at
just
them.
said boo the kids.
Booing's
they have nothing
fine.
to do
Hey,
with going on the field.
Booing is fine. Hey,
Stop it.
Sweetie, we're the opponents. This is what happens at sporting events. No one said use foul language or derogatory
We went from
words.
having a great point to now you're right down that whiny bitch road.
Well, how is that whiny to say we're going to create a
You're gonna
raucous,
boo their
hostile,
kids.
and Kelly and everybody who's a Stafford, right? This is a hostile environment.
I'm done with this story. I think the book has been written. What's the next chapter? Like, you're trying to, like,
cares?
I really don't care that it's former Lion quarterback Matthew Stafford coming in
No.
here.
It's the first opponent.
I'm going to be riled up if I was going to the game just as much. It doesn't put any more fuel on the fire. I'm over and done with this. I don't see another chapter playing out unless they come in here and win, and he says something controversial, which he's never done in his life, after the game, right?
Yeah.
It's lifeless to me. And I actually asked Greg, I go, I do think there's a chance she might not be here.
Fine.
It's the first
Who
game of the
cares?
year. It's not a playoff. It's not an elimination game, you know? I'm with you on the who cares, John.
Who cares?
But I think the big question here is, do people still care that former Lion quarterback Matthew, is it part of the story or not? Or I'm ready for Lions football. I don't care who they are. I know they're good. Bring it.
If you want to beat them for whatever reason, then make that your reason. I don't care. But that's up to you individually. I'm not been one that boos at games anyway.
Like
I will
opponents?
cheer wildly for Detroit. I don't care when they announce Matthew Stafford's name. If people want to boo him, that's fine. Just leave the kids out of it there, Mr. Costa.
248-539-9797. Will you boo louder than you did last time? Will you boo more than you did last time? Maybe to Gov's point, you don't
really hate kids, don't you?
Maybe
you hate all kids, especially the Stafford kids.
I don't want Kelly to be a liar. Let's make her an honest woman. Let's make sure that what she said is accurate. 248-539-9797. Maybe to Gov's point, you won't boo at all because you're over it and the story's over with.
Yeah.
Where are you? And is there someone in Metro Detroit that wants a tribute video? Can we find the one person? If you feel that they should put out some sort of thank you, Matthew, our all-time leader in touchdowns and yards.
Or you want to support Mr. James Costa theory of booing the entire family.
All of them. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The pitching staff of the Tigers held San Diego to just 3 runs. They simply couldn't score any of their own. A 3-0 loss as they began their 6-game road trip on the West Coast. It remains a 5-game deficit for the wildcard spot. Detroit bats simply couldn't figure out starter Joe Musgrove. Yeah, they had 2 on and nobody out in the 4th inning. A pair on in the 6th before Colt Keith struck out to end the frame. Keith really trying to bust out of an 0-for-14 slump since last week. The Lions are confident in putting even more on the plate of Jared Goff. Dan Campbell says the veteran quarterback can handle it with a chance to get the franchise over the hump. Coach also asked about the open roster spot. He says it's giving them flexibility going into game week so they can add somebody if they need to. They'll also have a good idea of who that will be in the next couple of days. Detroit practices this afternoon to prep for the Rams. Elsewhere, drama with the Bengals. Star wide receiver Jamar Chase continues to hold in as Cincinnati gets ready for their opener. The team is calling it a fluid situation as the wideout seeks a new contract, and Coach Taylor not sure what his availability is going to be like against the Patriots. And in tennis, Tommy Paul fought valiantly against Jannik Sinner, but is knocked out before the quarterfinals. Jessica Pegula moves on. Emma Navarro, Francis Tiafoe, and Taylor Fritz play today. From the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Come on, Greg.
Is this how it would go? Sappy music? I don't think anybody's sad that he's gone.
Wow, times have changed for one James Costa. Jim's.
It's almost like the Lions transformed their organization and are being respected now. Good morning, 97.1.
Yeah.
We are into game week for the Lions, and this storyline, we want to get it out of the way, move on, and have the rest of the week to talk football. Stafford and the Rams come to Ford Field. Is there anybody in Detroit that thinks they should do a tribute video for Stafford?
The feedback on Twitch, there will be 2 people booing the Stafford kids. It will be Gator and cookies.
Let's do it. Skater in today. We can coordinate. Get a chant going.
You going to throw a pretzel at them?
Oh, God. Well, hey, comes around, goes around. Do you remember?
My goodness.
I'm not going to throw a pretzel at children. Let me clarify that this morning. I know people
just
only half
verbally
listen.
attack them.
Kelly, on the other hand, no. Here's the deal. When the Lions beat the Rams last year, it was euphoric. It was great. Lions fans had waited forever for that moment. Stafford was asked after the game if he was happy for the city of Detroit, seeing as he had played there for 12 years. He said, "I'm happy for the players." The omission of he wasn't happy for the city. It was bitter. It was sour grapes. The fans are going to create a hostile environment. They are going to boo him again.
Fine. That's great. I don't care about that.
Well, you would say if people don't care, they're just going to move on and they're not going to boo. It's just any old quarterback. I still feel like people are going to let him have it this week.
You'll hear Jared Goff chants. The volume will be turned up. They will break the Ford Field decibel record. I 100% anticipate and expect that.
That was such a passing of the torch moment. Like, that's when the Jared Goff chant started, was that playoff game last year against the Rams, right?
Yeah.
And it was this, like, we've got our guy. That was the "you're good enough for Detroit" from Dan Campbell after the game. Like, that really was the passing of the torch. We had moved on as a city.
How many signs will we, because we saw him, it was the first time we saw him last year too. The whole, we went to Jared. The jewelry. How many of those signs are we going to see on Sunday night?
Well, imagine a world where they win a ring and it writes itself. I mean, come on now. Yeah, listen, this is why it's such an interesting barometer. The Lions had never won a playoff game, so you're hung up on your ex and you're hung up on sticking it to them and proving them right. You did it. You proved them right. You won the playoff game. You made it two just so no one can call it a fluke. You're a Super Bowl caliber team. The booing of Stafford, John, to your point, is it just booing the opposition? Is it booing it like it's Baker Mayfield? Booing like it's, I know the Cowboys don't come here, but Dak
Baker
Prescott
Mayfield
or
is
anybody.
certainly one that's easy to boo. Dak is easy to boo. I mean, there's so many guys that are easy to boo and when they come in as opponents. And Stafford, because of the history, it is easy to boo.
Texter says, cookies. Says, lather in that Stafford chapstick again. Stafford was one of the many reasons the Lions didn't win a playoff game. Mike in Williamston.
Putting on the Stafford chapstick. What flavor is that?
You're asking me? I don't know how to answer
I did
that.
end that with a question mark.
Okay. How can this be where we're going to still fight about whether or not the Lions did enough for the guy when he left and went on to win a Super Bowl? We don't need. Speaking of debates that don't need to be rehashed, come on, guys. That's Mike likes to do this. I recognize Mike. We don't need to be doing this.
Do you and Kelsey just have conversations about memories of Matthew?
Yeah. While you're not eating
remember
food
that
on the couch.
time when it was against Cleveland?
Does she still wear her Stafford jersey?
We don't have a Stafford jersey in the house.
The cat does.
Texter says,
little tiny jersey.
Didn't he request a
Single
trade?
digit number 9.
9 for 9 lives.
Oh, hey, there you go. Didn't Stafford request a trade? He can come back when he's retired. That's when he'll get his tribute.
Sure.
A couple people say they do want a tribute, John. I want the tribute video, but I want it to start with Stafford highlights and then progressively move into mistakes and picks and then end with highlights of last year's playoff game, the ultimate troll during warmups. Yeah. Signed, Phil.
Yeah. Throw the highlight of the J.J. Watt interception on Thanksgiving Day.
I want the tribute video. The guy was nothing but good to the city.
Then when he's retired and he comes back, you can have your tribute video.
Lions are now beyond Stafford. No need to dwell on the past. He can come back when he retires. So that sentiment is on here. Really, I'm 100% behind a tribute video. He was great for the team, organization, and community. Sorry, it'd be great for him to honor him and then kick the crap out of him, Sam in Grand Rapids.
It's just not necessary. Not necessary. Doesn't need to happen. Shouldn't happen. When he retires, celebrate him all you want for what he did or didn't do.
Bad take, Costa. Really poor taste. Booing children.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, I'm with Jim. Boo them all. Bounce a pretzel off her fake. Oh, I'm not going to read the rest of that. All right. 248-539-9797. This is why we screen Ticket Text. This one says, Gov, you got it exactly right. We are past this story. We are now on to just trying to focus on beating the next team on our march to the Super Bowl. Texter says, would absolutely boo these kids and Kelly. The Staffords have become insufferable. That's Todd in Ann Arbor.
Make sure he's got what's the commercial they're in now? The whole will. Have you seen that one? They got to make their will in case something nefarious happens.
Oh,
bad happens. You got to have something in place.
I haven't seen this
Make sure he has all of his affairs in order before he comes.
Okay. I don't think it's going to get that dark.
I think an interesting dynamic to the down the road tribute or bringing him back and honoring him or whatever is still open ended. If the Lions do what we hope they do, win a Super Bowl or two, wouldn't that be a little strange?
Yeah, he
kind of like bringing back the guy. It's like bringing back Ray Shepard for the Wings. It's like Ray Shepard night. I mean,
yeah, I mean he would.
There is no question.
He did more than Ray Shepard.
He was really good in the community. He was involved. He did everything that you would want a franchise player to do in the community as a representative of your franchise. He was a great citizen of the city of Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he did a lot charitably.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about it.
When you can welcome him with open arms when it's all said and done. Now is not the time.
Again, time and place. When you were the visiting quarterback before a playoff game last year especially, but Sunday night primetime kick off the season with expectations as high as they are, you're going to get booed. It's going to be loud. They're not going to be nice to you. You're an athlete. You can handle it. It's okay. And the booing was not directed at his wife or his kids last year as much as Kelly wanted it to be, which is why I say facetiously, let's make her right.
Oh, backtrack.
I would do it. I mean, what does it matter?
You would do it.
I would, absolutely. What's the harm in it? It's not.
Oh, so Kelly Stafford and her kids are walking on the club level through there, and you're going to be the one that runs up and says, boo!
If they were shown on the video board, what would the reaction be?
It should be nothing.
I think it'd be a boo. I don't think people are bad people if they boo.
The problem it will be if you could boo her. She's an adult.
Yes.
I think it's out of line to boo family members. But she has put herself out there. She has put herself into the public eye. So that's one thing. But if they show her with the kids, that's a completely different thing.
But to me, like she held them up as some shield, and it's just a real easy conversation. Kids?
Held them up as a shield.
She did. Well, how dare you do this to us and our family? It was all to Matthew. But if you want to make this some like great travesty against your family, you just say, sweetie, Matthew is on the other side. When you go to sporting events, dad gets booed by the other team. That's part of being a visitor in a tough place to play. Like it's nothing. It's not
Costa's
more deeper
gonna be the
than
hype
that.
man on the field
it's
now.
Not deeper than that.
The one leading the parade of there she is. There are the kids.
I don't even think they should show her on the Jumbotron.
They probably won't for that reason.
Exactly.
Yes.
You made it sound like Michael Jackson holding the kid over the balcony. Is that what she was doing?
Verbally, she was after the game. Was she not? I mean, did she say what she said or did she not? Am I making this up? She said we booed her children. She said this. I'm not making this up to you. She held them up as a shield verbally for the mob. Look what you did. No one did that to you.
Kids came back to see some of their friends. They lived in Detroit, it's where they were born, where they were raised until they left, and just trying to see some friends. Costa's going to boo them.
We had the Sarah McLachlan song. I think we need the Let It Go from Frozen. Let it go, Jim.
Yeah.
Paul in Shelby. Paul, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Thank you for taking my call. I wonder if any of you's ever met the family. I mean, I met her and I met him at the Lipke Rec Center where we redid that rec center. He has put a lot of time and a lot of money in this city helping kids. That shows no class at all by booing the wife or the children, for God's sakes.
Thank you, Paul.
We're better than that. We're way better than that. So I just don't think that we should do that. And to honor him, you honor him after his career is over with. I've been following football for 75 years, and I've never seen anybody so devoted to this city trying to win a Super Bowl than that quarterback. So I'm just going to listen to what you got to say about that. You're not going to boo that family.
Paul,
period.
You've been watching for 75 years. What's your expectations for this year?
Very good. Very good. I think they're one or two players away. I'd like to see a big receiver and another defensive lineman, and I think we're there. That's just my feelings. I go back to Bobby Lane. I've seen Brady throw. It throws just like Bobby Lane. There's always someone off to the flat. He goes down the field every 10 yards. and makes very few mistakes. That's what quarterbacks are about.
Thank you, Paul.
God forbid someone gets booed at a sporting event.
If
God
you want to
forbid,
boo, if you want to
classless.
boo
Okay.
Stafford, you want to boo McVay, you want to boo Blake Corum coming back. That's fine. I don't care. I'll jump on that one. But the
When
kids,
did booing become this
It's not
this
it's booing the
horrific thing? Like,
kids. It's
how will
booing the
they recover
family.
from booing? The trauma of being booed at a sporting event. Won't someone think of the children? This mean man in the morning is stoking the flames. What if they get booed at such an impressionable age? How will they recover? Are these the texts we're getting? Is this the phone calls we're going to get?
Yeah, because you're an idiot.
You act like
That's
you're
dumb.
Mr. Tough Guy. You think booing a child, like, I'm not saying go up to them on the street. I'm
Heather.
saying at the game, at a sporting
okay, I
event.
can
Jim,
be
just
Mr.
stop talking.
Yeah,
Just
stop talking.
Just stop.
All right, fine. It's 97-1.
You threw me off here.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh. Hey, you've heard me talk about injury attorney David Feminino. I don't know, maybe Staffords will hire him, the injury that the kids will suffer. But I've been talking about him for some time. All you got to do is listen to some of the results that David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for one, $11.5 million for one single client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. David is that guy and his team, and you could speak to him right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We have people who want to weigh in on the phones. Yes. Some of you want to boo me. That's happening on the ticket text. I just want to clarify. I'm not telling you to go out of your way to bully a child. If that's how that came across, not my intention. Which is why you guys told me shut up and go to break.
You were pretty aggressive with it.
I was getting worked up. Here's my belief. Okay.
You're not going to get worked up at the game?
Well, I think booing opposing fans happens at games. If you were to show up at a venue wearing opposing team jerseys, you take the kids, you're all wearing your jerseys, you may get booed at the game. I don't think it's like this unacceptable classless behavior. Now, if they show them on the screen, I expect them to be booed. I don't think it's as egregious as maybe some of you think, but I'm willing to have the conversation.
Please.
I'm not saying to yell obscenities. Certainly don't physically confront someone. We've seen horrific things happen at football games just between fans. Clearly, there's a line that you don't want to cross.
Right. And when you're talking about, normally I'm 100% opposed to booing any family member, let alone kids. But she has inserted herself into the public eye. She has inserted herself into this conversation. So if you want to go about it that way, then fine. So be it. It's, again, still not something I would be willing to do, but I understand that. As soon as she's walking around with the kids, or really any other fan, if they're walking around with their kids, if down in Columbus, I would, instead of booing them, or if Buckeye fans are up here, I would say go blue, and they would say go Bucks. And at Cedar Point, same thing. Somebody walking around I had my Michigan gear on, and they said, go Bucks. I said, go blue. Not confrontational, but as soon as you start booing someone, it changes it.
I think, to me, booing is in the razzing family of what you're talking about. 248-539-9797. Clearly, if it's just two children sitting by themselves wearing number 9 Stafford Rams jerseys, don't walk up and boo them.
Unless you're with Costa or Gator.
Okay. Let's get to Matthew. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm going to the game. It is costly for my tickets, but I am going, and I won't boo the kids, but people feel how they feel. I will be booing Kelly Stafford, and I will have a sign, because every time she comes here, she talks crap about the city on her stupid little podcast. And she is not important. She doesn't even need to come here. She's not playing in the game. She can stay in Cali.
Her husband is playing in the game.
She can be at the game.
So what's your sign going to say?
Yeah. I can't say on the radio.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I'm not going to condone that either.
Way to show the class.
You can come and watch your family play in the game. She's allowed to be here. Let's get to Ryan in Riverview. Ryan, you're on 97.1.
All right, Costa, I completely agree with you. And Jansen, I get it. But this man is crossing a line into, this is sports. Let the real life be real life, but this is sports. So you're going to boo the heck out of them. You're going to make that environment hostile.
That's fine. Boo the heck out of them.
Yes.
Him.
But she can come, but guess what? You don't bring your children to a hostile environment. Why would you bring your kids to somewhere where they could get, be a very hostile environment? Why would you do that? Leave the kids at home with the grandparents. And Kelly, you can come, but you put yourself out there, you're gonna get booed.
Oh, you ever take your kids to work?
Out of you.
You ever take your kids to work? You ever take the kid to work day? You ever do that? Do you ever want to go see dad play as a professional football player?
Yeah, you can go to a home game.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I see why you guys told me to watch what I'm saying, because I don't agree with the first two calls we've taken. The kids can go to the game as well. The kids should be allowed. And what are we talking about? These are sports. We fall in love with sports as kids. You're a kid. You can go to the game. Yeah. Now, my thing would be like the other team is, if you go to a road game, the fans aren't going to be like
it's not going to be well received. No.
Yes. Rich, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I think we've all lost perspective of what was going on that night. They were opponents for another team. They were booing because they had Rams jerseys on and they were showing them on the big screen. All right. Kelly Stafford knew when she came there that it wasn't right to wear Rams jerseys. They're entitled to wear them. Just don't put them on the screen. They don't get booed. she inserted herself into this situation by saying that. Nobody was talking about her. Now the focus is on her because we were booing her kids. Nobody was booing her kids.
Right. That's what she claimed afterwards, which that's why I said the tongue-in-cheek, well, let's make her be honest at least. And I think if you wear visiting gear, you're going to get booed at a sporting event. I don't think that is somehow like we're classless fans to boo anybody wearing rival gear inside your stadium. Don't physically confront them. Don't use obscene language. Don't use anything derogatory. Like, of course, that's how I view it.
Nobody went up to her and booed her
exactly.
face to face. And nobody would do that in general. The point is, I mean, come on. She knew that if she had Rams jerseys on and they were on the field. They were on the field when they got booed.
Yeah, when the general chorus of boos were rained down upon the Rams and people supporting the Rams. If I wore a Lions jersey to a Rams game, this is hard because they don't have as many fans, but a Lions jersey to a Saints game, I would expect them to boo me. If I wore like a...
I know you look like a child, but you're
different.
not.
Okay, but if I was there, I don't have children. So clearly. Obvious statement of the hour. Obvious statement alert.
For breaking news.
But, John, if I was there with children, I was in a group of people who had children and we were all wearing Lions gear.
Who's the uncomfortable guy with all the kids? What does he do? What does he do with his hands?
My point is, if I was in a group of people, some of which were children, we were all wearing Lions jerseys and we were at a Saints game, I don't think it'd be classless of Saints fans to generally go boo as we walked by. I don't think that's classless. You don't want to target children. That's the one thing I do want to walk back. If it all came across that way, I don't want you to target anybody's children at a sporting event. Yes. But I think booing of the opposition, fans, family, or otherwise, is a healthy part of sports. It's part of the experience.
Yes, there's a fine line.
Yes.
And just telling you the side of that line that I would be on is if there's a dad or a mom or a family walking with young kids, I don't care what they have on. It could be in the big house, and it could be a school bus full of kids with teacher, moms, dads. I'm not booing them because I'm not going to boo kids.
Tom in a car. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, I don't understand the hatred to Stafford. He left. We became better. We win. I don't understand that. If you're going to boo somebody, boo the front of the jersey, not the back. That's the school that I'm from.
Did you think, is this because they won the playoff game? Like, where were you at going into that playoff game? Did you want to boo it? Did you understand the booing of him going into the playoff game?
I understand sports. I understand rivalry and things like that. But I don't understand personal hatred towards the one man and his family.
Well, maybe that's the difference, Tom, is I don't view the booing as personal. Like, because it's in the context of, like, we're at Ford Field, right? Like, I wouldn't expect anybody to boo Matthew Stafford if he was, like, at a restaurant or, hanging out on his own time. I don't think you should walk up and boo him in his own time. Like, to me, that would be personal. I think at the game, it's the opposite of personal. It's kind of understood that that's part of sports.
Like I said before, you're just booing the front of the jersey, not the back.
Right.
But maybe Kelly Stafford took it a little too personally then. Possibly, that could be. But just the way callers are making signs against her and all that type of thing, I don't understand that hatred. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I think a safe rule is if you can't say it on the radio, you probably shouldn't have it on your sign and walk around with it. Is that a pretty good rule of thumb, John?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That would work.
All right. We'll get Heather's news before the hour ends. More of your phone calls, texts, and yes, a check-in on college football, some Michigan football talk. It's 97.1. We brought it up today to get it out of the way. It's game week. It's a subplot, not the plot. The Rams on Sunday Night Football. I feel like we've been here before.
We have.
We asked, is there a single person in Detroit that wants a tribute video for Matthew Stafford? Can we find the one person to call in to say they want the tribute video? Because we don't. And it's not like he shouldn't get one post-playing career, but not as the opposition in this matchup. Anyway, that was part one of the conversation. Part two is, what do you think the reaction will be? Will it be the same level of noise, loud, booing directed at Stafford? Will we see less of it because been there, done that? Or will we see more because this fan base has been woken up? Right? This is a very loud, alert, excited, emotionally charged fan base. In that conversation, we brought up what Kelly Stafford said a year ago, that she felt that people booed her and her children, which didn't happen. And I said, well, opposing fans?
And booing people to make myself feel better. It's just part of the sport. Like, didn't you go to games as a kid? I was booing people when I was a kid with my jerseys on. Like, what's the difference?
If they're walking by, I'm going to say, go Lions. I'll do something other than boo them. If they're adults, hey, no holds barred, go for it.
I suppose to each their own, but Stafford should never have a retirement or a video for his play here. He never won anything. So I wish we would just stop with that. But that's what I have to say.
Thanks, Nick.
Jeff in Marysville, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I just want to say I don't think you should boo the kids. That's uncalled for. But let's be honest. Kelly Stafford, her husband is a celebrity NFL star, and she's turned it into, look at me, I'm the spouse of an NFL star, has a podcast. That nobody really cares about the spouses of celebrities, but when they start to put themselves out there with all their opinions, making it about them, she kind of asks for it, if you ask me. The kids don't deserve it. No, absolutely not. But she's always got something to say in her podcast or something about a player. So you know what? No one cares about you, Kelly Stafford, that other than you're the spouse of a celebrity. And if you open yourself up to it, you should get booed, not the children, though.
Your point is she's a public figure.
She's inserted herself into the situation, and she has a right to do that. There are people that do want to hear her, not me, but there are other people that listen to her podcast, and so be it. But she has put herself in that realm, so she has to accept those individually, those consequences as well.
John in Grosse Pointe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Just wanted to kind of get right into it. The last caller, a couple callers ago, he spoke and said that, maybe it wasn't a good idea for them to bring them. And it kind of made me think about my childhood. We had season tickets. John, I saw you in the 90s at U of M. And my parents didn't bring me to the Ohio State game. I wasn't allowed to go to any games against Ohio State until I was really in my later teens, because my dad didn't want me to potentially be in an environment where I was going to see some stuff that he didn't want me to see at a young age. So I think maybe Matthew and Kelly last season kind of learned the hard way that, the kids came home. That was fun and everything like that. But look at what happened. They weren't happy. And, Matthew clearly wasn't happy after the game, after talking to his wife. So, I think they maybe learned that maybe this year don't bring the kids because it's going to be a hostile environment.
You'd like to think that you could bring kids to games.
Yes. As a civil society, you would anticipate that would be something that you could do. Bring the family to a Lions game.
Right. And we should want to be, especially kids, because that's when you start to become a sports fan. Like, I'm sure you can think of going to games growing up with family. I can think about going to games with family. Those are the moments that the seeds get planted for you to be a lifelong fan. I don't think we should ever conduct ourselves at games in a way where the answer is, I can't bring my kid. And we've seen some horrible behavior at like NFL games where things have gotten violent, like absolutely unacceptable. We should never have the answer be, well, there's violence, don't bring the kid. The answer should be, stop the violence.
Yes.
Right. I think that's pretty obvious. We got one more. Let's get to Bill on a cell. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, my point on it is every kid that's in a stadium, when they see themselves up on the screen, they get excited. So even if they're on the other team, if you start booing at them, they're taking it as you're booing them just because they're 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, whatever. Any older, I don't have a problem with it. Kelly opening up her mouth, she kind of put a target on him. I'm a 50-year-old fan of of the Lions, and I love Stafford. I think if he'd have been here the last 2 years, we'd have 2 Super Bowls. To be honest with you, Goff I like. He's good quarterback. I think we can win it this year with him. But I think just the kids get on the screen, let them enjoy the moment.
Yeah,
Maybe
I don't think. Yeah,
Jared Goff. I don't know.
Yeah,
I try to do
think,
a Goff chant.
Well, I think anything that's going to be on the big screen,
they're not going to show them.
Is going to be all kids in Lions uniforms.
Correct.
In Lions gear. It's not going to be anything about the Rams.
Yeah, typically,
as
you
it
don't
would
see
be for
visitors
any
anyway.
other opponent.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of typical behavior. All right, let's get to Heather in the news.
Well, you might have heard this story. It's pretty crazy. 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall has been released from the hospital after he was shot in the chest during an attempted robbery in San Francisco on Saturday. The suspect was trying to steal, it sounds like, his Rolex while he was walking to like a signing event. It sounds like he wasn't necessarily targeted for being who he was. He was targeted because he had an expensive watch on, and it thought, well, I'll try to steal that. Well, the bullet entered his chest, exited his back without hitting any vital organs. And there's video, and it's so incredible. He's walking to the ambulance, holding
after being
his
shot.
Yeah, after being shot in the
Got
chest.
a bullet hole through and through.
Don't worry, I'll walk there. I'll walk to the ambulance. A 17-year-old boy has been taken into custody. He was also injured in the shooting. But it sounds like, I mean, he's going to be fine. He was already
that's
in and out of
key.
the hospital. Yeah, pretty crazy. Police are investigating a shooting at a Warren Park that left one person in critical condition. Police say that a man was shot Saturday evening in a parking lot at Veterans Memorial Park. And there's witnesses that say there was 2 people who walked up to a white sedan. They were talking to the people inside the car for several minutes. And then it seems like there was some sort of argument that ensued, an altercation. And the 2 people were then seen running from the vehicle. Somebody inside the car opened fire at those 2 people running away. One of them was struck multiple times in the arm, in the legs. This person was taken to the hospital, listed in critical condition. The car sped away. Police have not found the driver of the vehicle or the other person that was running from the vehicle. They did find a handgun. They found other evidence of the shooting. So now anybody with any information on anybody involved needs to contact police. Tyler Reddick didn't let the stomach flu stop him from winning the NASCAR Cup regular season championship. It happened on Sunday during the big showdown, and he radioed his team for some help. This was right in the middle of the race, letting him know that he was having some major stomach issues going on. Oh, so he had things coming out both ends.
Yeah.
They had pills to hopefully, settle his stomach, and he dropped them. He did eventually finish in 10th place. He was awarded enough points to win the regular season title. Oh,
yeah,
disgusting mess.
Listen, I'm sure people have been in that spot where you're racing home and you're trying to do your best. This is a whole nother level.
Oh, yeah.
Gross.
Yes. Well, at least everything that was coming out the back end had to be contained.
Yeah, but that's gross too. Imagine he takes the suit off at the end of the
All
race.
of it's gross. All of
Yes,
it. It's gross.
yes.
Also kind of gross when I think pretty gross when you watch what's going down. Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi, they settled some unfinished beef this Labor Day. The 2 battled for the first time in 15 years. It was on this live Netflix special, Chestnut versus Kobayashi, Unfinished Beef. Chestnut led from the very start. He just dominated. He finished with a world record of 83 hot dogs in 10 minutes. Kobayashi also set his own personal best, but couldn't compete, 66 dogs.
Imagine eating 66 hot dogs in 10 minutes and losing.
Yeah. I mean, just pile up 83 hot dogs and hot dog buns. Look at the massive amount of food that is. And just, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Would be a monster.
Nasty. Finally, those looking to reduce their carbon footprints after death may want to consider green burials.
Oh.
It's interesting. It's when you sent this article, I've actually there's 3 cemeteries in Michigan that are these green burial certified cemeteries. There's one in Waterford, which I've been to, one in Clinton Township, and one in Roseville. And it's a green burial is the most common and accessible green end of life option. So the practices involved burying people in a manner that is biodegradable and non-toxic with minimal permanent memorial or like upkeep. So you don't have to upkeep the one that I've been to in Waterford. It's basically just like a nature preserve. Like nothing, it's kind of like everything kind of grows wild. Nothing's in pristine shape. And you can get like big stones, natural rocks, and have your name engraved and your years of life.
Your grave is still marked.
It can be, but you don't have to either. You can just choose to have an unmarked, just be
unmarked
one
grave.
with nature.
Huh.
You were asking, John, because family wants to visit. You want to have a place.
Yeah, I suppose if you have no family or friends.
And it's a whole lot more affordable, right?
Sure, yeah. It's the labor to dig a hole.
Everything. You're not paying for the casket. You're not paying for, I don't know, everything else that's involved.
Yes. Embalming.
Yes.
Yes.
Why not just get cremated, though?
Well, there's a whole lot of things I could read to you, but they say cremation requires 500 gallons of fuel and releases up to 250 pounds of carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide emissions. So this is even greener than cremation. Okay.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, some thoughts on Michigan football. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's NFL Week 1's finally here, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has a special offer to kick us off with. Now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with the YouTube TV base plan, you're going to be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment. You can also cancel at any time. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We got Doug and Gator coming up at 10 o'clock. They do shoot the boot occasionally on their show. You make guarantees and punishments that go with it. Did you see this Florida State fan?
You were just telling me about it, and I have not seen it, nor do I want to if it happens.
No, I wouldn't want to watch him if he pays this off. The account was at 321Noel. After Florida State lost their first game of the season, he tweeted out, "If Florida State loses to Boston College this weekend, I will eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. Book it."
Ugh.
As they were losing to Boston College yesterday, this got retweeted and shared and posted and sent around. And, his account is no longer active. So I don't think he's going to be doing that.
It's got to be a name attached to it. I don't think he's going to be able to get into hiding that quickly. That is awful.
So as bad as your team may have played this weekend, at least you're not a Florida State fan who's 0-2, and at least you're not this Florida State fan who has a red Solo cup and some plans maybe later.
A whole different version of that song.
It's time to party. John, Michigan football.
Yeah.
Takeaways, it's the first game. Everybody understands that there was sloppy play.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan wasn't unique in that way. But there were some things that stuck out to you that they need to clean up because Texas is this week.
Yeah, not good enough to beat Texas. That performance. Probably not good enough to beat USC, Oregon, or Ohio State, or maybe some other teams
USC
on the schedule.
even, depending on how good they
USC,
are.
Yeah. But thankfully, we weren't playing any of those teams last week. You are allowed to practice and get better. And where they need to
keep reminding
improve,
me of that.
yeah,
It's a great point.
Is the fact that, okay, the offensive line were not a cohesive unit. They did not do a good enough job in protection or in running the football. It's reestablishing the line of scrimmage. In the fourth quarter, they played much better. Was that them? Partially them. Some of it was Hassan Haskins. So you get better play out of your running back, and you do need to get better play out of your receivers and quarterback. They all need to get better. And I know the concern on defense was, wow, that was aggressive. And was that, where that question will be answered is that how he's going to call every single game? We don't know. We have one game to go off of at Michigan. I know he's an aggressive coach, but was that simply, I've got all these tools, I've got all these weapons and toys to play with, I'm going to find out what works best in this defense, and then when we play Texas, I'll have better answers for, okay, we got exposed on this one, this doesn't work.
Because the speed of Texas is different than the speed of Fresno. And if you leave a guy on an island somewhere and he's a step slow, it's a really big play. And it's a chance where what is otherwise a very good defense would get beat. So they blitzed almost 60% of the time. That was Wink's MO when he was in the NFL with the Giants and Baltimore before that. They're going to blitz a lot, and it's why that Texas matchup is so interesting. O-line for Michigan, when they needed it, and you hate that they needed it late in that second half.
It was there.
7 plays, 75 yards, mostly running, and it was Mullings, who is not Blake Corum, but more like Blake Corum. Maybe Hassan Haskins has been a good comp by you, former linebacker, both of them, tough physical running back. That's what Michigan will lean on when times get tough. They did it against Fresno. They separated. The defense gets the pick 6. I do feel like this quarterback thing is still an Achilles heel. Davis Warren throws for 120 yards against a Mountain West defense. And they're still playing 2 quarterbacks, and the thought here is Orji's role is only going to grow, so they're going to keep operating 2. I don't know that you can get in a rhythm that way. I don't know that you're fooling the defense. Everybody knows Orji can't throw the ball. They used it to their advantage to score the first touchdown, but I think as the season goes on, teams are going to key in on him when they make that quarterback change.
Sure. Yeah. If you develop tendencies, that's what everybody's going to do is what are the tendencies when they're in this formation, when they have this personnel group out there, when they have this quarterback out there, what are they most prone to do? And they will be ready for it.
You want to ask Gator the question?
Our child lover. Would you boo kids walking at the Lions game wearing any other jersey other than the Detroit Lions? Doesn't have to just be the Rams. We were talking about it because the Rams are first.
Me as a grown-ass man right now?
Yeah. Would you sit there and boo children?
No.
What if they were in a group with other adults? It was just a group of fans, some of which were children. Would you boo that group?
How young are the kids?
12.
8. No.
12 and 8.
I don't. I'm not somebody who likes to get in somebody's face and boo them. I mean, I'd rather cheer my team than boo the other team.
Yeah.
To be clear, I didn't say step to anybody's face. I just
Well, no, but I mean,
to me,
that's
booing
what it
isn't like
kinda is.
offensive or personal.
Yeah,
it's just part of being at a sporting event.
Look, I mean, have I booed? I don't think I've booed fans. I've booed the other team for sure, but not fans.
Yeah.
And the second question we could ask is, do you guys want to upgrade Shoot the Boot to something different? Did you see this Florida State fan?
I did not.
So this is the tweet he sent out. We read this on the air. Would you like to mix that in the punishment rotations?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
What?
He's deleted the account.
I hope so. If he does that, he may delete himself.
It's pretty brutal.
Well,
Pretty brutal.
listen, I've seen some brutal things. I've heard some brutal things. That's not good. But this, I guess, is on par for your show today. Heather, what the hell was that story that I heard at like 9:35?
What story?
The NASCAR driver? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He.
That was all over the place.
Everything was all over the place.
Literally,
Yeah, it was coming
yes,
out
it was.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, what was that?
Disgusting. Gross.
I mean, how about a little warning? A little warning. You got
Ahead of
people
time?
driving to work.
I don't think
through.
he had any warning. It just started happening.
Still finished top 10.
Yeah.
Where was he,
He
in the
won.
championship?
Yeah,
title
won the
nominations?
title. Got a big payday.
That's right.
Sometimes you got to fight through it.
What do you guys want to talk about after a big Labor Day weekend?
Football.
Football.
It's football week. Football, and we'll bring up some football. Tigers. We gotta talk about the Tigers. Still in it, but one game less than they were yesterday to play. So, we'll see.
I love it, man. I love that we can still talk Tigers and it's September.
Yeah. 5 back. They had an opportunity before, but
but
they didn't
hey,
lose any ground.
Okay, right.
In essence, I mean,
Win the
23
series.
games instead of 24.
Go out, win the series.
Yeah.
Keep winning, hopefully more than 2 out of 3. I don't know if 2 out of 3 is going to get it done.
Right.
Yeah,
Does that make you 5 better than Kansas City?
Probably not, but that's why I think you need to, with 23 games left, there's probably some sort of
Well, they played Kansas
formula.
City 3 times, so you got to win.
How about win those games?
Yeah.
And that's a start. But you're chasing Minnesota.
Now you're 2 back. You got 3 against the White Sox. You win all those. Now you're actually in the wild card.
You've done it. All right. Here we go. Get the car flags.
He cracked the code. I love it.
It's only half the battle, of
Half is
course.
there.
You need somebody else to
the
lose.
Twins need to
Yeah.
lose.
Which you take care of with Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, get to talk Tigers, and it's September. I love it.
It's in the mix. It's next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Doug Karsch, that is Scott Anderson. Scott, how was your long weekend?
It was nice.
Yeah?
Yeah. Beautiful weather.
Anything exciting?
Just football back. That was
Yeah.
good. Enjoyed a big football Saturday, sitting at home for much of it.
Mm-hmm.
Went out and about a little bit yesterday, did a little shopping.
Yeah.
I planned to go to Arts Beats and Eats on Friday night, but
did not happen.
Didn't happen. No. The band I was going to see, someone came down with COVID, so they didn't. That wasn't going to happen. I'm like,
Good.
I can stay home.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's all right. Plus, it was
sorry
always
to hear
the
that.
weather was a little iffy on Friday night. You never knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But otherwise, a pretty decent weekend. How was yours?
It was good. Thank you. It was fun to get back doing the games and, some good and some bad, some stuff to clean up. And they've got 5 days to do so because there's a big one coming up on Saturday.
Oh, was it big?
Yeah. The funny thing is I'm thinking about this team and whether or not, how far can you go? What do we know about Michigan? We know they've got a defense, hell of a good defense. They got a hell of a good tight end. And they apparently have a hell of a good place kicker.
He's got a leg.
That's what we know. There are things that need to get better. How far can a defense, a tight end, and a place kicker take you? While the others sort things out. The others being, there's the run game and there's the pass game. But there's also, I work with an offensive lineman that tells me all the time, these are easy things to fix. The offensive line play, what he saw was easy to fix. And there's a head coach whose specialty is O-line play. And the good news is they practice between games. But how much better can you get in a week? Because they're going to have to be better up front than they were against Fresno for Texas coming to town this weekend. Man, you know it's a big week when your phone rings and you're doing interviews all over the place. That didn't happen as much with the Fresno game.
No, not so much with Fresno?
Not so much with Fresno.
People interested in this game this weekend?
People are interested in this game this weekend. Huh. And I've always been a guy that was a proponent of a tougher non-conference schedule. The last couple of years have been, quite frankly, boring in the non-conference schedule with UConn and East Carolina and Colorado State and just teams that, you know what the weird thing about it is? Michigan wasn't blowing those teams out either. Last year, their non-conference schedule, they won by an average of 26.5 points against Bowling Green, East Carolina, and who was the third team? UNLV. And this Fresno team is probably better in a non-conference than they played anybody in the last 2 years. But they didn't blow them out either, and they were within a score in the second half. But, Gator, I think the number one thing that they need to clean up is line play going into week 2.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you.
O-line play, sorry.
Yeah, for Michigan, I think that's the thing, right? Because if you clean up the O-line play, you are going to be able to run the ball better. You are going to give the quarterback more time to throw. And I would imagine there's a lot of concern about people that hold true to the adage, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one, that whole bit. And that I don't know if they're going to divide things equally in practice and have that continue to be a competition, or if is it Davis Warren's job and they just have some packages for Alex Orji. I don't know how they're going to do it, but wasn't terribly impressive in the passing game either. Only 118 yards in the air from Warren, 3 from Orji, although 1 was for a touchdown. But you're right. It's the offensive line. Do better there and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I was a little surprised that Fresno threw the ball a little bit against Michigan. They had some success earlier, but look, Michigan did what they had to do, what they needed to do when it mattered. And look, Fresno scored 10 points. But the fact that they got 235 yards in the air, I was a little surprised by that. I didn't expect because there was one big play they got on Will Johnson, but obviously Will Johnson got him in the end, and that's all that mattered.
And the one drive that Fresno really put together, they'd kind of emptied the bench and put some backups in there and gave some guys some reps. The thing is, usually you find out what your real rotation is and what you really are trying to be in the biggest games. There's a lot of playing a lot of people and experimenting and maybe not opening up the entire playbook at the early, in some of these games. This is a very early time in the season to be doing this compared to the last few years. I'm glad it's happening. Don't get me wrong. I love these big games. I get there's a buzz in the air the whole week. But this is where you find out what you think you are, or what you think you are, or what you are trying to be. You find out what your real rotation is. You find out what your playbook looks like. You find out what your game plan might look like. You find out what your defense is capable of. You find out a lot in games like this. So in week 2, we're going to find out what Sharon Moore and the two coordinators, Kirk Campbell and Wink Martindale, think they have and think they can be. But I would, if I were to wave the magic wand and say get one thing better, it would absolutely be the offensive line.
Yeah, because they need to have more options other than Colston Loveland. I mean, look, is he going to catch 100 passes this year? He might.
Well, when Kirk Campbell was at one of his previous stops, the leading receiver was a tight end. I think it was Old Dominion. When he was at Old Dominion, the leading receiver was a tight end. So are they, I mean, they'll use a tight end.
Look, he's their best weapon by far. I'm just saying that they need somebody else to emerge. They need other weapons to emerge other than the running game.
An explosive,
step up.
An explosive playmaker on the edge. They need someone to emerge. They think they've got it. It didn't showcase at all in week 1.
Well, the long reception outside of Colston Loveland went for 11 yards.
Yep.
So.
Yep. There wasn't a whole lot of explosive plays. And then, do we know they were holding things back? I don't know they were holding things back. Do they have things they got to sort out? Do they have the personnel to do it? They just didn't do it. We shall see. Spartans, too, with a game that they have to play better than they did in week 1 to win in week 2. We will get to them and what we saw from Michigan State on Friday night. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. It's Carson Anderson on a Tuesday. We got some Lions stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. The most interesting stuff Dan Campbell said at the podium yesterday. We'll bring up the Tigers as well. Another fascinating ranking as it pertains to our Lions. There's a lot of them. And this one had me go, wow. We'll get to that at 11:20. The wow, Gator.
The wow?
Wow, yeah.
Okay.
Wow at 11:20. 97.1, the ticket.
Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. So when you find it, you want to let everybody know about it. So I'm letting everybody know about it. Precision Garage Door, they're awesome. I needed my garage door service. They came right out and attended to what needed to be done. And I'm letting everybody know about this because I know sometimes it's really hard to schedule those types of things. It's not hard at all with Precision. They are awesome. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. There's no need to call in. But if you wanted to call in, hey, here's the number, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. It's just that easy. And on weekends, they're available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. And if you mention 97.1 the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. So give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, and do what I did. Get your garage doors done right. Or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
So, Gator, given the amount of turnover in both Ann Arbor and East Lansing, and given that there's a lot of new, growing pains shouldn't be unexpected. I mean, it would be absolutely awesome if their teams just hit the ground running and everybody hit the ground running, and there was never any hiccups whatsoever. But both Michigan and Michigan State experienced some hiccups in week one. We talked a little bit about Michigan to open the show. Your thoughts on the Spartans on Friday night?
Well, obviously, the offense left a lot to be desired. They're the same, I think, some similar issues. The offensive line. It's going to be a work in progress, but I think I have confidence it's going to be better. It's going to get better as the year goes on. I just think they're going to be better coached. And I still like the talent at running back, even though Nathan Carter didn't have a great game with 19 carries and 48 yards. But the ground game did get 179 yards. But the 2 interceptions for Aiden Childs, I mean, they're in the red zone. You don't like to see that. They passed up on points that would put them up by 2 scores in the fourth quarter. I don't understand that move at all. That bothered me. But what bothered me most was something that, and it bothered me at the moment, but as time has gone by now, it's the most correctable thing ever, and that's the personal fouls and the dumb penalties. He had 140 yards in penalties, all right? It was ridiculous. Now, how much of that was predicated by having a quarterback that refused to, have his helmet tight enough, or that slid at the absolute last second? I mean, there were a couple legit hits that were laid on him, but I mean, there's some other ones I'm not so sure about, and I hate the way that they go about with the targeting and the quarterback sliding in particular. But nonetheless, it's 140 yards. That's ridiculous. You can't have that. And somehow they were able to overcome that and still win the game 16-10. But offensively, Michigan State did not look very good. They had the explosive play with Lynch Adams going for 63 yards with the carry up the middle. But besides that, it was a bit of a struggle. What I did like was that they were taking chances downfield. Aiden Childs he's gonna take some time here. I mean, he's 18 years old, 19 years old, whatever he is. It's going to take a little bit of time, but they're not afraid to throw the ball downfield. I was surprised they didn't throw the ball to Jack Velling all that much. I think they only threw him two or three times. He had the one catch. That's the tight end transfer from Oregon State that is all Pac-12 a year ago. So I was hoping for bigger and better things from him. But I guess that's the negative. The positive, Michigan State's defense looked really, really tough. They had 7 sacks. They had 10 tackles for loss. They got them from – it wasn't just one guy getting them. Everybody pitched in and played their role. They had a couple of interceptions in the game as well, and they looked really stout defensively. They gave up less than 3 yards per carry on the ground. Offensively, the quarterback threw for less than 50% passing in the game, and they only gave 116 yards passing as well. The defense looked very good, but they didn't come out of it unscathed. There were 3 injuries to the team that looked like they're longer-term injuries. A couple guys might miss the season, and that's really unfortunate. From week 1, you already have attrition.
Yeah, and Maryland that they got this weekend. Maryland looked really good. Now they're playing UConn, but Billy Edwards was Tagovailoa's backup last year. He was kind of a short yardage guy. They bring it at the goal line, but he looked like he could really sling it. And they got the 2 receivers, Felton and Prather. And I've always been a Roman Hemby fan. Maryland's an 8-point favorite in this game. That's not going to be an easy task in week 2. Just like Michigan, they got to play better, or what happened in week 1 wasn't going to be good enough.
No, not at all. Not at all. And they could ratchet up big time with who they play this week. Maybe before the season began, you thought, oh yeah, Maryland, they can take out Maryland. No Tagovailoa. I mean, they're changing things over as well. And then Maryland beats up on the Fighting Orlovskis 50-7. I mean, 50 points. That's I don't care who you're playing. That's going to be it's a nice little notch in your belt there. I suspect they're not going to score 50 against Michigan State, but this is going to be a real test for the Spartans, a defense that's already banged up heading into week 2, but taking on a quarterback that just got done for throwing for over 300 yards. They had a rushing game that ran for nearly 250 in the game. Maryland's not going to be an easy out for teams.
No, No, they're not. And after that, Boston College last night, they're not going to be easy.
No, I think Boston College is going to present a lot of problems with teams. They got the dual threat quarterback who's awfully athletic in Castellanos. And what's that?
Or Florida State's dreadful.
Florida State might be, and yet there were times when they looked like a very competent football team.
I know.
That just couldn't
Dude,
tackle.
their opening drive against Georgia Tech made you think that they were going to roll in that game in Ireland and be everything that they hoped, the revenge tour and all that stuff they talked about. And then it feels like it's been struggling ever since, but that's beside the point. So Spartans, number one thing I said yesterday, the number one thing to clean up going into next week was penalties. Because I think about the things that should be the easiest to clean up that can make a massive difference. And I went with penalties.
Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, that is the easiest thing for them to clean up. And 140 yards, you can't have that. And much of those yards were attributed to the quarterback play from Florida Atlantic. Fancher, the quarterback, like I said, he's got it down to a science of when to time that slide, and it's the last possible second, and you have to be aware of that. It's up to the defense to make sure that they counter that by not doing something stupid and hit them late or target them in the helmet when you're hitting them. And you got to stop it. You got to be disciplined. It just you can't have it. Now, in the end, I'm curious how Cam Fancher's feeling today because he got drilled, and at the end of the game, it looked like he really had a hand issue. So maybe he's not going to play like that the rest of the season. But for the first game, it didn't look good for Michigan State because of all the penalties. But yes, that is the easiest thing to clean up. It's discipline.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Michigan has Stephen Threet and Nick Sheridan at quarterback again, huh? When did Rich Rod come back? That's from Joe in St. Clair Shores. And then another one. Michigan loses by 21 this week. No quarterback. That's from Nick. I don't think it – I really don't think it was the quarterback was the biggest problem. I think there were some timing issues in the pass game that come with time, but I really don't. I think he's got the arm. He's got mobility that they didn't use at all. They didn't run him at all. There were throws that his receivers turned and didn't find the ball for some reason. Two in particular I thought should have been caught. There was another drop by Colston Loveland. Look, he's not JJ, but at the end of the day, I didn't come away from game one thinking they had a quarterback issue yet. I think there's stuff that needs to get better, but I actually like some of the throws he made. But there you go. Another one here. Gator Tesla was phenomenal. Sounded better than ever. Find a way to see them live. It's worth it. That's from Jason in Plymouth.
Yeah, I saw Tesla probably 6 months ago. They were at Soundboard at Motor City, which is one of the best venues you can see any band play. I love it there. It's awesome. And I was planning to go Friday night, but like I said, my buddy plays in a band that I wanted to see. Somebody got COVID, so they canceled their performance, and I'm like, I just don't feel like going now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tesla puts on a great show. They're a fun band. A lot of hits.
So you weren't just going to go anyway when your buddy's band canceled?
At that point, I just kind of like, all right, I don't feel like staying. Yeah, it was a long week, Doug.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. Fair enough.
To stay home was fine on Friday night.
If Saturday was indicative of our offense this year, two things are true. This is a 7-win Michigan team at best, and Sharon Moore better be on the hot seat. He had 8 months to develop an offensive line and quarterback, and this is what he trots out, and he can't pretend it's because of the portal. These quarterbacks and wide receivers are all homegrown. Wow. That is a quick trigger on the hot seat. Man's still undefeated when he's been the head coach, but that is a rather quick trigger on the hot seat. However, I think that they have some stuff that they do need to clean up. And I do have some faith that the O-line coach that had the Joe Moore offensive line kind of knows what he's doing and will be able to help with Grant Newsome, who's the position coach, to get this thing sorted out.
I guess the question is, will they be able to do it quickly enough where Saturday's game ends up? I mean, it's a tough task against Texas.
It is.
It's a really good football team. It looks like they're humming along offensively, and they've got the veteran quarterback there. It's a tough task, but hey, Michigan's got one of the best defenses in the country. That didn't change. That was still on full display. And I suppose if you didn't see that, then you weren't looking close enough. But if you want to complain about the offense, it's worth complaining about.
Yeah, there's stuff that needs to get cleaned up for sure. But good news is they practice between games. They do
have
practice between games.
And they still have to play the game.
Yeah, they do.
That has to happen as well.
Also true.
How about, I just want to give props here. Iowa offense?
Yeah.
Hey, how about that?
Yep.
Look at that. As a team, they scored 40 points.
Yep.
Kate McNamara threw for 251 and 3 touchdowns.
Didn't they have more wide receiving touchdowns in game one than they had each of the last 2 years?
Probably. I said to a friend of mine, I think you could have found like a 4-game stretch last year. Well, I'm not sure Iowa scored 40 points combined in a 4-game stretch. And here they scored 40 in the one game to start the season. Good for them.
248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug. We're all Michiganders. We all know how bad our roads can be. And if you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. And that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If one of my friends or family needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. That is what you want from your attorney. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback here on the college football stuff. Not as much on Tesla. I don't want to let you down. There's not quite as much Tesla feedback.
No?
Nope. But
it's okay.
Yes. We'll get to some Tigers things coming up. I've found all the build-up to this Lions season to be filled with, oh, that's cool. Oh, wow, look at us. With, the feedback and what people are writing about us. We had 2 scenarios yesterday. Full season projections one from John Breach of CBS Sports, a noted Bengals homer. He admitted it, and then he went out and picked the Bengals to beat the Lions in the Super Bowl. And the other was from ESPN's Football Percentage Index. They ran a simulation of the entire season. And the Lions make it to the Super Bowl, face the Kansas City Chiefs, and then they got into details. Lions are down 28-14 in the fourth quarter. They score a touchdown. Campbell goes for 2. Makes it. It's 28-22. Lions get the ball back, drive down the field. Jared Goff completes a touchdown pass to Khalif Raymond. Extra point is good. Lions lead the Chiefs with 3 minutes left in the Super Bowl, 29-28. I am drawing you in. I can see I'm drawing you in. I was reading this on the air.
Yeah.
And I hadn't read the entire description of what's going to happen in the game. And when I was reading it on the air, and then the feedback started coming, and people were like, I got goosebumps. Chiefs get the ball with 3 minutes left. They start down the field. They get one first down quickly. Patrick Mahomes in his element. 2nd and 10. 3rd and 10. It's 4th and 10. Mahomes back to pass. Rashee Rice fires a pass, broken up by Brian Branch. The Lions take a knee and win the Super Bowl, according to ESPN's
Here
FPI.
we go!
And it's ridiculous, and it's just a season projection. And as I read it, I found myself way too vested in this.
Well, which one was more impressive? That or what I showed you during the commercial break when it came to a Super Bowl prediction?
It was definitely that.
You weren't impressed with the Corgi?
No. You now have to explain what you showed me.
I showed Doug a video I saw yesterday of a Corgi, which is a dog, very small dog with the small legs, and was standing at the top of the stairs. And at the bottom of the stairs, they had buckets set up with different teams in the buckets to see who was going to get to the NFC Championship game and the AFC Championship game, eventually the Super Bowl, and who wins it.
Yep.
So as the Corgi is, they throw like this little rubber ball, and the dog jumps up and hits it with its nose, and the ball will go into one of the buckets. It ends up coming down to the Lions and the Rams.
I thought it was
I'm just saying,
in
the NFC Championship, and then it comes down to Kansas City and Houston. Kansas City takes out Houston. The Corgi knocks the ball into the Lions
Didn't Houston take out Kansas City?
I thought it was the other way around.
No.
Apparently it doesn't matter anyway, because the Lions win the Super Bowl, according to the Corgi.
So you asked me a question. Do I care more about ESPN's FPI season simulation or a dog? I'm going with the ESPN simulation.
I'm not sure I understand why. I mean, what? One's numbers and computers spit it out. The other one is, I mean, that's an actual, being on this earth that is making the decision.
Yep.
I don't understand.
I'm taking the computer in this particular
Well,
instance.
you do it. I mean, listen, they both come out with the same result, and that's
true.
Lions win.
Anyway, let's get to the feedback here. Carson Anderson on Nice M1. Doug, should we anticipate anything out of a Marion Walker, supposed to be a physical specimen, but never sees the field? Do you think with this receiving core Michigan has, he'd see the field? Look, all we hear is athletic freak, athletic freak, athletic freak. It's now connecting the dots between that and playing football. I was a little surprised he didn't play in game one. Should we anticipate anything? Apparently he has work to do. What wide receivers did we see? We saw the two starters, saw Kendrick Bell. We saw Fred Moore. Saw C.J. Charleston. So they didn't get to, I think that was it for, Peyton O'Leary. So that's 6 wide receivers, and he did not play. So he's obviously got some work to do. Gents, the Spartans definitely have a ton of issues, most notably Monte Foster being the number 1 wide receiver threat. Why Nick Marsh didn't get more playing time is puzzling, given the lack of talent at the position. That's from Scott in Plymouth. Montorie Foster had that first ball that was intercepted. I thought he could have helped his quarterback out a little bit more, and then the deep ball that he dropped was suboptimal. He didn't really drive. It was a tough catch. He was a diving attempt, but I think he'd probably say he should have caught it.
Yeah, that first interception, first play of the game. I mean, you could say that he had possession or not. I'm not sure. What was most confusing to me about that was the white on the sideline. It looked like there were 2 different whites, or it was like a faded white on the sideline, and then there was like the white of the sideline. I'm not sure if that was a shadow or not, but it was just hard for me to discern what was what there. But nonetheless, a really spectacular play by the defensive back. But yes, I agree with you. I felt that Foster could have helped out the quarterback. As far as Nick Marsh is concerned, I'll defer to the coaches.
Yeah,
in terms
one of those
why
great...
a guy plays and why a guy doesn't play. I don't know if there was there an issue physically? Was there something mentally that he didn't do on the field that he was supposed to do? Was it just the game plan? I'm not sure.
Or is he just a freshman that has a long way to go? I mean,
well, it seems like he's right in line to be in a rotation there, and we just didn't see him a ton.
I get it. It's always tough for these kids to catch up and learn everything they need to learn to be put in and trusted in games. Good morning, Doug and Gator. Doug, do you have any intel on what time the Michigan State game will start? That's from Derek and Wyandotte.
Yeah, when is that done?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
It won't be determined. I don't know if it's the 13-day hold or the 6-day hold, but that won't be announced for quite some time. Thank you for asking.
I thought you posted this on our Twitter account.
Yeah, we've deleted that tweet. People started taking it. I did know some people thought it was serious.
Ow!
I don't know. Didn't we have one game in London?
Yes.
Robin Self, we did we had a pinned post about the next 10 Michigan State start times. And it was totally sarcastic, but sarcasm doesn't always play in social media. Robin Selfridge says Warren predetermines his throws and doesn't go through his progressions. I would say that he got better at it as the game went on. He said so yesterday, and that's just part of it. I thought if I were to see one area where Davis Warren needs to absolutely get better at is being comfortable when the pocket is collapsing but hasn't collapsed yet. Like, you don't have to get rid of it right away. You still have some time, and he was, I think, getting rid of the ball a little bit early. But again, as the game went on, he kind of settled in. If Michigan pounds Mullins and Warren makes just a couple of throws, we can beat Texas, play defense, run the ball, control the clock. We just beat a 9-win team by 20. Relax. That's from Will in Detroit.
Well, Fresno is not Texas. Texas's offense is awfully explosive. And yes, Michigan has a really good defense. So that's where the battle is going to be.
It's going to be something else.
If Michigan's offense plays like they did against Fresno, I just don't think it's going to help.
No, they need to play better. I think the thing is that you got to win the two phases you can win. And that is the defense has to play at the level it's capable of and make it as difficult on Texas as you possibly can. And you got to win special teams. And that is, they apparently have a kicker. I mean, that kid was booming him through, and he's been good out to 60 in practice. So Zavada looks like he's continuing the recent tradition of Michigan having a strong place-kicking game. And they've got explosive guys in the return game. Both Tyler Morris and Samaj Morgan have had huge returns in their careers, and Tyler Morris had another good one on Saturday night. Coverage units doesn't really matter because their kickoff guy kicks it through the end zone every time, and he's the same as a punt guy who was second in the country in hang time last year, which basically means the other team gets no return if you can hang it up there high enough. So can they win special teams, make it tough enough on Texas, and then just not, have their offense do something and don't put the defense in a bad field? They didn't do that. They took care of the football this week. The only time they turned it over was on the deep shot.
I would imagine as the season goes on, yes, the offensive line is going to be much better. The quarterback play will be better. How much better can they get in a week is the question.
And it might not happen this week. Like, it might not happen for them this week. They've got a lot of work to do, but there didn't seem to be much panic after the game. I totally agree, Doug. Quarterback was not the issue for Michigan. He was poised and accurate for the first game. These fans are ridiculous how quickly they're writing off the season. Well, look, I mean, that's kind of what happens.
I don't think there'd be any panic from the team, but the fans are certainly panicking.
Yeah, some of them for sure. I would just say take a deep breath. It was a national championship team last year that wasn't blowing out Bowling Green, that wasn't blowing out UNLV, that wasn't blowing out East Carolina. And this was, I would say, the best non-conference team they've played in these last 2 years, and Texas will be way better than Fresno. But Fresno's going to win a bunch of games this year. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some Tiger stuff. They lose yesterday, and you wonder, like, you always I mean, this has been great. You don't want the bubble to burst. You don't want this fairy tale to end. There's some signs that it might be ending, or maybe they could rally here late. We'll see, but we'll talk about it next at 10:47. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
So I know you see these trucks out there all the time, right? The red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. And those trucks belong to the one and only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. It's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to help you keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it, okay? Check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or one of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler system you have, or water filtration, whatever it is, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Chris and Troy writes in, I actually think both Michigan and Michigan State, it was good that they were tested last weekend. Both had tough matchups this weekend, and getting punched in the mouth can only help. Unnamed texter, Michigan has practices before Texas, and you can get better. Yeah, no kidding. Texas has practices this week, too. Look, Michigan has a lot more to address than Texas. The other thing that was interesting is Sharon Moore, and I didn't go into detail with this, but Sharon Moore said yesterday he went back and watched the last 3 openers, and he watched the O-line play in the opener and then watched the O-line play in week 2. And kind of just for reference, that this is a area where the last 3 years they made big steps forward between week 1 and week 2. And he was in charge of the offensive line, and he'll be on it this week. Bigger challenge, they may play better. They may play better, and it might not get better results because of how good Texas is. I mean, look, Texas is favored for a reason. Michigan is not. They got too much to replace to come into a game like this to be thought a favorite. Now, Texas has a lot to replace, too. They lost the 2 defensive tackles to the draft, the 2 wide receivers, the 2 running backs got hurt. But they got a pretty damn good quarterback. They like to run the ball. Sarkisian will speed on the outside. They got Isaiah Bond, who was on the receiving end of the Milroe Miracle last year at Alabama, transferred over. And the freshman they got, the true freshman they got, does not look like a true freshman, man. I mean, just the body on that guy. It's hard to believe he was playing high school football last year. He must have been a man amongst boys. Good offensive line. I mean, there's a reason why they are favored, and Michigan's going to have to play a lot better. Texas's defense is much better than Michigan's offense. 35-13 Texas. I mean,
35 points against a Michigan defense would be that'd be an impressive statement if they could do that.
If Texas scores 35, I would think it would take help from the Michigan offense.
Turnovers.
Yep. Gator,
field position.
I am not worried about the excessive penalties by MSU. It looked like FAU had a plan to draw penalties by having those loose helmets pop off at the slightest hit. I noticed this on the QB for sure, but there were other players letting their lids roll around as well. That's from Brian in East Lansing. I would tell you what, I would hope a program would not endanger their players to try and draw penalties.
Well, the frequency with which the helmet came off the quarterback was a little too strong for me to think that it was just the hard hits from Michigan State. Nonetheless, do I think that that's the easiest thing Michigan State can correct from one week to the next? You betcha. I mean, that's the easiest thing to stop. It's just a discipline issue. Mm-hmm. You know, it's about when the quarterback starts to slide, don't hit him. That's simple. Don't do it. So I think they'll be more disciplined against Maryland. The problem is Maryland's a big upgrade in talent than what Florida Atlantic was. So Michigan State's going to have to grow each and every week, just like Michigan's going to have to grow with their offense. Michigan State's offense is going to have to grow. And not having a real number 2, I think they were counting on Alante Brown to be a pretty good receiver for this team. And now that he's out for months, that doesn't look good for him.
Does not help.
So this will present opportunities, and maybe this is where Nick Marsh steps up in week 2.
248-539-9797. All right, yesterday, late afternoon, the Tigers, I guess early evening, the Tigers took on the San Diego Padres in San Diego. Gator, I made a statement before this Tigers-Padres series that they have to survive it. Tigers have got to survive this series. What do I mean by that? Well, not getting swept is of paramount importance. Winning one game wouldn't be ideal. Winning 2 games would be fantastic. So I don't know that even my description fits what the options are, because survival feels like go split, and they're playing 3 games. But I'm a little concerned about is I've noticed, as much as this run has been, there has just been some timely hitting. Some really, really timely hitting. And an example of that was Sunday's game against Boston, where they only had 3 hits, but they were 2 home runs with runners on base, and they scored 4 runs on 3 hits. But, you know, there's been the sleight of hand with the pitching staff, which continues to work. I mean, yesterday was probably another success, even though they lost the game.
What, 3-0?
But, I mean, you don't look now, but the kids that have been so clutch for them have come through a number of times. Jace Young's hitting 192. Trevor Sweeney's hitting 190. Dylan Digler's hitting 138. What did I say? Trey.
Trevor, you said.
I got it right second time in 3-2-1.
Oh, man.
Dylan Dingler's hitting 138, and Colt Keith went 5 games without a hit. He got a hit last night. Now, are these guys going to bounce back? Is there a correction coming? Or are they settling into maybe hitting a bit of a rookie wall or just going through typical rookie struggles?
I think this is a rookie wall and rookie struggles are going to now, and I look at that because of Colt Keith. He's been up with a big club the whole time, had a real nice couple months, and now he is, as you said, 5 games without a hit. That's not looking so good. The other guys have played their full seasons with AAA and now getting their chance here, and it's the same amount of games roughly, so they're hitting a wall too. That's not who I'm concerned about because I expected that there's going to be a rookie wall. Colt Keith maybe a little bit because he has been in the everyday lineup. But what I need to see is that Riley Green's still attacking it, that Kerry Carpenter is still attacking it, that Spencer Torkelson's still getting it done, and the other guys that that are more veteran players on this team, that they're still getting it done. Matt Vierling, these guys are going to be key for this team because the pitching has been really good. Better than anybody expected with what they're working with, and it might even get help with Reese Olson in a week or two. So that would be nice, but in the end, is that enough? The schedule would suggest that they've got a real opportunity here because, according to my metrics, it's the second easiest schedule the rest of the way. They have 6 games left against Baltimore, 3 at home and 3 on the road, and they have 3 road games at Kansas City. Everything around that, and that's a real rough stretch of 9 games they have. Maybe at the end of those 9 games, they'll find themselves well out of it. But if they can find themselves better than 500 during that 9-game stretch and take care of business in these other games, they could be in a dogfight come the last 6 games of the season because of the way the schedule sets up. But those 9 games in the middle are going to be awfully tough. When we have 23 games left, I don't know. What do you think they can afford to lose? 6 more? 5
I mean, I guess
more?
it depends on how unhealthy Kansas City is right now. And I don't mean like the actual health of the players. I mean, that's a team that is not playing great. And if Kansas City comes back to them and they can, make that 3-game set at Kansas City count, like I would love for that to be meaningful.
Yeah. It would be great.
I mean, if they go to Kansas City, even as where they are now, 5 games back, you're thinking sweep. You have to sweep. You gotta sweep that series.
Well,
I love the idea of. I mean, when's that series start? Do you got the dates in front of you by chance?
I do. It's sorry, I had it. They are Monday, September 16th,
okay,
17th, and the 18th.
So Monday,
That's
September 16th. If they are still 5 games behind Kansas City for the final wild card, and have a chance to sweep to get it down to 2. They will be playing a series that was absolutely unfathomable a month ago, 2 months ago. Trade deadline. Unfathomable that they could have a wild card team. Now, look, Boston's still ahead of Detroit.
Yes, but I've got Boston's schedule in front of me, too.
It ain't easy.
It's easy for the next 5 games. They play maybe the Mets aren't as easy, but they play 3 games against the White Sox after that. But then it's a killer. You got 3 at home against Baltimore, 4 on the road at the Yankees, 3 on the road at Tampa, a 3-game series against Minnesota, and then they finish up on the road with Toronto and at home against Tampa. So Yankees, Baltimore, more interdivisional games against Tampa. That's not going to be easy for Boston. So I kind of tend to agree with you on this. If they're within, I think it's got to be within 5, maybe 4 games.
Well,
when they take on Kansas City,
but
I like the chances there, and how unfortunately the games are on the road. But what is Kansas City looks like they're running out of steam.
Yep.
And the Tigers look like they can.
The Tigers' offense is the concern here, right? I mean, even though this pitching thing that they're doing is like an unbelievable magic trick, I'm worried. I'm far more worried about the offense because of how many young players they're relying on and just kind of watching their numbers drop and drop and drop. But hey, maybe they can. Maybe they're due for a correction and they're all about to get hot again.
Yeah, 6 runs in the last 3 games isn't a great offense, and being shut out in your last game it's the last taste in your mouth there. But they're still winning games. They're still getting that done. Wenceel Perez, he could come back to this team in a week. Just getting ready to start his rehab assignment with Toledo. So that could be a nice addition to another bat off the bench. It's about how you can handle it, how you manage the tiredness, the soreness, and how you can motivate players. And AJ Hinch has done a phenomenal job, I think, with this team, specifically with the pitching. It's been amazing, but I think he's done a real nice job with the offense too. How the second half of the season, this team is perked up and they're hitting the ball out of the ballpark, which is nice.
248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 A Ticket. If you want to get into the Tigers here a little bit, saw something, a list as it pertains to our Detroit Lions that made me go, wow. We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Lions will begin installing their game plan for the Rams today. Afternoon practice in Allen Park. They're hoping to get safety Ife Melifonwu back as he deals with a lingering injury. In the meantime, ESPN's season simulation ended up with Detroit at the top of the mountain, predicting that they would defeat the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 59 and getting through Chicago and San Francisco to get there. Now, speaking of the 49ers, their long holdout with star left tackle Trent Williams has reportedly come to an end. He's agreed to a deal that returns him to the facility for the week. His brother Fred originally broke the news that he was returning to the team headquarters on social media. The boys in Ann Arbor are excited to face Texas in the regular season for the first time in their history, and Steve Sarkisian's Longhorns are looking forward to it as well. Well, ESPN's College Game Day will be in town for the action, and after very different-looking Week 1 wins, Texas comes in as a full touchdown favorite for the road game on Saturday's top 10 game. Up next for the Tigers, they get a interesting day off in the middle of their set with the Padres. They resume their road trip tomorrow and Thursday with Cater Montero and Casey Mize scheduled in the rotation. Detroit came into today still 5 back of the wild card slot. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, talking about this Tiger team, still in it, hanging around 5 games back of Kansas City for the final wild card. Can the Tigers make up 5 games in the next 23? It's going to be tough. And I have some concerns in the back of my mind, as great as this run has been, about them starting to fade here a little bit offensively and maybe major league pitching catching up to some of their young bats. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to be a correction the other direction, and Chase Young and Trey Sweeney and Dylan Dingler and Colt Keith, who've been struggling lately, start to get white hot and jumpstart this offense as they get set for another game, wrapping up the series with the Padres. The good news about after the Padres is it's the A's and the Rockies. So that's why I said survive. Maybe survive is just come out of if they come out of the Padres series still 5 games out of the playoffs, to me, even though the clock is ticking closer to 0, I'd call that survival. That's my definition of survival, is getting out of this series with
being no worse for
wear. And that might just happen because Kansas City keeps losing. But that to me would be a low-key win in this whole thing, because now go take care of business against Oakland and Colorado.
Yeah, that'd be nice. And obviously, San Diego's off to they're a playoff bound team.
Oh yeah, they're really good. They've turned it on and
they're getting guys back too at the most inopportune time for the Tigers.
I know, I saw that. Tatis, I knew he was coming back soon. Turned out it was yesterday.
I think Darvish is coming back too, so that's unfortunate for the Tigers. But like you, I'll agree with that statement. If they can come out of this and be no worse than 5 games out, that's good shape. And then start to put things together here before that really tough 9-game stretch.
Yep. It's survive this, make up some ground, 9-game stretch, see where we're at. But it was funny because do you remember last week when we asked the question, do you think of the Tigers as being in a playoff chase? The people that said no on Twitter, do you remember what they all said? Like almost to a person? Beat the Red Sox, then I'll believe. And the thing is, they beat the Red Sox. They didn't make up any ground on Minnesota. They made up some ground on Kansas City, but they were still 5 games back, even though they beat the Red Sox. But I kind of understand the reason why. I kind of understand the reason why people felt that way, because, the Tigers had feasted on some bad teams. The Red Sox, wanted to win those games, I should say. And Detroit came dangerously close to sweeping the Red Sox.
It was dangerous.
Yep. So, anyway, when's Reese Olson still a week away, right?
Yeah, he just started throwing bullpen sessions, and they're ready to maybe ramp that up. So might be a couple weeks away from returning to the Tigers, but AJ said if he has any setback, they're just shutting him down. Like they're not going to just forget it. We'll shut this down if we have to.
And they get Casey Mize back on Thursday.
Well, they had him back
to start this game, right? But I am hopeful to see Mize win a big game. I want to see Mize win a big game. And he lost that game against Boston. But I want to see, this is a young pitcher. So much was hoped for with him. And at this point, I said this about Torque. I don't care where you were drafted. It doesn't matter if you don't live up to the draft, if you don't turn into the best pitcher in the game. Just help the team win important games.
Be a roster player that contributes to a winning cause. Do your part. I mean, I want to be more than a 5th starter. It'd be nice if he could settle in as a number 3. That'd be great if you could do that. But the expectations obviously were awfully lofty when you're 1-1.
Yep. But that doesn't mean, look, I know that some people will call you a bust if you don't live up to that building. I just want you to help us win a big game. Help the Tigers win a big freaking game, and then we'll move on to the next challenge for you.
Several big games the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Because every game they're playing is a big game. 23 left, and they've got ground to make up.
Wenceel Perez, he's coming back soon, right?
Yeah, he played last night for Toledo. Toledo was the only minor league team for the Tigers organization to play, and he was 0 for 2 with a walk, and then subbed out late. So he'll be back, I imagine, by the end of the week, or by the weekend, probably.
And Torque is having an interesting finish to this season. You know, it makes me wonder, you know, fool me once, fool me twice, that whole thing. Because I just feel like they've got to milk this. They've got to milk this for everything everything they got. He's under club control for the next 4 years. I'm not about finding a replacement for him, especially if he finishes the season hot. And not because I'm fully convinced he's here to stay and going to be a productive bat, but because I'd rather spend resources on addressing other things and hope he's here to stay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's first base. So if he's not going to work out, you feel like you can put somebody else there that will, or has a chance to anyway. I'm not giving up on Torque, and Torque, since he's been back, has been hitting a bunch of extra base hits. He's got a few home runs to go with it. He looks a little different at the plate, and yet he's going to have his 0 for 4 games with 3 strikeouts. But if he follows those up with 2 for 4 games with a home run, you'll take it. You need production from him. And since he's been back, he has been productive. Can they get that production from the start of the season?
Yeah.
Because last year a lot of it was in the second half. And then this year, obviously, he had a horrible start to it. They sent him down, brought him back, and now he's productive with his team again. So I think he's earning another invitation to come back to this team next year for sure, unless they get some kind of trade offer. But I'm not sure how long of a length of rope he's going to have.
Final thing on the Tigers I want to ask you about was, did you see any of the tributes to the 84 team over the weekend or read anything about it?
I saw some of the on the TV broadcast for Saturday. Actually, this is kind of interesting. I was getting gas on Saturday, gassing up the car, and this guy walks over and over to get the window washer, squeegee or whatever.
Yep.
And it's Gibby.
Nice.
Kirk Gibson. I'm like, hey, what's going on, man? And I'm like, you mentioned, just get ready to see some old friends. I'm like, oh, that's right. It's a big day for you today. And you should have fun. Congratulations with that. Thank you very much. And moved on his way. But I read the article last week in the Free Press from Jeff Seidel about Chet Lemon.
Yeah.
And if you read that and weren't moved to tears, then you're not human.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very, very touching. And while I'm reading it, I'm like, why are they writing this? And then, Chet's wife explains why, and you'll get it. And for those that don't know the story with Chet Lemon, he's got a rare blood disorder that leads to strokes. And he's had numerous strokes over the last half dozen years. And the latest one has him really basically unable to communicate. Sounds come out of his mouth, but they're not words, and he can't form them because there's that missing synapse or whatever. And it's very tough. And his wife wanted people to understand that this is what he's living with, and wants to bring awareness to that disorder. And after reading that, you're like, okay, I get it now. And you see, what kind of an impact Chet has made on people's lives as a player, and
he was
clinics.
so beloved. I mean, so beloved.
Absolutely. And then to see the Free Press had like a kind of a photo story of it with Chet with his teammates and everything. And Chet's still there. That smile on his face doesn't leave. And when he's being embraced by teammates, he's got the smile and patting him on the shoulders. He's still there. He just can't form words. And it's, it brings a smile to your face to see that. And, that 84 team obviously was special. The last World Series winning team for the Tigers, and Jack Morris throwing out the first pitch to Lance Parrish. It was great. And a sellout crowd at Comerica Park on Saturday. I mean, that was awesome to see packed to the gills.
Okay, saw Lions. Let's get into Lions and Rams. Saw a Lions list, a Lion mentioned on a list that made me go, wow. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Here are Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you're tired of hitting up the same old quarter wing spot for flat beer. It's warm by the time you finish it. How about Twin Peaks? Best place to watch a game anywhere, anytime. For starters, they have the best draft beer in the state. It takes at least 6 hours to freeze their mugs, and each mug is only used once a day. They got a beer system that pours it at teeth-chattering 29 degrees. I mean, it doesn't get any colder than that. Then the wings are great. They're a meal all by themselves. They can have them 4 different ways. Their boneless wings are never frozen, hand-cut and breaded and fried to order. You can't beat that. And they're bone-in breaded and smoked wings. Well, they're bigger than your favorite wing spot. Now, toss any of those wings in 14 possible sauces. There are 2 new flavors, tikka, and chili crisp, just in time for football season. The Twin Peaks girls, they like the spicy Thai chili. And there's a great place. This is a great place to watch any game. And don't forget, pro football action returns this Thursday night with an in-division game for the Lions. You can watch up to 8 games all at once there, but one of their in-division rivals plays Thursday night. And then there's fantasy football. It's not too late to have your draft parties there. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com for details. It's the best place in Detroit for football. It's Twin Peaks. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, and scenic views. It's kind of been an unprecedented offseason in the NFL. For us here in Detroit, to have so many nice things said about us and to have things like the Sports Illustrated cover, and we're a popular Super Bowl pick. Although I feel like Green Bay might be turning late into here to the it team. People like to jump on the Green Bay thing and expedite their rise. And it would suck if those people are right. Admittedly, I have a deep paranoia about them. But, Gator, not everything that's said about us is necessarily glowing. I found something today. The Athletic is going to do something during the season. The website does a lot of good sports reporting. They're going to do something called the Quarterback Power Rankings. They're going to rank all the starting quarterbacks from 1 to 32.
Great.
Yep. And they write, quarterbacks have never been more valuable in the NFL. And that's now true on multiple fronts. There's a key sentence here. Not only do teams need a great one to contend for a Super Bowl, but they also need to be great at asset management to maintain the roster integrity around those exploding contracts. Teams need a great one to win the Super Bowl, and I think that definitely does help, without question. So entering the season, they have put together their first quarterback power ranking. I'm going to read the top 4. Kang, I want you to listen to this too. Top 4 quarterbacks according to The Athletic: Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm not gonna push back on that.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, like, you don't think Joe Burrow's ever going to win a Super Bowl. And Kang, was it you that said that you think Josh Allen might be overrated?
I said this is we had a football questions. What quarterback has the most pressure this year? I think Josh Allen is the top of my list.
Okay. He's overrated.
Well, Gator said he's overrated.
I'll agree with that.
Mahomes, Allen, Burrow,
He's really good.
Lamar Jackson are 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Here's 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, Aaron Rodgers.
Sorry, I was stifling a sneeze there. It must have been.
6, Justin Herbert.
All right.
7, C.J. Stroud. 8, Matthew Stafford.
All right.
That's your thoughts? All right.
I mean, if you threw one more in, it would be Matthew McConaughey. I think it's a joke that Aaron Rodgers would be ranked that high. How about I just judge him based on his last full season where he was mung?
Yeah.
How about that? How about his last, the last time he finished a football game? How'd that go?
I just feel like people are hanging on and refuse to believe he could possibly be slipping.
Not only is he slipping physically as a player,
yeah,
but is he leading?
Everybody thinks that locker room's a disaster in large part because of Aaron Rodgers.
I think it's laughable that he's that high. C.J. Stroud, I really like C.J. Stroud. It's hard to regress going into your second year, but the first year he had was so spectacular.
Yeah.
4,000 yards passing, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, a quarterback rating of almost 101. He was great. Is he going to regress? I don't think so. He's got more weapons. He's really good. And maybe poised to crack into that top group. But then you follow up with Stafford.
If Stafford were in Detroit, I would be starting to still here. I'd be having concerns. And I was the biggest Stafford guy in the station, right? I would be having concerns about Stafford starting to slip at this point in his career.
You know how there's that cliche, they just need to change the scenery? And then people always struggle to find the example of guys that flourished in a change of scenery.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that both Stafford and Goff, with a change of scenery, have gotten better or at least achieved what they want to? Stafford won a Super Bowl.
I think it's a good example, yes.
And Goff, here he is. Goff is on the precipice of doing something great here. I think both guys did. Now, I just think that you hang another year on Stafford, I don't expect him to be anywhere near as productive as good as he has been in his career. I don't see how you could say that. He might put up some nice stats. Last year had 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. His quarterback rating overall was 92.5, which is okay. It's not near his highest that it has been in his career. Is that what we're going to see? Puka Nacua is not going to sneak up on anybody this year, but Puka Nacua might be that good. And they've got 2 running backs they really like. It could be a nice offense for Stafford to maintain where he's at, but I don't think Stafford elevates his game up to that level where I'm saying he's the eighth.
He's the eighth best quarterback according to the Athletics quarterback power rankings.
Okay, and I've never been sold on Justin Herbert because he doesn't win.
Kang, anything to add to these, or did Gator basically touch on it?
I have a problem with Stafford, Stroud, Aaron Rodgers, and Herbert already being on this high on this list. I mean, and that's not to say they're bad quarterbacks.
No,
but
they're all good quarterbacks.
Stroud had a great year, Gator, but why are we anointing him already? Why is he already a given? You know, Aaron Rodgers, what have you done for me lately? Nothing. Okay,
honestly,
and Herbert. I like Herbert a lot, but he's never hit the potential to put him in a top 10 in the league. I think he's definitely got that ability to, but it's never happened. And Stafford, I think it's like he just changed his clothes and he looks better to everybody. Of course, he won a Super Bowl with the Rams, but he's pretty much the same quarterback he was with the Lions, but older. And he put on a Rams jersey, and all of a sudden everyone's like, "Whoa, he's a really good quarterback." He's the same guy. He's got a great arm. He's tough as nails. And when you put him with a decent squad, he can win some games.
I give Stroud I'll acknowledge Stroud because what they added. I mean, they bring not CJ Stroud. They bring Diggs into the mix with him at receiver. It's a pretty good 1-2 combo with Diggs and Nico Collins. I just think that's going to help him maintain what he was last year and maybe even be better. So I like that.
All right, so recapping what we've done so far, the Athletics quarterback power rankings: Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 is Aaron Rodgers, 6 is Justin Herbert, 7 is C.J. Stroud, 8 is Matthew Stafford.
And what's Burrow going to be like if Jamar Chase doesn't practice?
Yep.
If they don't get a deal done with him, is he going to sit out? How is that going to affect Cincinnati?
Okay, let's get to the next 3. Dak Prescott at 9. Brock Purdy at 10, Kirk Cousins at 11.
Well, Dak's numbers are spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 106 rating as quarterback. He's the third highest rated quarterback in the league. Actually, the second, really, because Mason Rudolph last year only started 4 games. But Brock Purdy was number 1. Purdy and Dak and Cousins, those are your number 1, 2, and 3 starting quarterbacks with quarterback rating from a year ago.
And, I mean, this is they're doing this rating before a regular season game, so I can see putting Dak in the top 10 for a regular season game.
Well, that's the thing. Thank you for making that point, because he's not a post game or postseason player.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy has been rock steady, and now they got Ayuk back in the mix. So, I mean, do you expect to see him fall off? If he does, I don't think it's going to be by much. And Kirk Cousins is going to a situation in Atlanta where he's got weapons around him, but he had weapons around him in Minnesota. And he played very well at Minnesota.
But he's another one of these guys that I'm hanging another year on him, and I don't expect him to get better.
Well, it's an Achilles he's coming back from, which...
Same thing with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we continue. 12, Jordan Love.
Jordan Love scares us.
13, Jalen Hurts. 14, Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence hasn't done anything yet. I thought Trevor Lawrence was the shoe-in, going to step right in, hit the ground running, be that kind of quarterback because he was so good in college. And he has struggled in the NFL.
15, Tua Tagovailoa. 16, Jared Goff. 17, Baker Mayfield. Just ahead of Baker.
Look.
Just ahead of Baker.
And just behind who, Doug?
So let me go back to the very first thing that was written. Not only do teams need a great one to contend for a Super Bowl. That was the second sentence, and then it went on to cap management. You've got Jared Goff smack dab in the middle of the NFL. At 16th. 16th. So I'm assuming, by your own definition, that's not a great one. These lists don't matter. It has no bearing on reality. Deep breath.
I feel like you're taking a daily affirmation before you start your day. Before you come into work, Doug has to say, the lists don't matter. They don't matter.
It doesn't matter. But are you kidding me with this? 16th? I mean, remember last year? We had Jared Goff on tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Remember last year when we said, do you use bulletin board material? He said, what do you got?
Yeah, right.
Do you remember that exchange?
I remember
He said,
that.
what do you
That's
got
fine.
to
What do you
us?
got?
And
when
I
you
said,
started to say it, he's
I said, well, Skip Bayless said today, and he goes, forget, I don't care what he said.
Never mind.
And I actually went viral.
Yeah.
Should we tell him tomorrow that they've got you ranked 16th in the NFL just ahead of Baker Mayfield? Should we tell him that?
I think he knows. I think
he's keeping company with Baker Mayfield.
He keeps receipts. He threw those receipts right back in the face of Ryan Fitzpatrick after the opener.
He did. He did do that.
That was fantastic. I'm not a poor man's Matt Ryan. Here you go. I think he's aware that there's plenty of naysayers out there about him. And look, just go ahead and do you, man. Be Jared Goff. Do what you got to do. If I were to come out with quarterback rankings, you know what I like seeing instead? I like when people do the pods or the tiers.
And put them in groups.
And then label what the tier is. Because I think there's a separate tier for guys that have something to prove that they're not done. And I think that includes Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers and Matthew Stafford. All three of those guys are coming back from injuries. You know, Stafford was banged up a lot last year. And the other two guys had, season-ending injuries with the Achilles. To put them in like a second tier of quarterbacks, I think is ridiculous. But if you put them into a pod that says these guys have something to prove because they're coming back from injuries, fine. I think Jared Goff does he belong in a category with Brock Purdy?
I mean, it pretty much exactly with a category with Brock Purdy.
Because guys that people will say, well, it's the system. You got people
but
around you. And yet all they did was take their teams to the NFC Championship game, and one guy took them to the Super Bowl.
I don't want Aaron Rodgers anymore. I don't want Matthew Stafford anymore. I'm not sure I want Kirk Cousins anymore. I'm not sure I want Dak Prescott anymore. These are guys that I'm not sure are going to get any better than they have been. Matthew Stafford is, I think, laughably high on this list. And I would be saying, we have reached the point, Gator, where I would be saying if he were still in Detroit, man, I don't know if he's getting any better. The fear here is that he's doing everything he can just to stay the same, but he's probably at a point in his career where he's getting worse.
Well, I heard somebody call the morning show this morning and say that they thought if Matthew Stafford was still on this team, that the Lions would have won a Super Bowl. Which, I don't know, take for what people still, he's still a most polarizing player in town. And that was one that obviously is a big fan of Stafford and thinks that, he's better than Goff and that he would have been a difference maker last year.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Somebody shot their mouth off, speaking of keeping receipts, and everybody is talking about it today. We'll get to that at 11:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. I have to reestablish that I don't care. But there's something about Jared Goff.
You care a little bit.
Is it that people can't believe that he's not the quarterback that struggled in his latter portion of his Rams career? What is it about Jared Goff? Is it that he doesn't run?
Yes, that's it right there. 100%.
Are you starting to understand why I think this is the most overrated aspect of quarterbacking? Or do you still not agree with me on that? And I don't know if you ever really disagree with me on that. I'm just making a point. I point this out all the time.
I think it's overrated when you can make up for that shortcoming because you can throw the football. Because people want the complete quarterback, and I totally get it.
Yeah.
But what you don't get with Jared Goff is a guy who can run. What you do get with Jared Goff is a guy who plays the game above the shoulders and is way better than average in throwing the football.
I mean, when we think, Kang brought up did he just do the switching jerseys and new scenery? Are these two great examples of doing something that, go to a new place and have great success? And let's think about one of these guys went to a morbidly cursed organization that was stocking their roster with great players, Hall of Famers even, and still never flirted with any kind of sustainable success. And barely, spent the better part of 30 years not winning a division, would make the playoffs and be one and done every time. One of those guys went to a place in which parades of good players have come through here. Not great teams, but good players. And he became a leader that took that morbidly dead organization to an NFC title game, and now maybe, one of the top teams here, no, I shouldn't say maybe, one of the real Super Bowl contenders out there. He did something that, and he did it while putting up big numbers. The numbers are a part of it for sure, but he put up the big numbers. But then he also did the things sort of that are not measurable by numbers. He became the leader of an organization that hasn't won a title in like 65 years, whatever it is. Hadn't won a division in 30-something years. Hadn't won a playoff game in that long. Like, he's out there doing that. It was so impossible. Nobody even talked about the Lions. Lions' ineptitude didn't even register. Nobody was paying attention to Lions.
Well, I would say this when it comes to the fans. I think there is an overwhelming percentage of fans that like Jared Goff a lot. We hear the Jared Goff chants everywhere. Why do you think that is? His approval rating.
He did all that stuff.
Yes, his approval rating is through the roof. But
it's a valid point.
For those people that don't like him, the reason they don't like him is because he doesn't run. That's it. It's it. Or I don't know why they'd be, Sean McVay sycophants, but for whatever reason, I guess that they are. And then they can justify it in their minds because they saw Stafford, who maybe they were also Stafford fans, didn't want to see Stafford leave because Matthew Stafford didn't get the chance to work with this, offensive line, have these weapons at his disposal all around on the team on offense. And he would have done it too. And he goes to the Rams and finishes what Jared Goff didn't get done. So it's double. It's being a Stafford fan and seeing his success winning the Super Bowl and the fact that Goff can't run. Because they'll say, well, if he can't run, at least be Stafford and win it. Well, he didn't win here. And Goff did things that Stafford never did with the Lions.
248-539-9797. Maybe I'm overreacting. And I swear I don't care as much as I probably made it sound like I care. I just find this to be laughable. That he ranks 16th in the NFL in starting quarterbacks in a story that says you have to have a great one to compete for a Super Bowl. Well, I guess we're not competitors. Thought we had a chance.
Yeah, that's
Thought
too
we
bad.
had a chance.
I would
I'm
say
outlasted.
I mean, moving Goff up the list, from 16, where does he fit in? Somewhere around 10 or 12, and I'm okay with it. I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
The funny thing
because
is,
you can get it done. The league's chock full of really good quarterbacks.
The fact that I might have him 8 or 9 and you might have him 10 or 12, somebody might have him 12. If I had him 8 and somebody had him 12, I'm like, okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter all that
Play the
much.
game,
But this is 16th, man. This is right to me.
Wow.
He's at as average a ranking as one could have.
Are you more upset that he's behind Tua or that he's just ahead of Baker?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Let's go to Jay in Detroit. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Jay.
Good morning, boys. How you guys doing?
Okay.
All right.
You know, I think it's the Jared Goff discussion. I don't think it's about him even being mobile. I honestly think that the people that gave up on him when he left the Rams or when he was at the Rams, nobody wants to ever admit when they're wrong. So if they rank him higher in all these rankings, it's admitting that they were wrong when they were writing the story saying, oh, he's going to be another number 1 overall bust, or they ran him out of the Rams because he wasn't good enough. And I feel like a lot of times, especially when it comes to these rankings or when it comes to people talking about sports, they're more defending their old opinions as opposed to really looking at what's been going on since they framed that opinion.
Jay,
So
you're spot on. You nailed it right there. And that's. I think you're right. As soon as you said that, I'm like, Jay's right. Jay's right. They're defending their old opinions.
Because I also feel like so many people, Stafford fans, when he went to the Rams, they said the same thing. Oh, well, it's just because, I feel like people get so caught up in defending their opinions, and this is more a life philosophy. People think that, oh, they're defending this other person or they're putting this other person down. It's like, no, they're defending themselves. They're defending their own opinions. And it just causes people to be blindsided and not see stuff for what it is when it's right in front of you.
Jay, it's a
Have a good day, boys.
it's a super smart
Thanks, Jay.
observation, and you should come in and host the show. No, he nailed it. He absolutely nailed it. That happens all the time. We probably do it too, but he is right.
Yeah, you just give Zach Wilson a chance at a different place.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, this went viral last week, and people kept receipts, and man, is everybody looking for this dude today. We will get to that today at 11:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's NFL week, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has a special offer to kick the season off. Now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and you get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. I swear I don't care. I swear I don't care.
You can swear all
I'm
you
not
want.
convincing anybody, have I?
No, you're not.
But 16.
Here we go.
Okay. So last night, Florida State dropped to 0-2. And they looked bad. I mean, BC might be a good team, and Spartans are going to see him in a few weeks here. But Florida State is 0-2. And, oh, by the way, they're 0-2 while suing their league. They're 0-2 on their quote-unquote revenge tour after getting left out of the playoff last year. And, look, I feel bad for them about that. I feel bad that they got left out of the playoff last year. It was incredibly unfortunate timing of an injury. And, you know, if it happened to any of our local teams, we would be screaming just as much as they did. But it's not just the losing. They look discombobulated. False start, delay of game, false start.
They said last night during the broadcast, which was appropriate, Louis Riddick was doing the color commentary, and he pointed out, look who they're missing. When you lose guys like Fisk and Jared Verse on the defense,
yep,
that's a massive loss with those two guys. And who's the guy that's going to step up? And nobody was.
Nobody really is. They got that dude that looks like his helmet doesn't fit, number 6 in the middle of their defensive line, but he looks like a beast. But he didn't do much.
And they couldn't tackle. I mean, Boston College is running it right up the middle. These quick hits go between the tackles, and they'd get 5-7 yards every time. And then they would bust one. And then they had this brilliant play, rolling the quarterback out, and you have the receiver coming in motion in the same direction, and then he just cuts upfield. And okay, I'm going to run it rather than everybody thinks I'm going to throw it to this guy, but I'm not. Because he wasn't taking the wide enough angle where it looks like he's absolutely going to throw it, and he moves upfield for 15, 20 yards. It's Boston College is going to be a real problem for teams. Castellanos is the quarterback, and he can throw it, and he can run, and they're very well coached with O'Brien as the head coach. They've got some running backs. They've gotten some smart transfer portal additions, and Michigan State plays them in, 3 or 4 weeks. That's going to be a tough game. And Boston College looks like that they could present real problems in the ACC because they just put everybody on notice. They just took care of Florida State. And DJ Uiagalelei, the quarterback, I mean, at times he looks like he's the next thing, and other times he looks terrible.
How about they're down 14-6 at the half? Their coach reads in the riot act just before halftime. He goes in the locker room, and I have a feeling he told them, we are going to score on the opening drive of the second half, period. End of story. You watch. We're scoring on this opening drive. So what do they get? They get a 4th and 5 in their own territory, down 8. Early third quarter, first drive of the second half. They go for it.
That was quite an eye roll.
Own territory, and Uiagalelei under pressure throws an interception. It almost gets taken back to the house. It sets up Boston College 2 plays later, touchdown.
You'd be better off as just an arm punt, but yeah, it was
right. It was terrible. Their tight end was dropping wide open passes. There were boos cascading down. They were chanting that they wanted the backup, and they're a total mess. But nobody's got it worse than at 321 Knoll. Did you see what at 321 Knoll posted?
I think I was privy to that this morning. Costa showed me the text or tweet that is apparently it's no longer out there.
It went.
Deleted.
I mean, it was one of those tweets. So Florida State in week 1. Oh, by the way, one other thing on Florida State's loss. ESPN has a link at the top of their college football page. There's tabs, and like under scores, you could click on week 1. The first one.
They're there twice.
The first one for top 25 scores under week 1 is final. Georgia Tech 24, Florida State 21. The last one under week 1 is final. Boston College 28, Florida State 13. Both losses are on that same page.
Yeah, and Boston College gets credit for beating a top 10 team, which had they done rankings after week 0, I don't think that they would have been a top 10 team, but hey, good for BC.
Okay, so anyway, after they lost the opener to Georgia Tech, This was so bold, it actually went viral. And probably most people, I don't know if most people saw it, but at 321 Noel posted, if Florida State loses to BC this weekend, I will eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. He didn't use the word poop. Okay? He came up last night in the second quarter was the first mention I saw of him on social media. And people started seeking him out, and he deleted everything.
You're going to want to lay low for a while.
He signed it. If Florida State loses to BC this weekend, I will eat dog blank out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. Book it. And he's got his name, Gudge, and underneath it says at 321 Noel. He's deleted everything.
He should delete his social security number. This guy should change his name, go into witness protection.
So the game ends last night. Scott Van Pelt says on SportsCenter, Florida State are not down as bad as that dude on the internet who said he'd eat dog poop out of a Solo cup. You think you just get to delete your account? The internet ain't going to forget that, buddy. You don't just get to keep it moving and get a new name. People are going to find you.
Yeah, well, doesn't mean he has to do it.
It doesn't.
Please, God, don't do it.
But, the thing is...
Oh, the image. The image of the red
I'm not even going to image. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying...
soft serve?
This is a...
It depends what he had earlier.
I mean, hey.
The dog I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Talk about shooting off your mouth.
Yeah, Costa asked me this morning, he goes, any talk that you guys going to change the stakes for Shoot the Boot to this? I said, absolutely not.
Shoot the poop.
Yeah, shoot the poop.
No?
No, we are not.
Absolutely not.
But, we got a text yesterday. Somebody texted, I don't know what you're talking about. Texas is going to beat Michigan by 30. And so...
Is the Carson Casino open?
So I said, all right, dude, I'll take Michigan plus 29.5. It's when one shoots off one's mouth, the question is, how often does one have to be held accountable in their if-then statement? Like, that is a punitive if-then statement. So our question at 248-539-9797 is, did you or anyone you know have to follow up on a bold, brash, if-then statement? Because, I mean, nobody's going to be worse than this, and there's no way he's going to do this. But I do believe the internet will find at 321 Noel.
That's the same guy that wants credit for everything he ever got right, but will never own up to the things he got wrong.
What do you mean?
The guy who posted that, like, he'll be like, "Oh, I told you, FSU was gonna get left out of the playoff or something like that." Da. But if you get something wrong, it's like delete account, right?
Right. Okay, gotcha.
I hate people when you say something like that.
Well, I mean, I guess it's because I'm particularly sensitive to it, and I'm probably
Look at the small Frosty commercial right over your shoulder, Gator. Look at Wendy's.
Looking.
Look,
I'm
right
not
there.
looking.
Look.
Why would I look?
All right. I just thought you liked Wendy's.
What's the matter with you?
Anyways.
Did you just pull a Gator and completely sidetrack a topic, Kang?
Not really. It's kind of on topic a little bit.
Anyway, we operate in a place, in a space. Part of the job is we are held accountable for what we say. So you got to, I try not to be irresponsible with what we say. And every once in a while, what have we had to do, Gator? We've had to drink beer out of a shoe.
That's right.
Yeah, because no one respects you after that. Like this guy, I don't know, they'll never find him, or if they do find him, he's not going to follow through, right? But if you're his friend and he put this out there and he doesn't do it, I'm sorry, man. Anything you say to me moving forward, I just don't believe you.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
You posted this with emphatically, he put it at the end, book it. He didn't even stop after he wrote what he was going to do. He wrote, book it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we booked it, dude. And then you deleted it.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, by book it, I kind of mean that's screenshot it.
Yeah.
That is.
Remember this.
Remember this. No matter what, remember this. That's what book it means.
Yeah, right.
Bet.
Make note of it. Yeah. Don't forget I said this.
Now, remember when I said this? Oh.
Yeah.
People remember.
Yep.
Screenshot.
So his name goes viral by noon?
Oh, I think it's already got to be.
Oh, is his name? I haven't seen his name out there.
I'm sorry, his actual name.
His real name.
Yeah, obviously the story has already gone viral.
Who he is, where he works. Book it.
People want us to change the name to Scoop the Poop Guarantee.
No, that's not happening.
The Red Solo Cup Lock of the Week.
Just because there's a moron in Tallahassee doesn't mean we have to be morons.
Yeah,
Come on.
He's going to have to book it out of town.
Book it. All right, so when did you or one of your friends make a very unfortunate if-then statement and have to be held accountable? Or did they run? Did they delete their account? Or not stop answering your phone calls and texts?
This is a big one.
Oh, I don't know that there's anything bigger than this.
Hopefully we're not getting anything of this vernacular, but yeah, I think that there's some, I guarantee people have had some regrettable moments.
248-539-9797. Doesn't have to be you. It could be your friend. Out them.
Yeah, could be your friend.
Yeah. Out them. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Look, we got a lot we can discuss on the show, man. A lot of college football to recap.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I mean, I know.
I'm just saying later.
I did a ton of it yesterday. So,
Yeah.
But
what?
That's good. That's good. We'll get back to it. We're talking about 3-2-1 Noel, who went out on a hell of a limb and said if Florida State loses to Boston College this weekend, I will eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup, film myself, and stream myself doing it.
You said with a spoon, right?
Yeah, with a spoon. Said I'd stream myself doing it. I lost the actual quote, but that's it. It's a summation of it.
It's like a molten Frosty.
Yeah. And everybody, he has since deleted his account, and everybody, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but there are a lot of internet sleuths tracking down who is this guy and trying to get a hold of him to see what he has to say.
What kind of a sicko wants to see this?
I don't want to see it. There was that one video that went viral years ago. You remember that?
Never watched it.
I didn't either.
The closest I came to watching that was the one where they had Kermit the Frog's reaction to watching it.
Yeah.
That's as close as I got. and Kermit was not. Kermit was shocked.
Yes.
To say the least.
Yes.
And he'd eat a pig.
That's right. And he was disgusted by this. And that was. I don't even want to go to the details what that video was, but let's just say it was along the lines of what?
There's only one of this guy, though.
One of 3-2-1 Noel?
Yeah. It's one guy, one cup.
Oh, we've gotten that text.
Yeah.
Yep.
But hopefully this never comes to fruition. Nobody needs to see this.
Well,
I don't need this in my life.
You don't have to watch it, just like the other video.
Not in an election year.
But yeah, that's the only time. That's the reason why, right? A non-election year, Gator's more open to
I mean,
it.
you wrote a check that you couldn't cash. No, this is awful. This is just so awful.
248-539-9797. Brandon and Shelby are on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good, thank you.
So, to your topic, a couple of years ago, me and my buddies were having our Friendsgiving, and somebody brought deviled eggs. I don't know who. Nobody ate any of the deviled eggs. And so one of my buddies told me, yeah, I know.
I love deviled eggs.
So one of my buddies told me, hey, if I flip this bottle 4 times in a row, like just a normal bottle, and I can get it to land, you have to eat the whole tray of deviled eggs.
Wow.
4 times, not 3 times, and he did it.
I love these bets. These are the best bets.
So there's a couple things about this, Brandon. In the moment, you're probably not thinking much of it other than he's not going to get this done.
Plus, the Friendsgiving, so you're wasted.
Yeah, so did you give it any thought, or you just say, you're on, without giving it much thought?
I didn't give it any thought because nobody can flip a bottle and land it 4 times in a row.
4 times? Come on.
So
Right.
that's the first part of it. Because if you gave it any thought, you would realize that there is literally no upside to you saying yes. Like, if he can't do it, what do you get out of it? Nothing.
Deviled eggs.
And it wasn't like if he missed, he had to eat them. I
Right.
was just like, nah, you can't do this.
You're just emphasizing how much you don't believe in him.
Yes. And and so did you actually follow through?
Yeah, that's exactly. I did follow through, and I had to eat a whole. And I like deviled eggs, but not to the point where I had to eat a whole tray. But I wasn't gonna not follow through.
Yeah, good. You're a good man. That's what you have to do.
Yeah. Have you had a deviled egg since?
Maybe a couple times on Easter, but not really.
Without getting too graphic, did you regret that decision immediately?
No, I did not. I held it down
All right.
like a champion.
All right.
Deviled eggs are good, man.
I love deviled eggs.
Brandon?
I feel like I got some praise for it from my friends as well.
How many? You said it was
finish off.
By the way, how many deviled eggs was it?
It has to have been like 10 or 11. Nobody ate the deviled eggs. Like, it was like the appetizer, and we had like a bunch of other stuff. Nobody touched the deviled eggs.
It's got to be more than 10 or 11.
Did it actually? Was it actually one of those deviled egg trays that, like, specifically for deviled eggs, where they have the cutout in the tray, or was it just like on a plate?
That was it, like
awesome.
the half egg.
Awesome.
It was like the half egg cutout.
Yeah.
It was like the white plastic tray.
Oh yeah.
Probably like 20 of
Yep.
them.
Brandon, way to step up.
Good job.
Way to step up. Let's hope that 3-2-1 Noel. Actually, I don't care what 3-2-1 Noel does.
What?
I want 3-2-1 Noel to learn a lesson, and everybody out there to learn a lesson. Because what if putting stuff like this in social media, you were legally obligated to follow through? Would the world be a worse place?
Yes.
If you were legally obligated, if you were responsible for what you posted on social media.
So I just want to understand this. You're advocating that he actually does this.
No, I'm advocating.
Just to serve as a message to everybody else that you're going to be held accountable if you say something stupid.
No, I'm advocating if you say something stupid, you know you have to pay the price for it. And thus, people will say less stupid stuff on the internet.
But in order to do that, you need the example set, and now you want this guy to do it.
If that's what it takes, then yes. If that's what it takes, absolutely. The world would be a better place if you had to be held. Everyone had to be held accountable for what they posted on the internet. And if it starts with 3-2-1 Noel and a red Solo cup, world's a better place.
I agree, Doug. Accountability's big, man.
Huge.
This reminds me of my brother, actually, when we were younger. He really liked mangoes. And there was a whole bowl of mangoes in my house one day because my mom went and bought like a whole tray of them or whatever on sale, like Costco, Sam's Club. And he's eating a mango, and he's like, man, these are really good. I probably eat this whole thing, this whole bowl here. My dad turns and goes, you think you can eat that whole bowl of mangoes? And my brother goes, yeah. He goes, I give you $20 if you could eat the whole bowl of mangoes in an hour. He goes, you're on. About mango 4, he goes, dude.
Mango 4.
Because I don't think I can do it. He's talking to me. I'm like, well, dude, you $20, man.
I mean, it's $20.
Right? He's like, all right. So he tried to use the bathroom and stuff like that. Did not help. My dad's laughing because, of course, he knows kids are idiots and they spout off the mouth and they say stuff that they can't follow through with.
This doesn't apply to kids.
All right,
this is only adults.
18 and up?
Yeah.
He's in college.
Okay.
Could be 17, but he's in college.
Next text. If this guy just tweeted out, yeah, I'm not doing that, instead of pretending he never said it, I genuinely would respect that.
Him shutting down his account right now is probably very smart. But resurfacing at some point to make an appropriate statement about it would be fine. But to shut it down right now, maybe lay low for a couple of weeks and then come back and say, okay, I erred in my hyperbole. What I will do is this, and come up with something else, and that would be cringeworthy for people, but not like that.
3-2-1 Noel just needs to find some poopy-looking chocolate ice cream, let it melt a little bit, and throw a couple kernels of corn in there and eat it, and act like he's gagging. Then he's paid off his debt.
What are we doing?
Next text from Gordon.
That's fake chow.
That's a fake chow.
Next text, Gordon writes in, this guy finds out what happens when shooting the boot goes wrong. So there you go. More text. Fantasy football punishments are essentially the same thing, except you have a group that holds you accountable to follow through with it.
Yeah, but nobody's doing this for
Nobody's
fantasy
doing this, no.
football.
Did you see the guy in Sunday's Tiger game that had the clown outfit on and was sitting right behind home plate?
I think I saw it.
It looked like he was all by himself at the game wearing a full clown outfit right behind home plate. They eventually interviewed him and on the Bally's broadcast, and he was like, yeah, I lost my fantasy football league and my friends bought me this ticket right behind home plate.
And he had to wear the clown outfit.
Yep.
I love it. I love it because clowns should sit alone. And that's a great punishment. That's
really
a funny punishment. Here's the costume. Here's your seat, all by yourself behind home plate. Enjoy.
Mike in Flint said, I played a round of golf with a buddy in college. Made a bet that we owed $2 for a birdie and $5 for an eagle. I added $50 for a double eagle. Hilarious. That son of a bitch jarred a 4-iron from 200 yards. $50 was some real cash for this stupid college student. I paid it, though.
Amazing. Double eagle.
What's the worst if-then statement you've ever been privy to? Like 3-2-1 Noel, who said after the Georgia Tech game, shot his mouth off and said, if Florida State loses to BC this weekend, I will eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. He has deleted every account he's had on all forms of social media. The internet is on the case trying to track this guy down. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. As weather begins to cool, there's still time to take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with the Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Just call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. You could also save 10% off any residential job over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Why don't you just tell me who it is?
Baker Mayfield's Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
According to Pro Football Talk, they're the fifth best team in the NFC.
Yes.
Okay.
For week one with the power rankings. Behind the Lions they have the power rankings for all the NFL. Number one is Kansas City. Number two, the Detroit Lions. Number 3, Green Bay. Number 4, San Francisco. Number 5, the Ravens. Number 6, the Eagles, followed by the Bengals and Bills. And then coming in at number 9, I asked you during the break, I said, what team do you think comes after the Eagles in terms of the NFC? And you listed off a bunch of teams that I think a lot of people would have said, like the Rams, who check in at 17, or the Dallas Cowboys, who check in at 19. You even said, please, God, don't say the Bears. And I said, no, and they come in at 13. And you said, why don't you just tell me who it is? Tampa Bay at number 9.
Well, it's based on that uniquely average quarterbacking of Baker Mayfield at 17, one spot ahead of Jared Goff, according to the Athletics QB Power Rankings. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Leon next here on 97.1. Hi, Leon.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I was calling because I forgot 92 whatever. I would not have deleted my social media or anything. I would have just said, hey, I shot my mouth off. I was wrong, but I ain't eating nothing out of nothing. Think of me what you will.
Yeah.
But also, and I'm serious about that. Hey, I was wrong, but I ain't eating poop. Sorry.
I think that's
sorry, not sorry.
given.
I mean, if he'd said that, then basically that would go viral today and the story would be over. Instead, he's a man on the run right now, and everybody in the internet that cares about this is chasing him down. He will be outed.
Which is foolish on both parts. But I also called about the gentleman who called and said that a lot of times we make excuses. We're trying to cover up our own excuses for ragging on somebody like they did Jared Goff out of L.A. We're guilty of that in Detroit too, and you and your broadcasting partner as well are guilty. And I say this because I know you guys are truly Detroit fans, but you discount the fact that Matthew Stafford is the best quarterback Detroit has ever had stat-wise.
But he's not.
But he is. Who's better?
Jared Goff has had a better year.
Had a better year.
Mm-hmm.
Not better years.
Well, he's been here for 3 seasons.
You're talking about career stats.
You're talking about career. I'm not going to argue that. You're right. Career, absolutely. Matthew Stafford is without question.
Go ahead. But that's not the way you guys phrase it. Jared Goff has got better stats for a year and a half. His first year and a half was not. But the thing about it is we tend to rag on Matthew Stafford and forget about his accomplishments. And every time I hear us Detroit fans do that, it puts me in mind of let's say Jahmyr Gibbs. Let's say they win the Super Bowl next year. And then we're saying, oh, Jahmyr Gibbs, the best running back. He has an integral part in the winning of that Super Bowl. Does that make him the best quarterback the best running back in Detroit?
Hold on, Leon. I don't know that anybody there has been zero discussion over who is the better quarterback in the totality of their careers. It was more about the current rankings. The current rankings.
That's what we're talking about today. But I'm talking about, I listen to the show faithfully. I love you two guys.
Yeah.
And I can say this to you because other hosts I don't think really are Detroit fans. I think you two are. But I've heard that come out of you two, you and
well, Leon, I would say this.
As yes.
Doug has been probably the biggest proponent of Matthew Stafford, so I don't know if he fits in that. And if you, so then
maybe
that would
not.
be.
You're right.
I would be more in line with the one that would say that he's not.
He's done nothing. He did nothing for us. He was nobody to us. Wait a minute.
Well, they went to 3 playoff games with Matthew Stafford and didn't win any of them.
And
we don't have to hash through this again. I mean,
we're about to. We're about to.
Yeah,
we're about to.
We're going to do the embargo again. I mean, you could be, but I guess the difference is that Barry Sanders is like arguably the greatest of all time on a team that went really nowhere, but did win a playoff game, by the way. And Matthew Stafford was maybe the best Lions quarterback we had prior to Goff getting here.
I'm speaking as a Detroit fan, as a Lions fan. Yes, I'm not talking about any other quarterbacks. Those rankings that you guys are upset about, I'm upset about them too. I think whoever made them has a mental disorder. But I really do.
Well, Leon, I guess if their argument is over stuff you've heard on the station, I'm not going to speak to anybody else's argument. And I shouldn't have probably even brought up the golf ranking in the first place because I genuinely don't care. It's more laughable to me, and it has no impact on reality. And the only impact on reality that it may have is Jared Goff may see it. And if Jared Goff sees it, because I said something yesterday, and I ran it past Kang, and I did not run it past you, Gator. But I'm going to run it past you now. And Kang said to me, he goes, I don't know how many people are like you. The Lions are playing a game Sunday against the LA Rams. And to me, I think it's appropriate to talk about who the LA Rams quarterback is. Only in the context of this football game. And the following week, the Lions play Tampa. And I think we should talk about Baker Mayfield. Only in the context of the football game. And I think the week after that, it's Arizona, and we'll talk about Kyler Murray. And then it's Dallas, and we'll talk about Dak Prescott, and so on and so forth. I don't feel the necessity or the audience thirst for Stafford topics this week, other than he is the quarterback of the team that the Lions are going to play. And Kang said, I don't know if people are like you. And I said, well, we've done the whole he's come back to town thing. And what kind of put a nice, neat bow on it from our perspective as Detroiters was winning the game and carrying on in our very healthy place as a football organization. I don't feel compelled, and I asked Kang off the air, and he goes, I'm not sure people are like you, Doug, and I'm asking you on the air. We don't really need to do the Stafford's back in town topic, do we? It's been done. It was what it was. We sort of had to lift the embargo because we did Stafford topics for the better part of the last 8 years of his career in Detroit. But we don't need to do this again, right? Or do you disagree?
I would disagree. I think it's another year. It's the last. They played each other in the postseason in the playoff game. It was fantastic, and there was something that came out of it. Because I suppose if Matthew's wife wasn't so self-important about things and wanting to advance this agenda and all that, then maybe we could let it go. But she opened up her mouth, and I think it opens it up for what's going to happen on Sunday. So, how are they going to be treated? Because it is something that's going to be talked about.
I feel like I'm doing Matthew Stafford a solid, but also doing myself a real service as well. I pay no attention to what this player's wife has to say. I don't care what this player's wife has to say.
That's fine. And going into this week, we're going to try not to. But at some point, I'm going to guess that there's going to be some statement made, and we're going to address it. We don't have to go hunting it.
Do we
don't have to seek it out.
Is Baker Mayfield married? Are we going to talk about what Baker Mayfield's wife says?
I don't know. Did Baker Mayfield play for the Lions for 11 years?
I know.
I mean, it's a big difference.
I know, but we did it ad nauseum last year.
Yeah, and we want to throw it back in the face because we can, because the Lions won. Lions fans want to be chesty about it.
Doug, it's always going to be, I know you don't like it, but it's always going to be part of the story. It just is because, and Kelly Stafford has said something already kind of Gator on her podcast. She did announce that her and the children will not be attending the game at Ford Field Sunday night when the Rams play the Lions.
Wait. Go ahead. You tell the people what you saw on Twitter.
What do you?
Oh, before she made that announcement, somebody posted on Twitter.
Yeah, this is great. This needs to be on the air. So, last year, obviously, Kelly Stafford was, she was upset. She thought people were booing her children.
Right, which is ridiculous. They're not booing your kids. They're booing you.
Going on viral right now on Twitter is people are like, I just want to be clear. We are not booing Kelly Stafford. We're not booing Matthew Stafford. We will boo the children when they come here, okay? Just to make this clear, everybody, we're booing the kids, right?
That's funny.
But you can't boo the kids anymore because they're not coming either. So that's according to her podcast. But, Doug, the Matthew Stafford story is always going to be a story because this is the ex-girlfriend, ex-wife, whatever you want to call it. You may be married, you may moved on, but that doesn't change the relationship you had with that woman when she walks in the door.
But you're dating a more successful,
Sure.
better looking
Yeah.
woman who
Well,
loves you more now.
Sure.
And
Absolutely.
it does more for you.
That's all true. But also what's true is that you used to be with that other one.
Yeah. And you want to throw it in their face that what she's got right now is better.
Operated that way, and I don't need. I'm perfectly.
Hey, look, in real life, I can try to avoid the ex, right? I don't
Right?
have, but
Yes.
this is totally different. She's coming to town.
Yeah.
But
what am I supposed to do? I can't
She's
run
coming to
away.
my house.
She's
It's
right
not
there.
uncomfortable for us. We're perfectly comfortable right now. It might be uncomfortable for the ex.
You can't ignore her. She's right there.
She's right there, Doug.
I ignore her, and you should too.
You
You're
can't.
in a better place.
You can't ignore it. All I'm saying, look, I think fans are going to
You're
react.
not,
They're gonna react.
you're not a vindictive person.
Well, some people I am, but I have no real ill will towards Stafford. But here's the thing: you could fuel it up if you wanted to. Somebody asked to leave. Somebody wanted out. Okay.
Yep.
And it's been much to the betterment of the Detroit Lions. It was also to the betterment of the Rams. They won a Super Bowl, but we got Goff. We got to restart. We had a couple first-round picks out of it. We parlayed that into more picks, and now we've built this team up to where they have arguably the best roster in football. I love what's happened. It doesn't mean I'm not going to rub the nose into it.
See, I'm not feeling the necessity to do that.
You
that
may
doesn't
not, and
improve,
and that's
it
fine.
doesn't improve
but how
my
did you
day
start
in
this
any way.
conversation? How did you start this conversation?
I don't remember. That was
You
4
said
minutes
maybe.
ago.
You said maybe I'm different.
I think I said maybe I'm wrong. But either way, yes.
Either way, yes, you're different and you're wrong.
So you think not only should we do it, you think people thirst for Stafford content this week?
I think people desperately want to rub it in his face that he chose to leave and the Lions are better off because of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So have at it, man.
Well, there's 3 of us that determine the topics. Well, that's not true. The fans determine the topics. I guess we'll find out how important it is to them. As the week carries on, it's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll see where the ball bounces. I just want to make to lighten the mood here a little bit, although I guess there's nothing really wrong with the mood. Have you seen Brett McMurphy has been absolutely killing Florida State today?
No.
Brett McMurphy, college football writer. I'm going to get to a couple of his posts because these are funny. Brett McMurphy, weird stat. No college football teams suing their conferences has won this season. Breaking news is another tweet. Breaking news, Florida State adding to its ACC lawsuits to force expansion of the college football playoff from 12 teams to 112 teams.
Oh, boy. He's not a fan of the lawsuit, huh?
No, he's not. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ed in Ann Arbor, our 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Doug, I'm with you. I'm with you on the Stafford deal. We're past that. Here's the truth. There's a difference. Matthew Stafford went to L.A., and the rest of the team took him to the Super Bowl, and he helped them win. Jared Goff came to Detroit, and he personally took us to the championship game. And one is descending, the other is ascending.
So why do you, Ed, I'm intrigued by this. Why do you think he personally took him to the championship game? Didn't the team help him do that as well? Just like Stafford's team helped him achieve their heights?
No. Those guys were nothing when Goff got here. He greeted them personally. He built them up. He made them feel like they belonged. That's his team, dude. That's what team is all about. That's what everybody wanted Stafford to be.
I mean, I guess there's so few players left from that era. I mean, I'm looking back at his first team in Detroit. Amon-Ra was on it, and Jamar Jefferson was on it. Is he still practice squad?
Who are you talking about?
On Goff's first team. Decker was on it.
We're getting people from the parking lot to play at 100%.
And I guess I'm not following.
On a 3-1-13 team, and then starting out 0-6 or whatever it was. These guys are his guys.
Yeah, Ed. I don't know that I would say Stafford did it or Goff did it all by himself. I guess I
no. I think that Brad Holmes may have played a role, but it certainly. Look, they had some foundational pieces with Frank Ragnow and Taylor Decker on the offensive line, and then that first draft, you end up adding Penei Sewell to it. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, and I think Graham Glasgow was he there before, maybe. But they all grew together.
They did grow together.
I guess if you want to say, if that's the point you want to make, that they all kind of came up together and they're building this thing, and his point about ascending versus descending, I'll agree with that. I mean, they definitely ascended with Jared Goff and Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and Amon-Ra St. Brown and everybody else that's been drafted and acquired from this team. They've done a great job.
248-539-9797. Jason is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. Great show. I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you.
First of all, Gator, I love you, man. You make me laugh every day. But what you said at the end of the last segment fired me right up. When you mentioned, I don't think you presented it as your opinion, but more generically as in terms of Lions fans, where you said, as far as the booing goes, I hope there is no booing. I know there will be, but I hope there's not. And the reason is what you said, and I'm paraphrasing here, was Matthew Stafford chose to leave, and we're a better team without him. Well, yes, we're a better team without him, because if he didn't choose to leave and go somewhere else, we don't have Jahmyr Gibbs. We don't have Jameson Williams. We don't have Sam Laporta. We don't have Jared Goff. Of course we're a better team. Look at what we got for him because he wanted out. He gave us 11 hard years, and I appreciate that. I'm not trying to create this embargo again, but we don't have all these guys if he didn't choose to leave.
I totally agree. That's why I said it. I'm like, the first part of that is true too. He wanted out. And when you want out of the situation, out of a sinking ship, if you will, and I think the fans aren't going anywhere. Fans have to stay here. And I think a lot of those fans took offense to him wanting to leave and not stick it out and try to make it better. Those fans are also very grateful that he did because of what happened with getting Goff and getting all the draft picks. I'm not somebody who boos players. I'd rather cheer my team than boo something else. So I think your first part is more right than wrong. I'm presenting the generic opinion on this, but I do think that there's a lot of people out there that are pissed that Stafford left, and they want and they've gotten a measure of revenge. Is it enough, or do they want to bring it back every time the Rams come to town and Stafford's wearing a uniform? Sure.
I think last year was enough. I think we're good now. This year, you know what? Let him come back, play the video, do the highlight clips, that Browns game with the separated shoulder and all that, and give him the standing O that he deserves, is my opinion. I don't know where this team would stand if he was still on this team, because obviously we wouldn't have all those guys that just rattled off. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't know where we would be. I don't know. We could still be on that sinking ship if he never wanted out.
Well, I think it's. Do they do a video this week? Or
I don't know if they do. I mean, I don't know if they would tell him ahead of time, because then maybe Kelly and the kids would want to be there, you know. But the fact that she already announced that they're not going, maybe they're not doing anything.
That's why I do it. That's why I did the video ready. She's not here.
Oh,
she's not here.
Cue the video.
We're all good.
Roll footage, right? Well,
roll Stafford tribute. Roll Stafford tribute.
You know, there's one thing the caller brought up. Yeah, you're right. None of us know how the Lions would be right now if Stafford was still on the team. But guess what? They would have had Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell still, and I wouldn't underestimate those two at all. Now, they wouldn't have as much resources or assets to work with as far as draft capital, but I guarantee you Dan Campbell's still trying to change the culture into what he has it today, and Brad Holmes is still trying to get players that the type of player that he still has on this team today. So you still have those two, and there's no telling what he could have done with Stafford as well.
Coming up next hour here, the best of what Dan Campbell had to say at the podium yesterday. 248-539-9797. Brandon is next here on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I just want to state, maybe some common sense. Well, it should be. One, I think Stafford deserves his praise as an all-time great Lion. He was here for 11 years. He played for a horrible franchise, a laughingstock franchise, as you will. Caldwell, Matt Patricia, it's a joke. I mean, at the end tail of his time frame here in Detroit, he was injury-ridden. He had a front office that was garbage. He had a horrible, a team around him, essentially. He deserved to leave and search somebody who was a better team all around. And that trade, Stafford plus Goff and collective, draft picks, seems to be the very few instances where it's a win-win scenario. And just to reiterate, one of your last callers said, Stafford had the team carry him to the Super Bowl, essentially. I mean, I totally disagree. If you look at how he slayed Tom Brady, the greatest of all time, in Tampa Bay, his game-winning drive, no-look pass to Cooper Kupp. And
I think we can all agree that wasn't true. That was a bit of an overstatement, and it was a weird overstatement with what he said about Goff, too. But, yeah, it was a win-win.
He wasn't injury-riddled with the Lions the first 2 years, yes, and then he went 8 straight seasons where he didn't miss a game, and then played 8 games in 2019 and played all 16 in 2020. So, I mean, I wouldn't say injury-riddled. Started his career that way and then was an Iron Man.
Dan Campbell keeps mentioning this guy. We'll play it for you today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So I had to get new garage doors recently, and I knew there was only one place to call, Precision Garage Door. They are awesome. They took my call immediately, scheduled an appointment right away, and they helped me select the perfect doors for my house and got it installed in no time. John, Jeff, the whole crew, easy to work with, the true professionals, and right now you're looking for pros because it's amazing what they do. The customer service they have is spectacular. They work weekends at no extra charge. You can schedule an appointment on their website for a time that actually works for you, not just for them, but works for you. That's awesome. In fact, all calls are answered 24/7 if you give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. But the best way to do it, check them out on the web. Visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment today. And if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, well, they're going to waive that service fee. Once again, it's precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. What's your first thought on the field? Not anything else. On the field, this Rams game. What are your early thoughts on this Sunday night season opener?
I think the Lions win. I think the crowd will be into it. I think it'll be a very, very, very loud, boisterous.
Yep.
And I'm excited to see the new look defense.
I'm fascinated with what this secondary could be. And we have the least amount of public data on Carlton Davis, Terrion Arnold, Amik Robertson, Ennis Rakestraw. We have Lauren Strickland. We have so little data. Well, he made the team.
Right.
And he's new. We have so little data.
And we don't know who number 53 is going to be yet.
53. I don't know who 53 is. Who's
53 on the roster? Because right now they have 52 on the roster. They haven't named the 53rd man. Sorry. Not number 53.
Just for the record, it didn't help when you said on the roster. I'm like, yeah, I'm looking it up right now. No, that like the secondary is supposed to be a dramatic change, right?
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
And we saw a tiny little sliver during practice. I think it was Robertson came up with an interception when we were watching, and he played a little bit during the preseason. So did Arnold and Rakestraw a little bit, but not much. And I can't even imagine last year's offense with this year with a good secondary. I mean, even an average secondary. Better than average secondary? I don't know what they're going to be. Are they going to go from being a dreadful secondary to a bad secondary? Can they be an average secondary? Can they be good?
What I care about is what kind of secondary they are in like November. That's when it's going to start to matter. You get now the final stretch of games. How improved are they? I think if you look at statistics throughout the whole season, you look at, they improved this much, and maybe it doesn't look like it's that great of an improvement. But statistically, if they improve from 30th in the league or whatever they were last year to 20th in the league, it's a nice jump. But people will say it's not. It's just an average because it's only 20th in the league. But I'll bet that how they're playing at the end of the year, if they're healthy, is going to look so much better than what they look in September. It's just it should if they're healthy. The reps make you better. The experience makes you better, and that's what's going to matter. But I'm excited about it because I think it's not like they're starting 4 rookies out there. They're starting at least 1 rookie, but I like the guys they have. Brian Branch coming back, having being a Swiss Army knife back there, whatever he's going to do. Kirby Joseph, who's a ball hawk, love that. But Carlton Davis, that's the guy I'm curious about. We saw him making plays in practice, and that's a really good offense that the Lions have. And he was making plays, and we've seen Terry Arnold make plays, and Rakestraw, and Robertson, another new guy, but he's been in the league for a while. So I really like their opportunity to be appreciably better to begin the season, but really it's about how they finish the season.
Yeah, and, this Rams team, they're not going to have to deal with Aaron Donald, which is a huge freaking deal. And I think they got the kid out of Florida State. I got to look and see if he's scheduled to start for them. Fisk. Was he at Western? He was the one that was at Western and transferred to Florida State. And boy, does Florida State miss him. But I think he's going to start for them in the middle of that defensive line. The Rams are a good team. Without question, they're a good team.
Well,
Is Puka Nacua
they also
out?
have Jared Verse.
Yeah, well,
that's the other rookie who looks like that could be, making it up in the aggregate, if you will, the production that Aaron Donald had.
Aaron Donald's not there, but Kobe Turner is a beast, man. Watch for Kobe Turner. He's gonna try to get in the backfield all day. This is a good thing the Lions have one of the best offensive lines in the league because they're gonna be tested. Like I said, he's no Aaron Donald, but he's pretty damn good.
And it looks like Puka Nacua is going to play at this point. Let me just double check that. It sounded like the last time McVay talked about him. Sean McVay says he's been practicing fully and, quote, he'll be ready to roll, according to the Rams official site report.
How's it look for Jonah Jackson and Rob Havenstein, who are 2 starters in the line that are questionable? Alaric Jackson, who's the starting left tackle, is suspended.
Yeah, I have no updates on them.
Issues to start right away.
Yep. But, the other thing about this is it important? Is it super hyper important to win the opener? Or is it just, look, it's 1 of 17, strange stuff happens, one loss doesn't, shouldn't lead to panic.
You can obviously take it both ways. I mean, is it important? It was important to the Lions last year. They won the first game. Was it important to the Chiefs that they won the first game? No. They lost and won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So I think it's important for the Lions, just for their own psyche, to continue building off what they did last year. Put some distance. Like, it took everything they had to beat the Rams last year in the playoffs. Like, it came down to a very important pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown to kind of close it out. I want them to put the foot on their throat early in this game. Be great to win this game by double digits and just let's move on to get ready for week 2 and stay healthy, rather than have another, barn burner.
That's probably not going to happen, though, right? I mean,
Probably
that's just not how things
It's not
work.
the
I mean,
NFL.
for your psyche as a fan, sure, that'd
that's
be
what
great.
I'm saying. For my psyche as a fan.
But as long as they win, I mean, you guys talk about wanting to see the secondary and the defense. They're going to be tested right out the gates here. I mean, Stafford is definitely older, but Puka and Kyron Williams and Cooper Kupp and Stafford can still sling the ball. They're going to be tested right out the gates, and it's probably going to be a close game. And I don't know how the defense is going to be. So for me, the thing I'm looking for is to make sure to double, triple stamp the fact that this offense is elite, because I still think offenses wins championships in this league now, in the new NFL. And if that offense is still elite, the offensive line is still elite, they got a great chance to go all the way. So as long as, they're scoring points, the defense, I think we're going to give them some grace, right? They're new players. They're trying to implement a different scheme that Aaron Glenn's always wanted to do. So it's going to possibly take some time.
Some guys get grace and some guys don't. No, honestly, like I get that with some of the secondary. It's going to take.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it doesn't take too long.
Well, they haven't
but
played
got
together
rookies.
in this preseason.
Yeah, but other guys, I want more from. I want more from Hutchinson. I want Hutchinson to get home. I want Hutchinson to hit the quarterback early and often. Walk out of that game with 5 quarterback hits and 2 sacks. I want to see that from him. Take the next level up to be considered a Max Crosby type, and not just have the potential to be that, but actually be that type of impact player. We know he gets a ton of pressures on the quarterback, but the pressure to sack rate isn't all that impressive.
There is something to be said, too, for the guys that there's so many contributing young players, and we always think that the arrow's pointing up, and usually it is. But that doesn't mean there's no given that it's going to continue to point up. But, I mean, you start listing the young players. Is Laporta going to be better? Is Penei Sewell still getting better?
Knowles 3-2-1 on his mind.
Not go to Florida State.
Yeah.
No. Is Penei Sewell still getting better? Where is Jack Campbell this year? Where is Brian Branch? Are they still got a lot more to give?
And Penei Sewell had that injury.
Yeah.
That he suffered. So how available is he for Sunday night's game?
Is Jahmyr Gibbs turned into one of the most feared weapons in the NFL this year? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Eddie, you're next. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
This is a very, coming up on week 1 now. Thank God we're playing the Rams again. This game's going to be electric. So I currently live in Los Angeles, but I'm originally from Detroit. I live here now almost 25 years, but, still, born and bred, Detroit bred. So I'm actually flying back to the game for Sunday, opening night. I'm coming with a couple of Rams fans with me. Nice. But I'll tell you kind of what the narrative here in LA is about Stafford and Goff. All Rams fans will tell you that Goff was basically kind of the, aloof quarterback, number 1 overall. They kind of didn't really even want him. Jeff Fisher kind of took him with, through the transition. And then when McVay had him, he really didn't even want him in the first place. So him shipping him out, that became the narrative. But for us, I think he's the quintessential athlete that we were looking for. I can put Goff up against guys like the Rasheed Wallaces of the world, the Chauncey Billups, those types of guys who were kind of thrown out to the abyss, and then we kind of took him in. And he's more Detroit than Stafford will ever be. And I'm sorry to say it like this. Stafford came with all the praise, number 1 overall pick, fanfare. all the passing yards in college, Heisman Trophy candidate. He was never going to be he was not going to be that for us unless he won. And unfortunately, in the 11 years that Stafford was with us, he really never really embraced, kind of like what Jared does. Jared's press conferences are legendary. The way that he talks about the city is unbelievable.
Stafford did the same. He really did.
What, Doug, the one thing I always hated about Stafford was that when he did press conferences, it was the same sound bites. It was like, we got to watch the film. We got to get better. And nothing got better. There was no substance to what he was saying. It was always like a media session. And I'm not saying that, it's either right or wrong, but we never felt that he never became the city. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Stafford did so much in this community. I don't know that that's the fair thing to say. He did so much in this community, and he was boring at the podium, but he did say glowing things about Detroit.
He said great things about Detroit. He made Detroit his home, and they contributed to the community. Absolutely. By the way, Goff statistically in college, leaps and bounds better than Stafford was.
Was he?
Statistically. Yeah, he had like 5,000 more yards passing, almost twice as many touchdowns, and they both played 3 years.
Okay, Dan Campbell keeps bringing this guy's name up, and we'll get to that today at 102. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, huge week. Huge week for football in our state. Michigan hosting Texas. Spartans on the road at Maryland. Both are underdogs. You got the Lions at home playing host to the LA Rams, team they played in the playoffs last year, and team that's getting a lot of love coming into this season, which is fine. I mean, they're a pretty damn good team. But they've kind of become a vogue pick to win the NFC West. And Lions playing host to the Rams on Sunday Night Football with the season opener. So Dan Campbell was at the podium yesterday, and we'll have Jared Goff. I thought we were going to have Goff and Campbell today. It turns out we're having them both, I believe, tomorrow. I think the morning show, we got word that we're getting Goff tomorrow, so look forward to that. But Dan Campbell at the podium yesterday had a bunch of stuff to say. It started with how there's just a feeling in the air. You could tell it's go time. And I thought what he had to say here was really interesting. He includes two names in there. It's time to let him go. I don't think Lions fans would include the names Davenport and Levi yet. I think it's really interesting that he chose those two when he started listing. It's go time. We get to release. And he chose Marcus Davenport and Levi Onwuzurike. And, I mean, there's no reason to believe that these guys are going to be failures or whatever. But if you ask the Lions fans, who are the guys that didn't play in the preseason that you can't wait to see get unleashed? I think he mentioned Levi 3rd or 4th and Davenport 5th.
Well, Levi's the name I want to see. They keep talking about him. They keep bringing him up. Okay. And doesn't look like, I don't know if Reader's going to be available for Sunday, but so if it's Levi and he starts, let's see it. Marcus Davenport's a guy that when I saw him up close in person at training camp and watched him practice a little bit, I'm like, okay, this guy is he might turn some heads here.
Yeah.
If he can stay healthy, I think this is a guy that might be a nice fit on the other side. I don't know yet, but Dan Campbell's excited about it. Are you still buying everything he says?
Yeah, I am. I mean, that the whole you're talking about because of the whole Sudfeld thing.
Well, yeah, that plays a role.
Well, but you always go, well, why would he have said that? Well, at the time, I think he either A, believed it or he still believes it, and Brad Holmes had different ideas. But NBD, I don't think it's any big deal. I'm not trying to make a big deal out of that conversation. But I think it was Dan Miller later in the press conference. If it wasn't, forgive me, whoever was there. But I thought it was Dan Miller that brought it up and said, you keep talking about Levi and you just included him in your core. And asked for further explanation. And here's what Dan Campbell said. So the question is, is their defensive rebuild counting on Levi Onwuzurike, or is their defensive rebuild getting just a bonus in Levi Onwuzurike? Because it feels like a risky thing to count on off-injured players. And if you think about it, DJ Reader, injury last year. Marcus Davenport has had some injury issues. Levi's clearly had some injury issues. So it's like this balance between this is awesome, but I also hope it's not plan A. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. And if you're looking for the future, I mean, well, I don't know, because Levi Onwuzurike is in his 4th year and he wasn't a first-round pick. So they've got a decision to make after the year. Do you want to bring him back or not? So it's a monster year for Levi Onwuzurike. And for him, good time to be healthy if you're as good as advertised. Because, the league loves defensive tackles.
Yep.
They love to give him big money right now, and he's in a good spot if he can back it up. But to me, it's a big if.
If we had ended last season and said next year the starting defensive tackles in week 1 are going to be Aleem McNeil and Levi Onwuzurike, I'd be kind of like, I don't know how comfortable I am with that. And yet the hype has been so much. I never imagined a scenario where we'd be talking about them saving Levi Onwuzurike for the real games. That's what just happened.
That is what happened.
And obviously Reader, I mean, you don't play every snap. It's important to have a rotation of guys. Broderick Martin's hurt, and that, you said we don't know who the 53 is, and it very well could be Peko to, add some depth at that spot. But I mean, there's a lot of guys up front that this might be where the pendulum of good luck swings back in our direction, is we get full seasons out of these players.
Yeah, and maybe this is just beneficial because it is the 4th year for Onwuzurike. It's also the 4th year for Aleem McNeil, who doesn't have a contract yet. Both of these guys motivated to get the next contract and not be a 1-year deal, but to get the next 4-year big contract from the Detroit Lions. They want that. So, you have people that look to those players and say all the time that they're cynical and say, well, this is contract year. Of course they're going to produce. Great time to do it this year.
Mm-hmm.
For a team that went to the NFC Championship game last year and had some liabilities on defense. Let's hope that they're going to come through in their contract year.
If Levi's good, this is like an unforeseen great free agent signing. You know what I mean? Like a pickup that you didn't expect. Like, they're not talking him just being a rotational guy. The way Dan Campbell talks about him and everybody else, to be honest with you, offensive linemen, guys that have spoken to the media during camp and preseason, this guy's a force. And if he's a guy who's going to start and be a key cog on that defensive line, what a pickup it seems like, right? Out of nowhere. I felt like Levi was not even going to be a player anymore, let alone a starter, let alone a guy make a difference.
I'm sort of reluctantly counting on this. Not fully counting on it, but sort of a reluctant half in counting on Levi Onwuzurike to be a difference maker this year. And there is no question that the people in that building expect way more out of Marcus Davenport than the people out here do, than the fans do. 248-539-9797. All right, more from Dan Campbell when we continue. It's game week for the Lions. It's also game week in the league, and that's why America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel, has a special offer. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you're able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lions open the season against the Rams. You got Michigan, Texas coming up Saturday. Michigan State and Maryland, early big season game for the Spartans in the B1G. You got the first week of college football. Nope, nobody has tracked down and found 321 Noel yet. He's the guy that went viral on his own. He went viral by saying something completely ridiculous. He actually posted a picture of what apparently is himself, but who knows? Because everything on the internet is fake. Big guy with a big beard, a bunch of gold chains, cigar, sunglasses, Florida State hat, Florida State shirt. Posted Florida State loses to BC this weekend. I will eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. Book it. He's deleted all his social media accounts after Florida State lost to Boston College. Now, apparently, there is some goodbye post. This has been attributed to him. I'll catch y'all next season. My time on X is done for now. Good luck to everyone. That was the timestamp on this is 8:28 last night.
That's one way of saying goodbye.
Didn't that game start at 8? So by 8:28,
it was an 8 o'clock game, yeah.
He was out. He was out, which is pretty funny. Everybody, like Scott Van Pelt actually mentioned him on SportsCenter last night and said, dude, the internet is going to find you.
Yes.
So anyway, 248-539-9797.
But just because the internet finds you doesn't mean you have to do what you said you would do.
I'm all for a world where you're held 100% accountable for what you post on the internet.
I don't know why you want this man to eat poop.
I want everyone to be held accountable for what they say on the internet.
Even if it means he has to eat poop.
If that's the first step in the new world order of internet accountability, then yes.
I agree with your concept, Doug, but you know that even if he does follow through, that doesn't mean everyone else is going to follow through.
But
unfortunately.
You know what it'll be then?
What?
Then it'll be other ways people can go viral, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to do more crazy stuff, and it's going to get worse. It's going to be worse.
Is it going to be worse, or is it going to get better? Are people going to realize, wait, I might actually have to do this? They'll give it some thought.
I thought we had some good suggestions today with calls and texts saying this guy should just own up and be like, listen, man, I shot off at the mouth here. I'm not going to do it. I was an idiot. I was wrong, clearly, and just own up to the mistake. Because Doug, he ain't going to do it.
No, please don't do it.
He ain't going to do it, man.
I mean, but here's it's just like
I don't want to live in a world where I think that somebody actually does this because it was a bet, and I think that it's the right thing to do because I opened up my mouth. And then put poop in it. No, don't do that.
No, see, but to me, it'll be just like Kelly Stafford. I will pay no attention if he actually does it. Did you ever watch that video with the two girls in the cup? Did you? That was out there, and you chose not to. You can just as easily choose not to watch this.
I'm not going to watch this. I just don't like the idea that that content could be out there.
I highly suspect that the content won't be out there because even if he gets caught up to, if he had any intention of doing this, he would not.
Hey, it's a new TikTok challenge.
The Red Solo Cup challenge?
Yeah, right. Don't do this.
He is Florida man on the run today.
Of course, Florida man.
Okay, let's get to this final thing from Lions head coach Dan Campbell. At one point, I think it was a Wojo question. It was like, hey, and this was funny. It was near the end of the press conference. He said, hey, you've talked openly about winning the Super Bowl. Are you doing that because that's your legitimate expectation, or are you in some ways trying to program your team to make sure that they are expecting this and doing everything they can to achieve it? That was the question. Along those lines, here's what Dan Campbell had to say.
I think, Doug, we asked before about is it important to win this first game, and you can make the argument it is or it isn't, right? I think Dan Campbell just came up with a great argument why it is important. It's a conference game. It's against a team that you're likely going to be competing for playoff spots and seeding. It matters that the Lions start off with a win on Sunday to get that leg up already when it comes to
tiebreakers,
tiebreaking scenarios.
There are so many circle them games in that regard on the Lions schedule.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams game is one of them. What did you just say? Tampa was rated the 5th best team by Pro Football Talk in the NFC?
Yeah.
So the Tampa Bay could sneakily be one of them. Seattle could sneakily be one of them. Probably not as much.
And then you got the obvious ones.
At Dallas, that's one of them. At San Francisco, that's one of them. So you've got all these games that are doubly important for the tiebreaker in the end. And especially the Rams, probably the Rams, Dallas, and the 49ers games, of which the Lions only have one at home. So I think I just talked myself into this being a must-win game.
Already. Week 1. Gotta win. Gotta have it.
If they don't win, what would you do, Doug?
Here we go.
I will only do something that I would actually follow through. I will only promise to be accountable.
No, I think if you say book it, that means you don't have to do it.
Is that what the new definition of book it?
The new definition of book it is? Maybe.
But I mean, there is this is what it's like having an expectation. I don't know that I ever went into a season and talked about the opener and playoff tiebreakers. Have you ever done that?
No.
The opener. Kang, you
No,
ever worried about playoff tiebreakers when you're thinking and previewing the opening game of the season?
Of course not. We've never been here before,
This is what you do in your Super Bowl contending team.
Exactly. This is new territory for us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
It's great.
Yep. It's so it's just unfamiliar territory.
It's just downright refreshing.
Yes, it is. It's fun to see the league from this perspective. The NFL's a lot more fun looking at it from this perspective. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. So, in talking about the players that you can't wait to see play, who would be the number one player you can't wait to see play?
I think it's Jameson Williams, just because of the offensive and scoring ability. And I'm dying to see J-Mo unleashed and being on the field for every snap, basically showcasing that speed that he's got. And, he's got it feels like he's got a whole new repertoire to work with, even though it's year 3.
To me, it's because of my faith in the general manager. I can't wait to see Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
If you look at his success rate with draft picks, and the weird thing is, he said he kind of thinks of himself as a bit of a defensive back geek. And now he's invested a high draft pick in a defensive back. And, he got Brian Branch last year.
Yeah, Branch is kind of that blend between safety and corner. I mean, are these the first true corners that he's drafted?
I'm trying to remember when they got yeah, I think he is. Ifeatu Melifonwu was listed as a defensive back. Kirby Joseph, defensive back. Chase Lucas was a corner, wasn't he? But that was a 7th round pick. But I guess it's because, his track record is he's going to get way more right than wrong. And Terrion Arnold, what a difference it would make to be right about that one. Kang, who's the player you can't wait to see play?
No, I'm with Gator. It's J-Mo. Because he's kind of like the one new toy that you haven't fully seen yet. Like we've seen Goff. I think, guys still have to hit their ceiling. Gibbs has another ceiling he could probably hit. Laporta, he had a phenomenal rookie year, but he could be a 1,000-yard receiving type of guy. St. Brown, I don't know how much more he can actually do. He's done so much on the field. He's an all-pro receiver. Jameson Williams is the guy where you're like, all right, take the shrink wrap off, right? It's time to unleash this beast. He can take the top off of defense, and it's not about the amount of catches. It's what he does with the ball, whether it's an end around or it's a deep post or it's a quick screen. It's going to be exciting to see the ball in his hands because he is so damn fast and so electric.
It's the impact plays.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Big week of football here in Detroit. Heck, could be a big week of baseball. Tigers and Padres. It's the old Monday game, Tuesday off, Wednesday and Thursday series. which was great to have him playing last night. It's weird to have him off tonight.
That is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't realize that they had today off.
Yes, they do.
Sucks. Come on.
Yep.
Well, my baseball fix.
I hear you. Just wanted to have the Labor Day game, I guess.
Speaking of the Tigers, you see Dan Hasty, or former Dan Hasty here, who's
Is
now
that the real Dan Hasty?
the real Dan Hasty. That Dan Hasty.
That Dan Hasty?
That Dan Hasty, who is the play-by-play voice of the West Michigan Whitecaps. He tweeted out, as it turns out, the Tigers acquired a top 100 prospect at the trade deadline after all. As of today, catcher Tyrone Lorenzo ranks as the number 90 prospect in baseball, according to Baseball America.
You know, it's funny. Winning a trade isn't determined on the day of the trade. We all judge it on the day of the trade.
Right.
But it's just like a draft. It's important. All that matters is you're right long term. And they're already getting something out of Sweeney, although he's not hitting much, but he is a pretty interesting glove.
Mm-hmm.
And right now he is option B. Well, option A is out for the season, but he was a preferred option B in most people's minds. And Lorenzo is been absolutely hitting the cover off the baseball way better than he was in the Dodgers organization.
Yeah.
So did they unlocked something apparently?
Maybe they did. So,
But they got the fetter of hitting now.
well, what they have is some players at the lower levels that we're looking forward to seeing how they continue to matriculate. And will they be playing in fall ball? Will I be as locked in October and November of fall ball, Doug? Following to see if Lorenzo and Max Clark get to play. And
be watching their games, streaming games from Arizona.
Exactly. Is Bryce Rayner going to get some play in the fall? This is what I want to see.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Mike's in Detroit, and he's next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I just two real quick things. One, and I don't say this as a criticism. You know, I love the Lions, man. I've been watching since I was a kid back in the early 70s. I just think it's a mistake to get into this is a must win. This first game.
Oh, hold on. No, it was said very facetiously.
Here we go.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Okay. Well, then I say this tongue in cheek then, okay?
All right.
But my thing is, just concentrate on the game. Because if you lose that game, all of a sudden mentally the fans, what are we going to do? And I just don't think you can make the emotional shift. My thing is, and I hope Dan is doing this, just concentrate on each individual game and all of the division, all that stuff takes care of itself.
It's funny, the beginning of the soundbite that we played where the Super Bowl, when Wojo asked him a question about the Super Bowl, he goes, it's funny you bring that up because I literally told the team to stop talking about it earlier today, and everybody burst out laughing in the room. But that was kind of his point, is that's all off-season stuff. We're into the season. The only thing that matters is the Rams.
Okay, the other real quick point, Connor Stallion said something that I heard him say, and when I saw the deposition, that I thought the guy's guilty as sin. and I don't know if people caught it. If you remember, they asked him, were you at the Central Michigan State game? And he said, I don't recall the individual game. And my first thought was, I can remember individual games as a football fan from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So how do you not know that you were at this individual game?
Because he's lying.
It's like he was just out on the edge, you know.
So it's just that simple. He's just,
It
flat out lying.
seems pretty obvious that it was him.
All right, thanks, guys.
See ya. 248-539-9797.
You should auction off the Central swag. Help pay for some of his legal fees.
Let's go to Greg in Westland. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Okay, my thing is, we know what the Lions' offense is about, and we know that it should be good. I am worried about two rookie corners trying to chase a lot of seasoned wide receivers. That's a concern. That's one of the concerns on the defense. And I don't know how well this other defensive tackle is on the other side of Hutchinson. So I'm hoping that because I think always a good defense can stop an offense most of the time.
I
so
disagree.
I am hoping that our defense can really show, like, come in at number 5, 6, or 7 or something, because I think that's going to be more important than our offense.
Okay, a couple things
as
here.
far as our offense,
We got to slow you down.
Yeah, there's a few things. One is the plan is not to have both rookies out there. Only Terrion Arnold is scheduled to start. Carlton Davis will start at the other spot. Amik Robertson might be off the bench or in the nickel spot before
Rakestraw will play.
Before Rakestraw. Rakestraw will play, and at some point during the season, you might see him due to injury because injuries happen. That's one thing. Secondly, I mean, we can get into the whole idea of a defense beats an offense. I think in the modern day NFL in the last few years, it's been proven over and over again that offenses are winning championships. And that's not to say defense isn't important, but it's you look at the most of the best offenses make the playoffs at a greater rate than the best defenses make the playoffs. And if you're expecting the Lions defense to be 4th, 5th, 6th in the league, I think there's a pretty strong case that that's not going to happen. They were one of the worst defenses in the league. They added some players. I think getting to average would be a goal that would be attainable. I don't think there's any way they're one of the top defenses in the league. But maybe. But it seems highly unlikely.
I didn't expect them to be the top.
Well, you said 4th, 5th, or 6th. That's one of the top.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it is. I understand that. But I still say, because all of the offenses, every time I look at the football, all the talk about them, I have seen so much improvement on other teams as well. And what I'm afraid of is we still will need that defense to be maybe not the top 10, but be able to at least limit it to stop the run, stop the passing, but be more aggressive. And we definitely, our front line has got to get to the quarterback, because we're going up against a lot of fast quarterbacks that's going to be doing a lot of running on us, and we seem to have an issue with it. But I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just pointing out things that I see that the team, hopefully they improved on. That's all I'm looking for right now. Just hopefully, because I've been with them since Gary Danielson, so I know what it's like to go through, getting to this time is awesome. Just totally awesome.
Well, they were one of the best teams in the league last year in rush defense, believe it or not. They had one of the best yards per game allowed, and maybe more importantly, one of the best yards per carry allowed. They were tied for 3rd in the NFL, allowing 3.8 yards per carry. Only Houston and New England were better. So they did stop the run last year. They did not stop the pass, and they will be going up against a lot of receivers, yes.
They were 23rd, I believe, in the NFL in points per game given up. They give up 23 points a game. If they were to lop a field goal off that and be 20 points a game or 20.2 a game, they would have a top 10 defense. It's just, that's how parity is in the NFL. If you could trim it by 3 points.
Seems doable.
It does seem doable.
But, I mean, that's still asking a lot.
It is, but you would be the 10th defense in the National Football League from a year ago if you gave up 20 points a game.
Yeah, it's get a few more sacks. It's get an interception here or there.
Yep.
I need them to be – I don't need them to be the Browns. The Browns probably have the best defense in the league, okay? I need them to be opportunistic, get to the quarterback, and get some key third down stops. And you limit teams to 20 points instead of 23 that way, Gator, and then you end up winning, more games, hopefully the division, and getting the number 1 seed. So
I needed them to catch the football on 4th down. Needed them to
that's offensively.
Make the handoff exchange without fumbling it. I need the defensive back to turn around, play the football, don't let it hit you in the helmet and bounce up in the air. I mean, all those things happened in the NFC Championship game, despite the fact that this team was below average defensively throughout the season. Once you get to the playoffs, I guess that stuff doesn't matter. You just have to be the best you can be in the playoffs.
Dan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Doug, looking forward to listening to you and John as the Michigan season goes along.
Thank you.
I will say this, and it kind of just to carry off of what you were just saying, Gator. I know Missouri football. I'm from St. Louis, so I follow Missouri football pretty closely. I think Ennis Rakestraw is going to be that depth guy that maybe the Lions secondary hasn't had in the past season, and so I know Terrion Arnold's going to be a great rookie. I think they've got some depth at that position that maybe both pass defense and the run defense from the defensive secondary is going to be vastly improved from last season.
Well, here's
And
where
so
they
the
have
depth's gonna be there.
depth. I mean, because you look at the guys who started last year in the playoff game, and Kindle Vildor is one of them. And now he's been passed over by Carlton Davis, by Amik Robertson, by Terrion Arnold, and perhaps even by Ennis Rakestraw. So Vildor would be maybe your fifth best corner on the roster, whereas in the championship game, he was counted on to be your number one.
It's an exciting sort of proposition to think that the Lions have a defensive secondary that is improved to that degree, right?
Yeah, really exciting.
I am if I was looking at the and just to carry over to the Tigers, I am very the Royals are 7-3 or the Royals are 3-7. The Tigers are 7-3 over the past 10 games. That's a change of fortunes that I did not see coming this time of year. And the Tigers are healthy, and I think if I see the Tigers go through, they make it through San Diego, they make it through Oakland, they make it through, and then they really sweep through Colorado, and then I think they go through Kansas City that following kind of Monday. That's like their next 2 weeks, right, Gator?
Yeah.
I think that if they are 7-3 between sort of San Diego, Oakland, and Colorado, I will be flying to Kansas City or driving to Kansas City to see them there.
Well,
that is for
that'd
sure.
That'd be a nice little stretch here to be 4 games above 500 going into that with just in those 10 games, let alone that you add to it.
It's a big ask. They got to survive the San Diego series. They got to get the bats going. It feels like the bats are starting to go to sleep here a little bit. And they're young bats, so it's not a surprise.
Maybe the day off here helps.
That's right. The random Tuesday off to split up a series. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797 is always the phone number. What a week this is going to be. Opening of the NFL season. Huge game for Michigan and Michigan State. Both kind of big underdogs this week for their game. Spartans at Maryland and Michigan taking on Texas. And look, this is going to be a season, up and down kind of college season. And the NFL is always filled with ups and downs, no matter how good you are. The slim margin between winning and losing, between some of the best teams and some of the worst teams. Let's just say it's buckle up. I'm glad, though, I think we've moved beyond instant doom calls. Like the first time something goes wrong, we're doomed.
Well, we'll see.
Come on, man. Don't you think we moved past it?
No, I think we're,
No?
we all get hurt. Things happen.
Well, then you will get hurt. But that doesn't mean that we immediately think it's going to be terrible.
Well, I mean, you did the show yesterday. I'm sure it was a ton of college football.
Yep.
Was the tenor of the Michigan fan positive or negative?
It was pensive. It was, hey, there's some stuff that needs to get cleaned up in a hurry. Here's the deal with what needs to get cleaned up, too. You got a couple losses to play with now. It's just the reality of the way college football is. You still want to win the Big Ten. So this Texas game, as big as it is and as important as it is not the most important game on the schedule. It's the next game on the schedule. So maybe in that regard, it's the most important game on the schedule. That's the way you should treat it. But they might not get enough cleaned up to win this game, right? But unlike in the past, it's not a crippling blow to a playoff bid. But at this point, they need to get better each week. So as the schedule progresses, like one of the most amazing things to see in week one was the USC Trojans opting in defensively. They decided to play defense this year.
They did. New defensive coordinator, and they committed.
Yep.
They were really good.
And they've tried that before.
Yeah.
And they finally seem to have maybe a defense, which could make them a huge problem. They don't run the ball that well, but their quarterback can sling it. And if they combine that with defense, now USC is in play more so than we thought.
Yep.
But I mean, if we're going by first games are defining who you are, apparently USC is in play and perhaps Oregon is not. Because Oregon had a struggle with
Idaho.
Idaho.
A little bit, but new quarterback, new system for him.
Sounds really familiar.
It does, except this
their
guy
quarterback.
He's been a pretty good quarterback throughout his college career. Dylan Gabriel. Now he's going to. I think that if I were an Oregon fan, I'd probably feel more comfortable that they're going to improve quicker. But Penn State looks like they're the real deal.
Yep, they were impressive.
Ohio State started really slow. And then said, oh, wait a minute, we're Ohio State. We have more talent than you. Let's do this. And don't look now, but that freshman wide receiver they have is spectacular. As a freshman, a true freshman, he's going to be hurting our psyche for 3 straight years here. He's awfully good. So
I'm so used to Ohio State being loaded at wide receiver. They're like wide receiver you.
Yep.
That's their thing.
Iowa, they showed up, played great defense as you would expect them to, and then their offense went out and actually scored a bunch of points, which they weren't able to do last year.
So in looking at the first week of games, I used to love comparing the Big Ten to the SEC. I don't feel the identity of the Big Ten like I used to, because it felt a little bit, honestly, North versus Southie. And now with the Big Ten adding, I mean, I feel guilty taking credit for USC's win over LSU. I'm not really feeling that as a big win for the league.
It's a huge win for the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, technically it is what it is.
Down goes the SEC.
Do you feel a sense of Big Ten pride in that?
Yep. Hey, man, anything to get one over the SEC, you betcha.
Okay, but the SEC, right? Florida played a ranked opponent and got smoked at home. Did you see what the Miami players are doing after that game?
I watched the game. I don't know if I remember what they were doing afterwards.
After the game, as they were leaving the field, a bunch of them walked over to the front row where all the official visitors were, the recruits, and started high-fiving them and telling them to come to Miami.
Oh. All right. Well, there's that.
LSU loses to USC. Texas A&M loses to Notre Dame. The SEC goes 1-3 in games against ranked opponents.
I'll give them credit for actually scheduling those games.
Now, yeah, that's true.
Vanderbilt won a game.
Vanderbilt
Flip the script.
beat Va Tech out of the ACC. The ACC has Florida State 0-2, Va Tech 0-1.
Clemson.
Stanford lost. They're 0-1. Clemson lost. And the Big Ten went 17-1. And came a all Big Ten first team kicker away, making a short field goal away from being 18-0. But Minnesota's kid missed it.
That's what kept them away from it, huh?
Yep. He missed two. He banged one off an upright, and then he missed one at the end to win it.
I didn't realize that every other Big Ten team had won.
Yep. Except the Gophers.
Yeah, when you say 17-1, you're like, well, how many times did Ohio State and Michigan play this week? And then, was it weird for you guys? Maybe you didn't even notice, but for me, when I saw the Big Ten logo on the USC patch of the jerseys, that was weird for me.
It was weird. I was like, look at this knockoff jersey
right?
they got. Where they
It's
just,
natural as can be. Natural as can be.
Who ironed on the Big Ten patches?
Big Ten icons. Charles White.
Some prankster out there. Yeah, it's so. Did you remember when that got announced? That felt like eons away, and now it's here. Now this is happening.
Yeah, and I'm going to get more excited about when you start to see the Big Ten matchups and you see USC playing at State College. Or Michigan State going out to UCLA and Iowa taking on Washington, whatever the case is. This is going to be.
You just hit on two of the three matchups on October 12th. You got the venues wrong, but October 12th is the Saturday, and I believe both Michigan and Michigan State have byes. So you can lock in Washington at Iowa. This is my prediction, will be a noon game. Penn State at USC will be the 3:30. Ohio State at Oregon will be the night game. All in one day.
Lots of fun.
That's the positive side of conference expansion, which as a general rule I don't like. But it's there are going to be some good matchups. And it just so happened to be in the year that the Michigan has Texas on the schedule is the same year that they get Pac-12 teams, USC, Oregon, and Washington on the schedule. It is going to be a gauntlet. It's going to be ups and downs, but it's going to be fun.
Are we seeing the end of Dabo Swinney's run?
I don't know. I think it's early. I think the guy deserves some time to say, okay, look, get it that you wanted to do the non-portal thing, but guess what? Not sure that's going to work.
I thought I saw over the weekend that it showed the stat that said that Dabo Swinney, aside from and Clemson, aside from the service academies, are the only team that has not had a transfer portal player start for him since 2018.
I don't think he's taken one. I don't think Dabo's taken a transfer portal.
You're going to have to change that.
Here's Rico. What do you got?
There's Doug.
What do you got planned coming up next?
Recap the weekend that was Friday
You
night.
got your lightning strike you wanted, right?
Yeah.
He was going to be late to the game unless there was a lightning strike, and then he got it. I immediately thought of Rico.
I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. I got there. The game
got
kicked
there in
off
time
at
to see Aiden Childs throw the
7:20.
interception. Nice.
Yeah. Seriously, I was like, wait, that wasn't an interception. What are you looking at? He clearly, and then it got, nope, it's an interception. Like, oh, this is going to be a long game. But that, what happened on Saturday night, the overreaction, do you still feel the same way about your team?
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Both Melifonwu and Lauren Strickland were missing from Lions practice today, but everyone else is accounted for. Dan Campbell said yesterday that all their prior injuries were on the right track, with the exception of Melifonwu, which they did not have a timetable on his return. The Lions will release their first injury report tomorrow. Most outlets have picked the Lions second in their power ranking releases today, including USA Today, The Athletic, and Yahoo Sports. CBS Sport is one of the exceptions, though. They have them at 7. Quote, they should once again push for a deep playoff run and more. Dan Campbell needs to stop being so reckless with his fourth down decisions since the team is much better now, end quote. The article also picks the Packers to win the Super Bowl. The DirecTV CFO Ray Carpenter is not budging on the company's stance concerning ESPN with the first Monday Night Football game approaching next week. Quote, we're not playing a short-term game. We need something that is going to work for the long-term sustainability of our video customers. The resolve is there, end quote. That's from Joe Flint of the Wall Street Journal. With the Royals also losing yesterday, the Tigers are still 5 games back as they face San Diego in Game 2 of the series tonight. Gator Montero makes the start for the Tigers. He will oppose Yu Darvish, who makes his way back from the injured list. The 38-year-old has not pitched in an MLB game since May 29th after suffering a groin strain, plus dealing with a personal family matter that left him on the restricted list. First pitch at 9:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. In Baseball America's latest Top 100 MLB prospect list, Tyrone Lorenzo, the catcher acquired in the Flaherty deal, sits at number 90. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two o'clock on a Tuesday. And we got a lot to talk about. This is a very exciting day. It is an overreaction Tuesday. We don't have time for nuanced opinion. We don't have time for let it play out. No. We are going to be the opposite of responsible. We're going to be irresponsible. We are going to talk about what we watched this weekend in college football. Now, obviously, Michigan and Michigan State are going to be the main focus, but I wouldn't mind keeping this open to other things. For instance, like Notre Dame announcing to the world they're a national title contender. You don't go to College Station and do that. You can't fake that. That was legit.
Week 1, Notre Dame became the first team to basically clinch a spot in the college football playoffs. But Notre Dame's in there.
I want to talk about Michigan and Michigan State, and I want to know what people think, because one thing I can't tolerate. Look, clearly you don't want to make your determination off of 1 week, but neither team looked any good. Oh, certainly Michigan is better than Michigan State, and they have different aspirations. But, I mean, one team was favored by 21, and they were in a 16-10 game in the fourth quarter, and the other team was favored by 11.5. They had to survive a 16-10 game. I don't think either team looked any good. But we can talk about what is your reaction to it. Clearly, I'll wait until Texas this weekend, and I'll wait until Maryland for Michigan State. But, Rico, I don't know what I'm supposed to pull out of those 2 games other than a lot of recyclables.
I think what you pull out, Mike, is just a lot of disappointment because it didn't go the way that neither fan base wanted to see it. If you're a Spartan fan, you wanted to feel the way you did a few years ago when they went on the road to Northwestern. And you're like, wow, that's a hell of a start. You know, a certain running back goes for 4 touchdowns, and you're thinking to yourself, this team was complete trash last year. And
instead, we had Ray Charles at quarterback.
But yeah.
I mean, come on.
No, he looked like an 18-year-old playing his first game ever.
But people don't want to hear that when you're making $1 million a year. See, now we've arrived at something different. That's the problem. I'm with you.
Yeah.
First college start. What am I going to take out of it? It's the same thing for Davis Warren. I'm not going to bury the kid. Did he look any good? Absolutely not. He looked like a try-hard walk-on. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then they're doing the QB 2-step. Oh, we're going to bring in Orji. Now we're back to Warren.
That was problematic because it's if Warren is your quarterback, then let Warren be your quarterback. But this whole, hey, we're going to bounce back and forth. David, I'm going to tell you now.
He's going to tell you, David.
It's not going to work. You got to pick one, and you got to live with the results, plain and simple. Because other than that 2-quarterback system, I can't recall too many times where it works.
You want an overreaction? Let me set the tone for overreaction. Mullins should be your starter, not Donovan Edwards.
Wait, is that an overreaction or is that just fact? Now we doing fact.
That may be reaction, yeah.
Whoa, stop the clock. Wait a second.
Because
I was told all summer the Don was going to be in New York by these nutbags.
Well, he's going to get a slice of pizza maybe, but he's not going to New York all expense paid by the Heisman committee.
Mullins has better vision, runs harder, more physical. Does Donovan have breakaway speed? Absolutely. But it only looks good if there's a hole the size of a Buick. Mm-hmm. So I hear there's an overreaction right there.
Yeah, does he know the word cutback at all, Donovan Edwards, at all? Like, just cut back and you can get something sometimes.
And here, let me make this equal opportunist, okay? Donovan and Nate Carter. Hey, welcome to the bench, okay? Both of you guys got outperformed by your backups. Both of you may be captains or whatever. Is Donovan a captain on the team?
Yes, he is.
Both of you may be captains. You're not starting. You're not starting because your backups look 10 times better than you in the game.
So give me your overreactions from week 1. Clearly, a lot of teams struggled. Go look at Oregon's box score and then tell me how that was a 24-14 game. But it was. Look at Ohio State in the first half against Akron. I mean, we can go across the country. A lot of teams looked bad. Then there's Florida State. That's something different. But
Georgia barely putting up points. Jeez.
Hey, it's official. It's official. I closed the lid on Nona. We're done with Clemson. I told you I wanted to evaluate. I am. You guys are ahead of the curve. I can't take Kenny seriously because he's a Georgia fan. You're not. But you were first in on the Dabo thing. I tried to be patient. I tried to show personal growth. If I were a Clemson fan, I would pull my funding.
It was going to be a slow erosion, but you're seeing now where I refuse to change. Like Coach K.
Four schools didn't take a player from the portal. Mm-hmm. Can you name them?
Yep, I can. Army, Navy, Air Force.
And Clemson.
Yeah,
Dabo, it ain't work.
Now, the other three, well, they're service academies, and you just can't transfer in like that. Yeah. You have to actually be a part of that service. Dabo, it reminds me of Coach K when he originally came out. I'm never going to do the one-and-done players until he started getting beat and said,
that's right.
I'm going to start doing some one-and-done players.
So let's get your reactions from week 1 and tongue-in-cheek overreactions. Everything's an overreaction after 1 week. But this is what we do in sports. I didn't see anything from Michigan or Michigan State that gave me confidence that either will be much better or maybe not even what their preseason win expectation is. Does it matter? Not really. Because if Michigan beats Texas or even just looks really good in a loss, you're on course. If Michigan State beats Maryland, well, all of a sudden, how do you feel? It's different. Different goals, different tiers of quality.
So Michigan, let's say the game is like the Notre Dame Texas A&M game.
I wouldn't knock them in the least.
Okay.
Because again, you're playing an out of conference SEC heavyweight. I give you credit for playing the game. Now, if you get depantsed, that's different.
If it's like Florida State last night, where Boston College took a knee rather than run up the score.
If you're walking around with Billy Napier's haircut, losing 41-17, that's different. And I don't see that happening. So don't get your little underoos in a bunch. 248-539-9797.
Or Mike Gundy haircut.
How about this? Who was the biggest loser of the weekend? Napier, Brian Kelly, Dabo Swinney, Mike Norvell. Think that one over. And it's different programs at different kind of checkpoints. But, man, when you want to talk about just disaster. I mean, I told you I didn't think Napier would be coaching by November 1st. Not for long you won't be. 0-3 in season openers.
I can give you the answer to that, Mike, and it may be Norvell. I don't have to wait till the break. I think he was the biggest loser because as much as I think Clemson is done, that was still Georgia. Georgia will pretty much make every team look that way outside of Alabama.
And Georgia played their B- game. So that wasn't A+. That's not where Kirby's going to have them at the end of the year.
Napier went up against Miami, and Miami was locked in, and Miami may be a team that's going to get a bye. So that's a top team.
3 big winners to me. Notre Dame, number 1 with a bullet. Number 1 with a bullet. Penn State, they absolutely deserve credit. You open up, power conference team, on the road, hostile, and they destroyed them. Oh, weather delay? Doesn't matter. We're going to kick your ass when that's over. But it would be Notre Dame. It'd be Penn State. You'd have to give Georgia full marks as well.
See, I think you're missing one.
Ooh.
Mike, and I'm giving you credit because you picked this team.
Oh, do you?
USC.
Oh.
Wait, if USC is going to play defense, the Big Ten is in trouble. Because that was always the knock. Oh, okay, they're going to put up video game numbers, but you just have to outscore them because their defense can't hold water.
You had asked me the question. We were talking earlier in the summer about who the best quarterback in the Big Ten is. You may have seen it.
Yeah.
Sunday night.
Yeah.
Miller Moss is legit. Those throws are NFL throws. But yeah, we could talk about it. And look, we can center on Michigan and Michigan State. We can go with each game. We'll do it next. But what is your reaction / overreaction to what you saw? I mean, watching the State game, you just had to laugh. It was so sad. In the Michigan game, they couldn't run it. You don't have a quarterback. You're doing a QB shuffle like a high school team. I mean, I really don't know what else to tell you. I love now this morning, I heard it on the morning show, and it wasn't John or Jim, it was Ticket Texters. Well, Fresno was a 9-win team last year. It's like, you people, it's like the Wojo school of Michigan can never be wrong. Like, it's okay to just say disappointing season opener. That's not what I signed up for.
Mm-hmm. Because if it wasn't for a turnover deep in the Fresno zone, this is probably a closer game. Because they scored that quick 7 because they only had to go 30 yards. Other than that, it was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. They were not moving the ball.
And Michigan State, look, there's one thing that bothered me more than anything else with the Michigan State game, but I will tell you next. It's going to take me a moment.
Oh, look at that.
I'm very upset about it.
That's a tease, folks.
Thank you. 97.1.
All right. Hey, you want to make teases like Mike just did? Specs at LTU can help you out with that. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU could be the beginning of a long career for you. What are you waiting for? You need to be curious. You need to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the industry. So with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So I'm going to ask again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then you make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, that's enough out of you. Listen, being number one isn't easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress, purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They have the experience, 111 years, making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sale, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so we're getting your overreactions to Michigan, Michigan State, and the world of college football at large. Let me react to something, and if you think it's an overreaction, you can criticize me. I don't really care. But you know my rule with coaches. Your job is to not hurt the team with stupidity. Strike one for Jonathan Smith already. It's strike one. You do this 3 times, I can't support you as head coach. MSU is up 6. And they're on like the 12-yard line. It's 4th and 1.5. Late stages of the game. Now, the fact that we had to worry about a one-possession game against Florida Atlantic is embarrassing enough. However, if you kick the field goal, Rico, you're the mathematician. You're up 6. I kick the field goal. How much you up by?
You are now up 9.
And that's how many possession game?
2 possession. Even with a 2-point conversion, you're still up 1.
Okay, so you don't go for it on 4th and 1.5.
You know what? My inner Mike came out when I saw that. I was like, huh? What?
And then I don't give credit for owning it because that's like David saying he cheated on his taxes, but he owned it. Well, you still did the dirt.
Yes.
Jonathan Smith. I don't want to hear, well, I was a little over-aggressive.
No.
You were stupid. There's a difference.
The fact that he didn't come out with the whole, the analytics and try to and double down on it. That's when I'm like, come on, man. It was a horrible mistake.
It was absurd. It's strike one.
Well, maybe strike 1.5. The play that you call to pick up the first down.
Oh, you mean Jay Johnson descending down like the Virgin Mary and running a slow developing running play?
I thought it was Dave Warner.
Where none of the tight ends actually picked up a block?
Like, what was that? Like, just go ahead. Like you got the big 6'4" quarterback. Just do a quarterback sneak. No. Wow, we're going to hand it off. Yep. Okay.
I want to keep it positive. But no, if you think that's an overreaction, guys, you're welcome to criticize me.
Well, you know what? It's
unforgivable mathematics by a coach.
Mike, it's not. Because it just so happened here you go, hit the siren. I was standing behind the Florida Atlantic sideline, and they were all saying, wait, they went for it and called that play? And I'm like, yeah, even they were shocked.
Rico was actually the owl mascot. He was flapping his arms like the St. Joe's Hawk. So, all right, go ahead, David. Overreact for me. What do you got? Give me your reactions from the weekend that was, whether it's our local teams or something you saw in the world of college football.
Yeah, overreaction. USC's the class of the Big Ten.
Okay, that's a
They looked really – Miller Moss, I mean, he looked really good. And I'm to Rico's point, they play defense like that. I mean, I'm telling you, man, they may be the class of the Big Ten.
You know what? At this point, Penn State is nervous because they thought they were going to get that last spot and it was going to be a shoe-in. Wait, maybe not, because your win at West Virginia, good. Their win in Vegas, better.
Kenny, overreaction to week 1, local or national, your choice.
Clemson is done, Florida is done, and Georgia's going undefeated. That's my overreaction.
I'm not doing
undefeated. And that's not me being a Georgia fan, by the way. You saw how they played. Mike, you said it. That was their B- game.
Kenny, you sound like you played.
What's that? Excuse me?
You sound like you played.
I've lost my voice over the weekend. It was a disastrous weekend.
My God.
But
sounds like Dak Prescott after a full game of here we go.
Here we go.
My God, dude. Jeez.
Yeah, my voice is shot. It was a tough weekend.
David, ticket text. What's coming through on the overreaction hotline here on a Monday?
My reaction, Michigan's defense is great. The offense needs a lot of work. That is from Mike. Overreaction Monday. It's been said before, but this year, Miami is back. The U. That is from Brandon at work.
I mean, look, not that anyone here cares, but Cam Ward, when he's right and when he's kind of wrangled in and kept under control, is phenomenal. Now, you saw the bad Cam Ward with the interception in that game. Late sideline across his body, like, Cam, this is not Wazoo. You got to stop. But then you'll see 4 NFL throws. Dazzling. I mean, he's a difference maker. Line of scrimmage, they have difference makers both ways. Miami's built right.
Well, Michigan threw away their season by not getting a real quarterback. I can't believe they went into this season thinking Walk-On Warren or Alex Orji were good enough.
Okay, this is the question on an Overreaction Monday. Does anyone in the crowd believe Davis, Warren, and Orji are going to lead you to a Big Ten championship, a playoff berth, and a run at a natty? If you do, tell me why. I mean, that's the look. We live in Rico's era of college football. How is it the defending national champions decided to go Dabo Swinney at the quarterback position, bring in no one anyone cares about, and you are rolling with those two? That would scare me as a Michigan fan.
Yeah, and I know it was just one throw, but man, when Orji threw the one pass that bounced 10 yards before the receiver, you're thinking to yourself, that's why you're not starting. Yep. Because the look on the receiver's face wasn't even like angry, and he was just like, yep, this is what he did all summer long.
I've seen this before,
David, I mean, he wasn't like, oh, like angry, and it was just like, yeah, this is what I expected of it. It's like, this is what we do. Because you knew what you had, and this was the best option coming out of summer camp and coming out of, was Davis Warren? No, because if anything, because people are like, well, he's, going to get better. And I'd say this, he's been going up against one of the best defenses in the nation all summer long. Fresno State should have been a walk in the park. It should have been, you know what? I don't have to get chased by a bunch of D linemen. I don't have to look out there and see Will Johnson at corner. It's just Fresno State. This should be easy. It wasn't. He struggled. So we'll see what happens against Texas. But, yeah, that to be the option, and you're doing the whole quarterback rotation thing? Oh, okay, sure. That's what works for you.
Boston College wins the ACC.
Oh, dear God. Okay. I don't think so. I think that's got a lot more to do with Florida State than BC. But fair enough. It was nice to see.
I'm a Georgia fan like Kenny. Nate Frazier is going to be the next great UGA running back. They're also winning the Natty, but that was expected.
By the way, anyone seen what the point spread is for the U of M game? It was 3.5 while you were playing Fresno State. Do you know where it sits right now?
6.5?
7.5.
Wow.
It was 6.5 this weekend.
I'll do the emotional hedge. I'll take Michigan money line. That way, if they win, I get paid. If they lose, it's money well spent. I don't care. I would never lay 7.5 going to the big house because all Michigan has done for a decade is in the non-conference cover. But 7.5.
Except last week.
No, you're right. You're right. It closed at what, 20.5?
20.5.
Oh, boy.
But what heavy hitters are they looking at in the non-conference? To me, their non-conference is largely unimpressive. They have a couple of tests, but
no, you're right. I guess for me, Kenny,
Texas marching into the big house is
that's
more of a threat.
Kind of disrespectful, though. That's a defending national champ,
Is
and they're
it,
catching
though?
7.5 at home. Someone going to tell me what the plays are?
You know what, Kenny? Your voice, be quiet. Be quiet now, Kenny.
JJ told me I would have the answers to this test.
I don't know.
7.5. Holy hell. Go ahead, David.
My overreaction from week 1. Stanford is winning 10 games. That is from Will.
No, they are not.
10 games from Stanford.
10 games. They're 0-1.
That's a super overreaction.
I mean, they covered, and I'm thankful for it, but 10 games.
Overreaction. USC and Nebraska are going to make the playoff. My Lord.
Okay, take it easy. How about Nebraska starts out by beating Colorado? Baby steps. All right, that was UTEP.
Yeah, I've seen some overreactions on social media that Dylan Raiola is the next Mahomes. I'm like, one game?
He looks like him, and he dresses like him.
But one game?
And he wears the sunglasses like him.
One game?
Bro, I ain't going there with that.
Nope. My overreaction is David might be right on Michigan, and how can I cash out now on Michigan State's 0 for 4.5?
Dude, I'll tell you right now, if that's who MSU is, they won't win 3 games. Yeah. MSU was such a disorganized, undisciplined pile of garbage. I can't even put it into words for you.
You cannot turn the ball over not one, not two, but 3 times in the red zone. That is just
only to be outdone by what? 6 personal fouls?
6? No.
More?
More than that.
Are you serious?
Yes. Oh, I mean, I think they finished with 140 yards worth of penalties.
Yeah, that
and
sounds
most
right.
of them were 15-yarders, including, hey, let's double down, let's get a personal foul, and let's go yell at the ref and tell them how you really feel for 30 yards at the end of the game.
That was
But
funny.
David, I hope you enjoyed it.
I
can't believe
you didn't lose. So
I can't believe that the bad son literally asked me for ice cream. I can't believe that.
He asked you?
he enjoyed it. He enjoyed it. Though.
Why would you buy that rat ice cream?
Well, I looked at him.
Respectfully, David. He roots. David's one son is the black sheep of the family.
Okay.
He roots for U of M.
It
Why
was
would
so-
you buy him ice cream?
Mike, it was so funny that even David's wife just laughed at him and said, yeah, you're not getting ice cream from him.
You should have gone.
That's exactly
She
what
said
you
that.
did.
She laughed at him and was like,
Because David's wife is the brains behind the operation. I don't know how the rest of it played out. She's a lovely lady. The point is, you should have got him the ice cream, then dotted it with eye drops. Just like Wedding Crashers. That's what that kid deserves. I said it.
Oh my gosh!
I said it.
I do have an update from that. There may be another Michigan State fan.
oh, yes, there was.
You're having another one?
No, I'm not.
No, child number 3.
Child number 3
okay,
was
good.
saying green and white, and
All
I wanted
right.
to run away.
Dave was like, wait, who taught you that? Don't worry about that, Dave.
I learned it by watching you. 248-539-9797. We got callers who want to talk. We're going to them next. 97.1. All right. Look, if you look at reviews of roofing companies, you'll see a lot of negative comments, like they don't stick to the timeline, or I had questions, but the communication was terrible. At Victor's Home Solutions, you don't worry about any of those things because you have a project manager. You have a question, one number to call. You have a complaint, one number to call. A satisfaction guarantee, it's one number to call the whole way through. And with Victor's, you get the best roofing experience in the industry. It's backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating from the BBE. Bottom line is this. Victor's will offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. You will be hard-pressed to find a competitor who will do that. Call today, set up your free 21-point roof inspection, and estimate 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. To the people we go. Overreaction Monday, Michigan State, and all things college football. But you guys tell us. Obviously, the two teams are in two different places expectation-wise. Neither looked any good, and neither looked like they would fulfill that. But it's 1 week. But that's part of the fun of being a fan. You overreact a little bit. Let's see what Don has to say as he bats leadoff. Don, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How are you?
Afternoon, Don. What's up?
Hey, this is sad, but I think the MVP for both teams wears number 96. So I thought your punter and our kicker were maybe the MVPs of the game.
I love how you found another Jake Moody clone.
Yeah.
Just piping 53
Right?
and 55-yarders.
Man,
Zavano or whatever his name is?
And he was, Zavano.
How does that
He
kid
was
end
just-
up at Arkansas State? I go, they got Morton Anderson out of the portal.
Right.
Who the hell is this
Let's
kid?
back him up another 5 yards. Doesn't matter.
Man, he was banging them though. But what a disappointing. The quarterback Aiden Childs was awful. I thought our quarterback play was awful. And like you've said before, Mike, I don't know if you coined this frame, but if you got two quarterbacks, you ain't got none. So
Yeah, that phrase came way before me, but it holds true.
Yeah.
I don't understand the point. I don't like when you bring in a, quote, running quarterback, or I'm going to bring in my passing quarterback. I've always hated that. If Michigan fans love it, God bless.
But I like the running back for you guys, Lynch Adams. I thought he looked good.
The problem for him is this. All right, hold on. Here's my issue, Donnie. I appreciate it, but he looked good because he had one run. And if you want to say he had two and you thought he was more physical or he got a little bit more out, we're fine. I don't think either guy was any good because I thought the offensive line was morbid. Again.
It was morbid, Mike, but I like the one run that got taken away from him, his first touchdown, where they're like, his forward progress was stopped.
I know. Okay, can I just say this? I know it's a yearly thing with me. The officiating Big Ten wide is almost as bad as the network the Big Ten resides on. Where did they find those two losers who called the state game?
I have no idea.
What a horrific broadcast. And then they go to Jonathan Smith afterwards, and he opens his mouth to answer a question, and it's volleyball. They cut away from the coaching interview as he was just about to answer. Cut scene, Penn State, Oregon volleyball.
Wasn't 2.5 men?
Moesha.
Yeah. The Sinbad Show. Let's go over to Jay. 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How y'all doing today?
Good. What's up?
So I got really quick 2 overreactions. One, I want to say Brian Kelly. I think he'd be the first head coach to get fired because I don't think they're going to tolerate that down in Baton Rouge. So, and the other one, I think Michigan's quarterbacks are going to be the downfall of the team because they just lack explosiveness. They lack, it seemed like, the experience. Like you guys were saying earlier, I'm surprised that Sherrone Moore didn't go to the transfer portal and try to poach somebody, Dylan Gabriel, somebody, because it kind of makes me question what Sherrone Moore is actually doing. Like last year, you worked hand-in-hand with both Davis Warren and the other kid, Alex Orji. You knew that J.J. McCarthy was going to the NFL. It's like, why didn't you try to go out and replace him? That's like a big thing. And Sherrone Moore, it's like you didn't get a running back. You didn't try to fill in anybody on the offensive line, maybe one person. It's just like, dude, what are you doing? You're going to go up against somebody like Texas that has explosiveness, which Michigan lacks. Donovan Edwards is supposed to be that guy now that can go get 5 to 6 yards per carry, but he seemed like he can't even get 2 yards on the carry.
Jay, I wonder how much of this is the residual effect of Harbaugh flirting with the NFL for the last 3 years. That your top players, your top O-linemen, your top running backs, your top QBs didn't know if he would be there to develop them. So therefore, they went to other places.
Yeah, that's true. And, it was kind of hard seeing Davis Warren miss a wide open Samaj Morgan and the other guy, Tyler Morris, and then you just hit Colston Lovin. Like, that can't be your only target. To beat Texas, you're going to have to go out there and use everybody that you have in your arsenal. And Davis Warren just seemed like he's not capable of doing that. But our defense is crazy. Will Johnson, that kid is unreal. I mean, to seal the game, you got a pick six, which was like, 90-something yards?
No, Jay,
really
you know what? He redeemed himself. Probably not his best game. That one pick will go in the highlight reel, but he kind of got exposed. And I like Will Johnson, but Fresno
I agree.
exposed him on a couple plays.
I agree, but they also sat him down. Was it right before halftime? I wonder if it was like an injury problem or what. They said it was due to just rotational. But I mean, that's your best player on the defense. Why would you want to sit him down?
Jay, you know what? I forgot all about that, and I'm sitting there scratching my head. And I appreciate the call, Jay, but yeah, they sat him down, and Sharon was like, "Well, we just rotate." It's like you have the number 2 or 3 pick in the draft, unless he's tapping his helmet saying, "Get me out the game." He doesn't leave the field because if he's playing well, he shuts down half the field in and of himself. You don't throw to that side. I didn't understand that move whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm also like, I'm not gonna. Corner is such a hard position to play. Like, yeah, I know he got toasted on a couple, and Mikey Keene couldn't hit the guy. But like, I don't know. I'm not gonna go crazy about it. He's still a really good player.
Oh no, Mike. I'm saying he's the number 2 or 3 pick in the draft. I like him. But
can I just draft Mason Graham now and put him next to Dexter Lawrence? Could I just do like a cash advance? Like, because the Giants are going to blow, I'll like forego all of the selections. Can I just take Mason Graham now, please?
Is nobody on Clemson you want?
Nah, bro. Nah. Sorry. Let's go to Zach, 97.1. Zach, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, nothing much. How you guys doing this fine, beautiful day in Michigan?
Good, Zach. What's up?
Yeah, so I was watching the game, and I'm kind of getting nervous, and I'm thinking to myself, am I watching 2023 Iowa Hawkeyes right now? Because I don't see any offense, but also the ball's not moving on the other side. All they got to do is set up the huddle like an orchestral pit, and I'm basically watching Iowa from last year. And that's, well, I guess I'll be betting a lot of unders this year if that comes true. I'll have to say that.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Zach, your job is to get out alive, win your opener, keep everybody healthy. But clearly, for what Michigan's expectations are and standards, you can't be in a 16-10 game in the fourth quarter against Fresno State. Can't be. It's not good enough.
No, definitely not. And also, you got to like that Brian Kelly post-game presser. Like, he was pissed.
When he pounded the lectern, I was just like, oh,
what
man.
are we doing?
Listen, here's the other thing with Brian Kelly. Like, he's easy to root against. He's a good coach, but he's easy to hate. He's now lost all 3 openers at LSU. Now, the rest of the year and the 12-team playoff can be his salvation, but they are not going to tolerate losing 3-4 games. No. So this will be it, and then next year he'll be in Dabo phase.
Right, in a game you had won, and you found a way to lose it again. They can't finish, and then they talk about dumb penalty. Yeah, it's wow. Yeah, but then pounding the whole desk, like
I liked it. It was funny.
Like between that and Napier not opening the water bottle, I was like, okay, this is just hilarious.
Dude, Napier's a beaten man.
You know what? We're just gonna go ahead and tap out.
At least Napier can go home and lay his head on his pillow, knowing that even though I'm failing at Florida, they're gonna pay me $26 million to not come to work.
But Napier 0, water bottle 1.
Oh, I know. You'll never convince me the AD didn't glue the bottle shut. Like, I hate this guy.
He's trying to twist and turn. Like, yeah.
But
you're right. He's going to get paid, and you know what's going to happen?
He'll go to Alabama.
But you know what? Saban's not there, so I don't know.
The Kalen DeBoer Rehab Clinic.
Right. Who's gonna host a rehab clinic now? But he'll go someplace, be an offensive coordinator. He'll get another gig, but yeah.
He's toast. Yeah. David, take a text, and then we'll get to a blitz.
Michigan has Stephen Threet, Nick Sheridan at quarterback again, huh?
No.
When did Rich Rod come back?
Come on, that's not fair. You know what? That's not an overreaction. That's just mean.
Okay.
They actually had better numbers in their first
That
game.
is mean. Stop it.
Overreaction. Ohio State should be favored by 21 points against every team on their schedule.
Not ready to go there either. They didn't look good in the first half, and if your best player is a freshman wide receiver, it's problematic.
At least they threw him the ball.
At least they completed passes. Yeah. Signed Spartan fans.
You know, if you combine
Warren
and Aiden Childs, you would actually get an accurate pass.
I don't know what kind of Walt Disney frozen head experiment you're doing here, but I don't want any part of it.
One kept overthrowing people, other one kept underthrowing people.
AI. If they had a child, this is what it would be.
If they had a child, you know, they would be Miller Moss.
Overreaction. Vandy will beat an SEC team this year.
Yeah, Mississippi State if they're on the schedule. The Vanderbilt thing was hilarious to me because I made fun of Costa all summer because he was like, oh, VTech. I go, dude, every year I hear how VTech's going to be back and, oh, drones is great. Vanderbilt. You got steamrolled physically by Vanderbilt. Your season is over.
Mistakes were made.
They do not have Mississippi State.
Well, then Vandy's effed. They also have a scoreboard that's held up by a crane right now.
Is it still being held up by the crane?
Still.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I thought they finished that thing.
No, sir.
So is that going to be their staple?
Better hope there's not a strong breeze.
It was a sight to see, man.
You'll have people will have vertigo.
Between Vandy and Northwestern, wow.
Oh,
Is that Northwestern field?
This is your sport, man.
Country Days lacrosse field looks better than that.
248-539-9797. Distracted driving's an epidemic. Look around. We see it everywhere we go. People messing around on their phones instead of paying attention to the road. You need affordable life insurance. You got to call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find an affordable plan. And shop over 70 different carriers to guarantee you that affordability while doing it. Look, 30 years in the game. Get the life insurance so your family's covered. Mike Papura, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's get football on football. David Blitz, you can choose pro or college. I'm amenable to both. That means it's pro, and it also means I have to listen to Rico. I know what this is. This is
fun.
No, this is
what
the
this
stupid
is.
receipts is what this is.
This is fun.
It's receipt music.
Fun.
All right, go ahead.
Is Kenny joining us? All right, we'll move on without him. Over.
I mean, is he still hungover? Like, what is going on with this guy today?
He may be.
Go ahead.
Over, under, Lions victory this year, 11.5 games.
Wow. I'll go under. I'll say I think 11 is fair. I think when you try to get to 12 or 13, there may be no team in football who does that. I'll say under. I'll say 11-6.
I'll say under. They're going to win 10.
David, I'm with you. I think they'll win 10 games as well.
Kenny, your thoughts?
J-Mo. Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's back. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I know you were visiting the bar.
Yes, I was using stall number 3. I'll say over because it'll be 12, but not much more.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me add Kenny in. Kenny's over.
He's back.
J-Mo touchdowns
Over.
this year. Over, under, 7.5.
Oh, whoa. Stop the clock. Under.
Are you sure you don't want over?
No, I mean 8, 9 touchdowns. That's like what the elite of the elite receivers do. I'll say under.
I'll say just under, but I think he gets a little bit closer than you might realize.
I agree.
Yeah.
You guys are so negative. Over.
Because I don't think he'll have 10 touchdowns?
It'll be 8.
Yeah, David, I'm teetering right there, but I think I'm going to go over. I'm going to go 8.
Let me ask this question because I did just answer. You just said touchdowns. You didn't say receiving. You didn't say
right, touchdown. So
Okay.
if he runs it in on a jet sweep, touchdown.
Well, then I'd like to go over. I thought it was receiving. I'm sorry about that. I apologize.
Thank you for paying attention, David. Let me change it. Mike's going over. Kenny, are you going over as well?
No, I'm going to stay under because I think there's just too many weapons.
All right.
Only one ball to go around.
Over, under, longest field goal made for the Lions, 57.5 yards.
Under. They don't even like their kickers.
They don't, but
Under.
they have one.
Under.
Who can.
Under.
They don't like their kicker. Absolutely under.
I understand what you guys are saying. They don't like their kicker, but he doesn't make 39 and under, but he makes the long. So I'm going over.
I'm going to go over as well because I could easily see setting up for a 58-yarder with 2 seconds to go before the half. You line them up, you kick the field goal, you take the 3 points. Jared Goff, passing yards over under 4,500.5.
Over. I mean, he had 4,500 last year. Might be
did.
the best offense in football. 14 of the 17 games are indoors. I'll go over.
I'll say under because I think this team is addicted to their own offensive line. They're going to try to run the ball a little bit more, so I'll take the under.
They go to Houston. They go to Indy. They will open up the roof, and it will affect Jared Goff. So I'm going to go under.
Wow.
Oh, you think they will do that? They can do that, David. You're right. Spite store. I'm going to go under as well. I think they're going to rely a lot on the running game, and I do wonder if Goff is going to stay healthy throughout the entire 17 games the way he has been. Jahmyr Gibbs, rushing yards, over, under 999.5.
Under. If you're in a timeshare, if you're in this split backfield where Montgomery is still going to play a role, and to keep Jahmyr fresh, you don't want him having 25 touches. I'll say under. Really hard to have 2,000-yard backs.
I'm going to say under also because I feel like a lot, not all, but a lot of his yards are going to be through the pass game as well. So I don't see him going over that.
He was very close last year, and they had a very potent offense. I'm going to go over.
David, I'm going to go over as well because remember, he didn't really have his breakout game until that Monday night game. So the first 6 games of the year, he was non-existent. I think that he takes over. He becomes the bell cow. Montgomery, his numbers fade. I'm going over. Laporta, over under 899.5 receiving yards. Must have did a good job. Mike looks a little.
I'm not allowed to say you did a good job because then it's like, ooh, oh, Jim. But I'll say over. I mean, he might be the best tight end in football. And there's clearly a connection there. I'll say over.
I'll say over as well, especially relying on the yak. He's going to get some after the catch.
Under.
Any particular reason why?
No, not particularly. I just think that he's going to get his, just not that.
I'm going to go under as well, and the reason being is I think that J-Mo is going to be incorporated into this offense a little bit more. That's going to take away some yards from him. Hendon Hooker, game started, 0.5.
Under.
For the sake of my sanity.
Yeah, I'm not going to put that into the universe. We're not allowing it. Mm-hmm. Goff will play every game.
Mm-hmm.
So yet again, you all don't believe in the Detroit Lions. They will clinch early, and they will start Hendon Hooker the last game of the year. So over.
David, I'm with you. That I think the last game may be irrelevant. They're locked into their spot. So you know what? We're going to save him. Hendon, it's your time. He'll get 1 start this year. See? Didn't have to be injuries.
Gross.
Offensive Rookie of the Year. Who you got?
In football?
Yes.
Marvin Harrison.
No, in hockey. Yes, Marvin Harrison.
In hockey. Marvin Harrison? Okay. Just seems to be the safest bet, right? Probably put up 1,000 yards.
That's what I thought. And I think if you go onto FanDuel or other sports books, he's the popular favorite. I'll go Marvin Harrison also.
What about Malik Neighbors? Give me some hope.
I actually am going to go Malik Neighbors here. I was already, yes.
God, such an idiot.
Yeah.
Wow. So you guys aren't taking a quarterback?
No, I
am. I think he'll put up a lot of numbers. He may not win. Give me Bo Nix.
What?
Whoa, that's the quarterback you choose, not Daniels? Wow.
Yeah. I said what I said. I think Bo Nix is going to put up numbers. He may not win, but
we've heard the worst prediction of the fall. We got that right out of the way.
Thank you for going way worse than my neighbor's selection.
My God.
Well, you know what? We'll find out in a few months who gets the last laugh.
I think we know right now.
Okay.
Bo Nix?
Yes. Why not?
This is either your greatest or worst prediction ever. There's no in between.
I'll swing for the fences. Okay. I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't check my email. Who was I supposed to pick?
Kenneth Walker's going to score on the first play of the drive. He's right.
He was right.
He nailed it.
This would be more impressive than that. Go ahead.
MVP of the league.
Mahomes. Had his worst year last year. There'll be a sympathy deal. He'll go and win it this year.
This league loves Lamar regular season, so I'm going to say Lamar.
Oh, I hate him.
I know, me too. I don't like it.
I'm going to go Joe Burrow.
Revenge tour.
Yeah.
I like that. Rico's selecting Warren Moon.
No, I'm going to go Brock Purdy. No.
Bo Nix.
No, you know what?
Neil O'Donnell.
No.
Who are you selecting?
I'm going to go C.J. Stroud.
I don't hate it. I don't hate that at all.
Last game the Lions will play in. Not win, but the last game the Lions will play in.
The Super Bowl. You hater. Say it, Kenny.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, no.
I'm very scared. I'm very
it with
scared.
your chest.
The Super Bowl. It's the last ounce of my voice that I can use today.
Right, just say it and be okay with failure. But just, it is Super Bowl or bust.
The wild card.
You know, I hope at some point one of your kids tells you they hate you.
David,
honestly, what is wrong with you, David?
I'm going to go divisional round.
Oh, God in heaven. Kenny, we will carry the banner. Much like George Washington across the Delaware, you and I will represent this football team.
All right, we got time for two quick ones. Over, under, NFC North teams in the playoffs, 2.5.
Under. It'll be Lions and Pack. Bears will just miss.
Agree, under.
Yeah, under.
Okay, under as well.
Bo Nix.
Will the Chiefs three-peat?
No.
Yes or no?
No, on principle. No.
Absolutely not.
No. The minute they said Taylor Swift's drawn up plays, I go, that's it. I've had enough.
Yeah, I can't live in a world with a three-peat. No.
Yeah, I'll make it a clean sweep. No as well.
Thank God. We need someone new winning this thing. Why not us?
But I have you losing in the divisional round, 97-1.
I hope Trent Williams falls down the stairs. All right. NFL week. It's here. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook special kickoff offer. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers bet $5, get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. With a YouTube TV base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. You want to see how bad Daniel Jones is? Oh, I got you. Just enjoy NFL Sunday Ticket. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket, automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refund. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. After their 30-10 win over Fresno State last weekend, Michigan football has slid down a spot in the latest AP poll, landing them at number 10. Their opponent this week, Texas, sits at number 4. That's a spot up. This is what Sharon Moore is preparing for. Well, ignore what I said in my 2 p.m. update. The Tigers do have the day off after kicking off their series with the Padres last night. Game 2 tomorrow, right here on 97.1 The Ticket as Cater Montero heads to the mound. Oakland men's basketball has released their non-conference schedule. It includes the likes of Kansas, Illinois, Michigan State, and a rematch with John Calipari and his new team, Arkansas. Former Lion wideout Caden Davis worked out with the Seahawks today. He caught 5 passes for 96 yards with Detroit this preseason. Leon Draisaitl has inked the richest contract in the NHL salary cap era with the Oilers per average annual contract value. The new deal keeps him in Edmonton for 8 additional years, worth a total of $112 million. That surpasses Austin Matthews, whose AAV sits at $13.25 million. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has been dealing with a strained calf, but he's expected to return to practice today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. Good to have you aboard. What?
That's funny.
Okay. We are talking overreactions from week 1 of college football. Both Michigan and Michigan State kind of showed their ass. Obviously, the teams are different. They're at different expectation levels. But, Rico, you had a question you wanted to ask me.
Yeah, here's the question. After seeing what you saw, especially the Michigan fans out there this past weekend, David had them at 6-6. I thought that was a bit low. A lot of Michigan fans thought that they would be in the playoffs, maybe that 10th, 11th, 12th team. Not necessarily winning the Big Ten, but you're in the playoffs. Right here, right now, you can lock it in. Michigan season is 8-4.
Oh, hell no.
Would you take that?
No.
Based off of what you saw, you can lock in 8-4. You'll be in some bowl game. You'll probably lose to a lot of the big boys. I'll throw USC to go with Oregon, to go with Texas, and to go with Ohio State. But you'll win the rest of your game.
Oh, so the only 4 teams they play with functioning limbs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm not signing up for that.
But would you lock in 8-4 right now, knowing your quarterback situation is not going to improve? This team is what it is. Would you do that? 248-539-9797.
I would not. I wouldn't. That to me would be a complete failure. To go out and lose any meaningful game, that is a disaster. I'm not signing up for disaster. I can't put enough stock into week 1 to be ready to sign up. Now, if they get blitzed by Texas, which again, I'm not touching that game with a 10-foot pole, but let's say they get Napiered.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Texas rolls in and burns your stadium down.
Mm-hmm.
Then your question, then it might be time to make a deal.
But the deal may be off the table.
And that's fine. I'm telling you, as I sit here right now, I wouldn't sign up for that.
Because think about this. A lot of players went to the NFL. This is a whole new staff, pretty much, except for like a few lingering people around. This is a new team. This isn't the same team as the previous seasons. With a new staff, maybe the expectations were just a little too high for this team. Your quarterback situation, the offensive line, there's a lot of new pieces there, Mike, that maybe we just thought, well, you're Michigan and you're just going to automatically roll. No, you didn't really go and upgrade your quarterback position. And I think, as one caller said, you're going to become Iowa this year, where there's going to be a lot of close games. Bet the under. And, you got to hope that you don't turn the ball over in key spots and
David,
lean on your defense.
Would you sign up for 8-4 right now?
Yeah, but I'm different because I already said they're going 6-6. So yes, I would lock up 8-4 today if I can get that. Yes.
Michigan fan, are you disturbed enough by the opener that you would take this deal from Satan over here? It's not me offering it. It's Beelzebub over there. Right there.
Not Beelzebub.
Rico Beard. Rico Beazle. Listen.
The views expressed by Mike.
248-539-9797. Now, okay, what deal are you offering State fans after that clown car on Friday night?
State fans, I will
3.
I will offer you this deal. you're 5-7. You are 5-7. You lock in 5-7 based off of what you saw. You will not go to a bowl game. I guess in the end, you could say we progressed from last year. But yeah, 5 wins. You could lock it in right here, right now, that you're going to win 4 more games this season.
I'd rather go 2-10. I'll go down with the ship.
There's no draft, so it doesn't mean anything.
No, my point is I'm not going to allow Jonathan Smith to live in those expectations. And if you say I would sign up for that, you're saying that I am partisan to that. I am willing to go along with that. I'm not. 5-7 would be a complete disaster. It's unacceptable in the NIL and portal era. Now, I understand State may not be much better than 5-7, but his job as a guy who's very well compensated to do his job is to get them there. So I much like David, I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Okay.
Now, if you told me I could lock in 6-6 right
All
now,
right, let's move it up there.
that I would do.
6-6.
6-6.
You're down at Ford Field for a bowl game.
I won't be, but you will be. You'll have a great time. I would sign up for 6-6. If I were a Michigan fan, would I sign up for 9-3? Yes. Yes, I would.
See, I had 9-3, but I watched USC, and I can't give you that.
Look, they get all their games at home.
They do.
So that's the benefit. If you chalk OSU up as an auto loss.
I heard they play Mr. Brightside, and they have a light show.
What would you like me to do? But I wouldn't sign up for 8-4 as a U of M fan, and for State, no, I can't. And again, State fans won't call. But it's just one of these deals where I don't understand how at a major university, anything less than 6-6 is remotely tolerable.
Yeah, well, I just want to know how much confidence do you have in your team after watching them this weekend? If you feel it's over, call and let me know why that's a joke and why it should be 9-3 or more.
I think for Michigan, it's just different because the expectation is the playoff and a national championship or competing for such. Now, with those expectations, and I look at that team, well, if you're saying we're Iowa-esque, well, we've never talked about those things with Iowa football. You'll be good enough, but you're not going to beat real teams.
Right.
Okay. For State, again, totally different expectation level. But what I watched Friday night was NFG, non-functioning garbage. They couldn't complete.
Now I thought you were going with that.
They couldn't complete a pass.
I thought it was no good with something in the middle.
Kenny, 9 beers deep, blindfolded by a bandana, or Aiden Childs. It's a push. No. They couldn't complete a pass.
No, he was 10 of 24 with 2 picks.
Kenny, drunk, blindfolded,
and
11 of 24.
Second pick was horrible. Like, he stared down the receiver.
I'm aware.
The guy was just like, wait, is he really? Yeah, he really is going to throw it there.
David, go
The
ahead.
only disappointment was the guy didn't take it all the way back. Like, how
I don't know.
slow
I don't
are
know
you?
what is wrong with that guy.
Like, how slow are you, man? You had a head start and you got caught.
I think Aiden knew it was so bad he went into a dead sprint the minute it left his hands.
I think he did too.
Nope. Uh-oh.
I think he did too.
He was already across the midfield logo. He had a jetpack. He knew.
He knew.
248-539-9797. David, what did Ticket Text have to say?
Rico, get real, asking any Michigan fan if you're okay with accepting a loss to Ohio State right now to guarantee 8-4. Absolutely not.
I'm saying this. Can you be real with yourself and what you saw this weekend?
They can't even be real that they cheated. You think they're going to be real about this?
It can't be.
Are you kidding me?
Kenny, I'm trying here.
The Michigan fans are the guy who's married and they go, wow, my wife has a lot of male friends over at the house and my headboard is banging. I don't know. Nothing to see here.
We pay a lot of our bills in singles.
She works from home. That's all.
Right.
Boy, there are a lot of noises coming from my bedroom when I'm not in it. You know, what do you mean?
She just likes glitter.
I'm making a point that these
got you.
people are the least self-aware fans in the sport.
And I'm saying, after watching that game, did you have a come to Jesus moment with yourself and
Not
say,
yet.
maybe we're not that good? That's what I'm asking.
I think you could take great off the table, but I'm not ready to. I want to see what the Texas game looks like. If Michigan competes, it's a game in the fourth quarter. They play well, but let's say they fall short. That's not a crime. Texas might be one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the country. to me, they're still a 9-win football team. I agreed with you from the start. It won't be pretty this year. Total agreement. I was concerned with their opener, but I'm not going to freak and lower the 9-3 yet. But I understand why you're saying 8-4. And guys, factually, your over-under wasn't 10.5 or 9.5. It was 8.5. Michigan State concerned me even more because it's a lower bar to clear. They looked even worse. Once again, blindfolded Kenny, passing game.
Overthrown passes, yeah. It was almost like they didn't practice all summer long.
I can't take any.
I agree with Mike. I'd rather see State go 3-9 than 5-7. Anything less than 6 wins is a joke.
Complete joke, especially when you have, Prairie View built in, so that's really 5.
But 3-9, I guess if there was an NFL and you had a draft and you get the first pick, I get it. But
no,
you're not firing your coach.
Oh, sure I can. I can do whatever I want.
Okay. They're not firing their coach.
Fire everybody.
Okay.
I
You're going
quit.
to bring in Billy Napier?
I don't care. I don't care anymore. I didn't even feel anything Friday. It didn't matter. You know why? Because I didn't bet on it. I was waiting for the Stanford game. I watched and I went, that's pretty effed up. I was, you know what I've been turned into as a Spartan fan? I'm the guy who's driving on the highway who slows down to look at the fiery car wreck, and then I speed back up. There's nothing left.
248-539-9797. Would you lock in 8-4? Would you, if you're a Michigan fan, you want to go 6-6 or you want to go 5-7?
Bro, you can do whatever you want.
For State fans.
I'll
let you decide.
I mean, you'd have to say 5-7.
5-7
the
it
same
is.
price that you're making Michigan fans
right.
pay, you have to make
I
State
said
fans pay.
the original was 5-7. You don't make the bowl game, but
I'm
you can
turning
at least
both
say,
of your deals down, devil.
Okay. I'm not
Beelzebub.
Not that either.
Satan.
Nope.
Lucifer.
I think he sits on the other side of the microphone.
How dare you?
Xfinity gives me a no, David, not that side.
I thought you said the other side of the glass.
No, I said the microphone. Not the glass, and you're okay.
Last time I support your church.
I'll see you later on. This one, I can't guarantee. I'll send him a glass of water. Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go all summer long and still watch my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with all the action with the games going on in Paris. You can also get the speed you need at a great price.
Man, it's hot down here.
Fastest internet on the largest gig speed network. Xfinity will deliver even there to you, Mike. Delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. And we know with football season and with Xfinity, I can get out-of-market scores and stats, latest injury updates, and the latest scores in the baseball playoff chase. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
You've heard us talk about injury attorney David Femininio, and if you listen to the results David has gotten for his clients, ranging from $3.5 million all the way up to $11.5 million, you need an attorney that will fight for you. You can call and speak to anytime. David is on standby at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. A little later on, I want to know if the Detroit Tigers got disrespected by ESPN. We'll get to it at 4 o'clock. It's a question.
A little disrespect.
Birdman.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the people. We'll go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, before I start my call, I want to remind you guys. I don't know if you remember. I'm the Oakland University basketball junkie who bets OU.
The complete breakdown by Steve in Traverse City.
I won't dare mention Campy in a call with Kenny if Kenny's there. I don't want his head to explode.
Okay. He's already turned the microphone off. Go ahead.
Good. Hey, you guys talked earlier about the state game and how that ridiculous fourth and one call, and they should have taken the field goal, and then they ran that terrible running play. I'm a little bit more concerned from an offensive coordinator standpoint that, Lindgren, and again, this is an overreaction, but Lindgren reminded me a lot of Jay Johnson from this standpoint, in that we had 3 separate third and mediums. I want to say anywhere between 3rd and 4 and 3rd and 7. And he ran the same 20 to 25-yard fade route over the shoulder for Childs. I could not believe what I was seeing. The kid was struggling. They needed third downs, and they gave him 3 very, very hard throws to make, which he didn't even come close on.
No, and look, Steve,
I'm a little concerned.
That's the problem. I mean, this is what they did at Oregon State, except the difference is they had a track star like Silas Bolden out wide. We don't have that. Our receivers are garbage. I was disappointed. There was no screen game. There was nothing in the flats. There was no intermediate usage of tight ends, nor was there, outside of one play to Jack Velling, any use of the seam routes. No one catching a ball in stride. No one seemingly could get open.
And even when they called the correct play to Velling, it was underthrown.
Yeah,
he was wide open.
So, yeah, Steve, it's an overreaction, but it's something I don't think you're totally wrong about.
I fully expected, Jack, especially when they struggled early offensively, I fully expected, at least in the second half, that Velling would get 3 or 4 catches, and he ends the game with 3 targets and 1 catch. They better be careful because he was all Pac-12 last year. They're at the transfer portal if they don't get him involved.
That's the same thing. Look at Nick Marsh. Where was he? He's one of your only legitimate wide receivers. He caught a ball early, and I never saw him again. Why? So I could look at Monterey Foster single-handedly clown car our game? Steve, I'm with you. Look.
But he changed his number to 3.
I don't care. Change it to 0 because that's what he brings to the table. The whole thing, it was an absolute nonsense game. I'm so happy I don't pay to watch it anymore. So I don't think it's an overreaction. That's what we do in week 1. Well, I'll find out what I need to find out about State this weekend. Go to Maryland and let me see. Now, look, they may lose. Do you compete? Does it look competent? Does it look like something that we can build off of and get to 6 wins in year 0 of a rebuild? Right. Totally different than U of M.
Or does it look like Ohio State in previous years where it's over in the first quarter?
Right, and then Rico's face is painted like the I Like Turtles kid. Just like zombie mode, week 2.
248-539-9797. You got the deal on the table. 8-4 if you're Michigan, 5-7 if you're Michigan State. Or you know what? Maybe you're sitting there thinking, I'm not overreacting. This team is going to change everything. They're going to be fine. They're going to be okay. Let us know.
I mean, I'm certainly in the latter, but I understand the question. Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anth?
How you guys doing?
Good, Anth. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm definitely not taking that 8-4, not after week 1, because like you kind of said it earlier, Mike, like everybody looked a little sloppy this week, even Texas did. coming out, like they got it together a lot quicker. I think it was second period or second quarter they started getting it together. It took Michigan to the fourth, but most of the games I watched, everybody looked a little sloppy on Saturday.
Yeah, the thing is, Anthony, I just never saw that Michigan offense click into gear until you finally said, okay, Mullings is going to be our guy running the ball. Then the offense started to – I'm like, okay, I think we figured out who running back one is. Now you got to figure out who QB one is. And I'm not going to do the back and forth thing.
I definitely expected a lot more out of Donovan Edwards, but it took till, obviously the fourth quarter, and then we started driving the ball down the field some, and I was like, okay, this looks like, the Michigan ball I'm used to. But
I think
that after week one, I think we could,
No, Anthony, I'm with you. I want to see the Texas game, and then you'll have an idea of where you are. I just think what Rico said is true. Like, I don't think a lesser player has ever gotten more hype than Donovan Edwards. Like, when I watch these games, I'm like, Mullins is clearly the more physical, more capable back on a play-in, play-out basis, where Donovan has always been the change of pace guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It just seems like he's taking too much time to find a spot to run instead of just running.
Well, again, when the last 2 years, the last 2 years, you had the benefit not only of knowing the other team's plays, but also running through holes that Kenny could run through. Mm-hmm. Like, go look at the national title game. He makes a cutback, no one touches him.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the play-in, play-out basis. Oh, what about the run at Ohio State? Right, where there was no one? So those aren't real. Real is on a play-in, play-out basis, averaging 5.5 yards a carry.
You can break a tackle and fall forward and pick up 4 yards. He gets hit, he's down right there, picked up a yard. And now it's second and long. And it was constant. And until they finally just said, you know what, let's bring in the other guy, offense started to move. And I'm like, okay, between Mullings and Loveland, now you got something. Now you can do some play action because your running game is working.
Yeah, but one thing I don't like what Anthony said, and a lot of Michigan fans do this, is what has Edwards ever done, though? He's just expected to
National
be it because
game.
of a name. He's expected to be this because he's now the
on
number
the cover,
one.
He's on the cover of the video
But
game that everybody anticipated.
He's never been that guy.
And you saw him in the national title game, and he carried Michigan to victory.
And listen, Michigan fans, when I say that, I'm not knocking him because he's been wonderful in the role he's had. Last year was a struggle. But the year before that, he was great in the role that he played for the Michigan offense. But he's never been the type of guy to me that's never going to be the number one.
Here's his 4-year career, David. 35 for 174, 140 for 990, 119 for 497, and he had 11 for 27 the other night. Look, at a certain point, your production has to matter.
Exactly. And that's what I have never seen from him. In that role in 2022, great. Change of pace, you do what you need to do. But he can't be the number one. He can't be that.
It just makes you wonder. And I know Fresno State clearly wanted to take the runaway. Clearly they were fire and run blitzes, etc. You can't go 11 for 27 and pretend you're a bell cow Heisman Trophy caliber back. You
because
can't do it.
It's about
you don't think
vision.
people stack the box against Ollie Gordon? I mean, come on. Like, you either are the guy or you're not.
Because it's about vision.
They need him badly against Texas.
Big time.
They have to be able to control TOP against Texas.
No, you're right, because if that Texas offense is on there wearing down that defense, it's going to be a long fourth quarter.
I hate that I am in a position to defend Michigan, but I will do it dutifully. I do not trust in a big spot Steve Sarkisian and Quinn Ewers. If Michigan has got this in a tight spot in a big moment, Sark will bleep himself. This is what he does.
What about Arch Manning?
You won't see him. This isn't Colorado State.
You won't see the dual quarterback type?
Absolutely not. Okay. Ewers, look, man, he's had a couple of years to show I'm the guy. He's still not above. He's not, that number one guy going in the draft. He's not Carson Beck.
We had the no-look pass in the last game.
I don't care. I don't trust him.
Okay.
I think if you're a Michigan fan, trust your defense.
Fair.
Stay in the game. Muddy it up. Stay in this thing. Ewers and Sark will find a way to bleep themselves.
I said keep Texas under 23 points, and I think you got it.
Yeah, that's actually fair. Play this in the low 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the way U of M's going to have to win games. Yeah. Or they could just run for 483 yards out of nowhere. Who knows?
You're Iowa. Just wave to the kids at the end of the first quarter.
All right, sun is out. Days are longer. One problem, your schedule is busier. So you need Hungry Howie's to provide dinner. Easy. Like, for instance, when David is out at the ball fields until all hours of the night, you got to bring home dinner to the family. Hungry Howie's, $14.99, any large pizza, including the summer specials, which are rounding down right now, the Backyard Burger or the Pickle Bacon Ranch. Those are only going to be available for a few more days. You can pick up any large pizza they offer, $14.99 each, limited time only. It's hungryhowies.com or download the app today. Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Former Tiger pitcher Joey Wentz has been cleaned off waivers by the Pirates. Wentz threw 55 innings, logging a 5.37 ERA this season in Detroit. The Tigers have the night off. They'll be back at it tomorrow versus San Diego. Michigan football now 10th in the latest AP poll that came out today. Notre Dame has risen to 5. Florida State out after their 0-2 slide. The 49ers have checked off 2 major pieces on their list to do for Week 1. Brandon Ayuk, check. As of today, Trent Williams, check. But according to Grant Cohn, who writes on the 49ers for Sports Illustrated, things within the organization are still a bit rocky. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
We're going to get to the people momentarily. Your thoughts about Michigan and Michigan State's less than stellar openers. What does it mean? Overreactions, the whole bit. That's the fun of it. I mean, the true reality, of course, is we'll see what you look like against Texas, or certainly what you look like at Maryland. 2 different barometers for 2 teams in completely different arenas. But no, I don't really have much good to say about either team after the opening week. It was 6 hours I'll want back on my deathbed. It was awful. Those were 2 horrific football games. Argue it.
Can't. David? Offensively, no, you're right. Because neither team, I mean, at one point it was 16-10 in the fourth quarter for both teams. One game stayed there. Michigan scored 2 touchdowns later to make the score look respectable, but it was pretty much 16-10 for both games.
Let's go to Aiden, 97.1. What's up, Aiden? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Hi. I was just going to talk about just how unsure I think everybody, all Michigan fans are with the Texas game and our current quarterback situation.
Okay.
I just think that Alex Orji, he needs to find a way to pass the ball more efficiently and not just run with it. And I think it's Davis Warren. Yeah, he needs to be a little bit more accurate with his throws as well. Certainly, I think if we can figure that out, we might have a little bit more of a chance with the upcoming game against Texas.
See, the problem, Aiden, is in previous seasons, Michigan normally wouldn't play a really good opponent for the first 5 weeks. So you would get a chance to do exactly what you said. It would be like an open scrimmage. You had that against Fresno State. Now you're going up against the number 3 team in the nation or something like that in Texas. Not going to be easy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, for sure. And then also with Will Johnson, he struggled a little bit, I think, against Fresno State. He was getting burnt a lot on those deep routes, and I think that Texas will take advantage of that as well.
Look, I'm not going to get carried away. A kid got worked twice. It didn't result in 7. He's an elite corner. It's going to happen. Not everybody's Charles Woodson.
Of all the people, I'm not really concerned about Will Johnson. I think he will step up. It's Texas.
My concern is about Wink Martindale. See, this is what Michigan fans don't want to hear. Oh, well, you're a Sparty. You know what else I am? A Giants fan.
He's the OG. They all learn from him, Mike. You didn't read those articles?
Yeah, and you know what the OG is? A one-trick pony. Okay? It's a lot like what LSU hired with Blake Baker from Mizzou. Oh, my fastball is I like to blitz. And blitz. And what else? Blitz? Question mark? Like you are left in a space where Wink, right? Blitze, you're going to be put in positions as players. You will have no help. You will be left in a position to be exposed. Now, look, when it works, it's great. The problem I have in 2024 is offenses have gotten so complex and so accustomed to pressures that the counters are devastating. So Wink Martindale's the concern, and the fact you don't know the other team's plays.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about Will.
You're exactly right. Okay. You're exactly right about Wink Martindale because it was Don Brown-esque, just blitz, blitz, blitz. But then the other problem that I have with Wink Martindale was this rotation stuff. Why are you taking guys out? Play your best guys.
Well, it's game one.
And that's what I'm hoping.
It's game one.
That's what I'm hoping. But we'll see.
Well, you know what? And I guess if you could take away a positive, Mike, I don't know. You watched all the state games.
Tell me, I can give you one positive from each game.
No, I was going to say the positive that I did like for MSU, the defense, they didn't have to do a lot of blitzing. They were still able to get to the quarterback. Now, yes, it was Florida Atlantic, but as you said, 7 sacks, 11 tackles for losses, 2 turnovers and the safety without having to bring the extra man.
At a minimum, you did what you should do.
Right.
Which is what they haven't done the last 2 years.
Right.
So, yes.
Because normally they have to send 6 or 7 guys to the quarterback to get those results.
The positive for Michigan is in today's college football, there are just, it's haves and have-nots more than ever. Michigan has a collection of studs, right? Real difference makers. And it's Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Ken Grant, and Colston Loveland on offense. I just can't put Donovan there because the production's never there. The point I'm making is they can lean on their stars, specifically the big 2 horses up front, and I think that's going to allow them to be in most games. Now, again, if they get Napiered Saturday, the whole conversation changes. Yeah. But I will never trust Texas to go on the road and do that. What they did at Alabama, that's fine. But I thought Alabama stunk last year. I don't think Michigan stinks. And it's been years since I've watched somebody go into the big house and actually play their A game. I got to see it to believe it. So,
okay.
Sark will do
back
something.
to, what was that, Dennis Dixon in Oregon?
Oh, the Statue of Liberty. Jonathan Stewart at running back. Those days are dead. You killed that sport. 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of people who want to talk. We are embracing your overreactions after week 1 of college football. And we will also, we have to salute, I think, a team that absolutely graduated this week. We'll explain. We'll get to it. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time, oldest company in the state of Michigan, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville. And in last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they move the product, because it's in stock all the time. It's right in the warehouse. They basically reach over, grab what you need. Here you go. Get the hell out of here. Go build your deck. And some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So all you need to do to take advantage of beautiful days like today is go to Northville. They'll intro you to a Trex Certified Pro. Just call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get back to the phones momentarily. Right now, football. I'd like to start this week's Blitz by just asking a question. Is the Big Ten Network the worst network in history? Yes? Good. All right, let's move on.
Well, Mike, I got more receipts for you. I'm kidding.
Go to hell. David, let's go.
Let's get into week one.
I watched everything this weekend.
Of college football here. Let's just start with Florida State. Let's just do it. They're 0-2 after losing to Boston College. Did we have the wrong Florida coach on the first fired list?
You know what? Let me just first of all say to this beautiful man who sits in front of me, I was wrong.
You're fine.
I apologize. I feel like I've let the listeners down. I thought Florida State would be in the college football playoffs. They would not win the ACC, but I thought they were going to be good enough to finish second.
Let me give you the Boston College highlights.
I have failed you.
Let me give you live. Here's BC Florida State in a soundbite.
Yeah. DJ, you were bad at 3 different schools. You just may be bad.
One of the greatest grifts in college football history.
I mean, I thought it was going to be Quinn Ewers, but he all of a sudden turned it around.
Here's the point. Florida State will be a case study for something, and we can't get into a deep discussion now, but think this over. NIL portal era. They're 0-2. Season off the rails early. Players have no reason to be loyal. No reason to, I gotta be ready for next year. The agents are already going, hey, you're up out of there. We got a sweet offer from Baylor for you.
See, I thought you were going to go the other way, David. And real quick, I think it's a case study. Nick Saban put it best. When in the portal era, if you get bleep right,
you're bleep out of luck.
Right. You win. If you get it wrong, you're bleep out of luck. And that's what happened. Let me think about it. All the guys they got last year. They got the 2 D linemen who ended up playing.
Jared Verse.
Getting drafted by the Rams. They got Keon Coleman. They got their quarterback. They got all these different people.
This year they got Gary Coleman.
So, yeah, you get the portal right. It works. You don't. Yeah.
So let me give you a list of teams that maybe you may be more confident in after week 1. Miami, Penn State, Iowa. Iowa scored 40 points.
I don't care.
In a game.
They were playing the Iowa Farmers Association.
It doesn't matter. They've never scored 40 like that before.
Yeah, I got to give them.
But Cam Ward went and destroyed Florida. He won 41-17 on the road. That was a great.
You know what, David? Here's the thing. Maybe, just maybe, Michigan should have went and kissed and made up with Cade McNamara and brought him back this year, and you would have had a QB.
No, that's outrageous. No.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Come on.
Are we
it.
sure?
You're being a troll.
It's not being a troll, Mike. Iowa's offense to.
Yes, if you want to say they should have gone to the portal and gotten Cam Ward, I agree with you.
He was never returning.
I'm saying he knows the offense, and all of a sudden, Iowa looked like a real team. The defense was there. They pitched a shutout, but offensively, they're scoring points. Miami, you nailed that one. You called Cam Ward looked like he was him. I mean, I love the fact that the Miami players ran over to the Florida sideline and told the recruits, you're at the wrong school. You need to come to Miami. We run the state. And they weren't lying, David.
Oddly enough, that's what MSU is going to do to Prairie View.
Don't go to Prairie View? Nah, you probably still want to go to Prairie View if you're a band member.
So
the team I have the most confidence in, though, David, truly you didn't list them.
Okay.
It's Notre Dame.
Oh, I was going to get to Notre Dame at Texas.
Let's just do it right now. Notre Dame had the virtuoso performance of the weekend. To do it against A&M is one thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't neutral site. It was in the belly of the beast, one of the 5 hardest places to play in America. And that offensive line, Riley Leonard, the running game, and most importantly, Marcus Freeman's baby, the defense, I couldn't be more impressed. They're a playoff team. They're in.
Oh, no. Notre Dame locked up a spot in the playoffs. They won't get a bye, but you're going to be playing somebody in South Bend in December. So you're going to Notre Dame. They're in. The team I was most impressed with, you didn't mention either, David, and it was USC.
I was going to get to them next. All right, let's do it.
USC impressed me because all of a sudden they have a defense. They've always had offense, but it was the high-scoring 45-42 type of game where it was whoever had the ball last. They went out there and just shut down LSU. And that's an SEC team. That's not, Louisiana Tech. I was impressed. And all of a sudden, now I look at the Big Ten and say it just got that much harder.
Well, speaking of the Big Ten, let's talk about a team that you may be less confident in. Just one. We're not going to talk about Clemson. Just one. Oregon. They struggled to beat Idaho. They won 24-14. They struggled a little bit.
David, nothing about that game made sense because they outgained them by a ton. I mean, like everything looked like that should have been a 40-0 type of game. Yet it was a 3-point game late into the fourth quarter when they had to, like, what just happened here?
Look, I treat the Oregon thing like the Michigan thing, or even Ohio State in the first half of their game. I'm not ready to go crazy about it, but was it a little jarring? Yeah. Idaho's not even a Division I team.
But the fact that they dominated in every stat, if I covered up the score, you would say, oh, they must have won like 42-3. Nope, 24-14.
Well, this weekend they'll get tested because Boise's going to come to town with, in my opinion, the best running back in America, Ashton Genty. So if they're not on their game.
I think he just scored again.
He did.
Well,
where was that on the prop bet casino?
Oh, that mistakes were made.
Ashton Genty, 6 touchdowns.
Here's the thing, and David, they sent me the Heisman thing in the mail here, and I'm like, who the heck is this? I now know who it is.
Yeah, let me get to
you
that.
got one too. You just don't open your mail.
Because what I'm going to try to do every week is get to a Heisman spotlight, and he was my first one for this week because I found myself turning to ESPNU because the game was close at some point.
It was close for a moment when Georgia Southern scored to go up 37-36, and you go, wow. Cutscene, Boise scores the next 28 points.
Yeah.
It was wild, but I was thinking in my head when they took the lead, I'm like, this is going to be the game that decides the college football playoff.
You got to remember, too, though, is David, you got a team who's up north, and you're on the road in Statesboro, Georgia, where the mosquitoes are the size of human beings, and it's 100% humidity. Your AD hates your guts for sending you down there to play.
Yeah. I will say this, David, on the flip side.
Yeah.
I'm just going to add this to the report. Clemson, can we just officially bury them? Like between Dabo, I don't think Dabo gets fired in the middle of the year.
But why shouldn't? No, not middle of the year, but at the end of this year. What are the justifiable reasons Dabo's there?
There aren't any.
He refuses to adapt and put the program that he is handsomely paid to run in the best positions to succeed. F you, goodbye.
Here's how you know Dabo's worth. He's won multiple titles, correct?
Past tense.
But, no. When the best program in America, Alabama, who he graduated and played for, does not give him an interview to take over as the head coach, that should tell you everything you need to know about him because that's a shoe-in right there. If you want to keep this thing rolling, you don't go out to Seattle and take the Washington coach. You go right to Dabo and say, come on home.
Well, you don't go and get this bum who won't use the portal.
And that's what I'm saying. The game we're watching the game pass him by.
You were right on Clemson. It's over. I just shut the door on Nona. Casket closed, lower in the ground.
Wait, but was that a beep?
Nope, doesn't matter.
Nope, not a beep. And the last that I want to spotlight on the Heisman spotlight outside of Jackson Dart, they played Furman, is Arizona wide receiver Tedorola McMillan, or T-Mac. 10 receptions, 304 yards, and 4 touchdowns.
The game was a joke.
It was.
I didn't stay up for all of it because I got to the late hours. I'd had enough of football. David, all I would say, I would caution you. Enjoy playing New Mexico. That game had no defense. I think it finished 61-42 or something like that. I can't take it serious.
Yeah, and it was midnight, and they were still playing.
Yeah,
it was a long game.
Still playing. It wasn't even halftime.
It was a long game. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. Michigan State offensive coordinator spoke to the media today about quarterback Aiden Childs. The Lions getting high marks in many power rankings released today. Most outlets have them as the second best team in the NFL, including The Athletic. Quote, wide receiver Jameson Williams looks like he's taken a step forward in practice, and Williams' dynamic breakaway speed to an offense that finished third in the league in yards per play last year, and Campbell might not even need that 12th daily cup of coffee, end quote. The Tigers have the night off, but Yu Darvish will make his return for the Padres against them tomorrow. Darvish hasn't pitched in the big leagues since May 29th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you with us. You missed anything, Odyssey.com Rewind. We're talking a little college football, your grotesque overreactions from week one. Let's face it, Michigan and Michigan State both look terrible. No, I don't think that writes the book. Clearly, I want to see Michigan versus Texas. I want to see Michigan State versus Maryland. They're different, barometers, different burdens of proof, but they're two teams in completely different places right now. But it's totally okay to talk about, okay, that was nonsense. Friday night was nonsense in East Lansing. And that performance by Michigan, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's fine to say after watching either game, depending on your fan base, I'm concerned that things won't go the way I envisioned to begin the season. Whereas for MSU, okay, can you go 6-6 and make a bowl game?
Did Aiden Childs play that game in a VR helmet? 248. Because he wasn't existing on this plane.
Maybe the comms were messing up and he got those signals crossed.
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll get to
for Michigan, it was the playoffs. You thought you were going to be a Big Ten team in the playoff. It wasn't necessarily winning the Big Ten, but you were going to be good enough to capture one of those playoff spots. Are you concerned that you're not going to get there?
You got nothing from Donovan Edwards. You have one weapon on offense. His name is Colston Loveland. And I don't know what you're doing at quarterback. I just don't. I mean, the Davis Warren orgy thing, look, pick one and roll with it because I don't think you're winning a national championship rotating quarterbacks.
And I think deep down you've already picked one. You just have to tell Orgy he's the backup.
Or you roll with him and you just run a complete power running game, Gus Malzahn, Cam Newton kind of thingamabob, and you just try to sledgehammer teams. The problem is I don't know if your O-line's up to the task. For State, I mean, I have so many issues I can't even begin to tell you.
Hey, you know what?
What?
The OC came out and said they had to get Nick Marsh the ball more. He's going to play more. So, just so you know.
Well, in other news, boobs are fun. Really? That's what we're paying a 7-figure coordinator to figure out? You probably should. We do not have any wide receivers who have any amount of foot speed. So your grand conclusion after game one is after watching an entire game of the cast from Cocoon doubling as your wide receivers is to, oh, wait, I should have played the kid who's the highest rated recruit, one of the highest paid guys on the team. I probably need to get him the ball more.
Yeah, when you see what Ohio State did with their wide receiver, who's a true freshman,
I'm not mad at you.
I got frustrated when they got into the red zone. They turned their ball over 3 times in the red zone, and he's on the bench. He needed to be in the game, even if it's just throw the ball up to him and let him go and out-jump the corner. Okay, let's go that route, but why are you making things a lot more difficult when you don't have to?
I don't have a single positive thing to say about MSU's offense. Full stop. It was an absolute clown car.
You shouldn't.
again.
Mike, they scored 16 points.
And it wasn't even that good.
And that was in the first half. And you know who scored first? The defense.
I'm aware. I had to look up who the player was.
Transfer.
Devadrick Douse or whatever his name is. I'm like, all right, nice to meet you. 248-539-9797. So we're rapping about it. Let's see what the people have to say. We'll go to Nate, 97.1. Nate, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, gentlemen?
Hey, good, Nate. What's up?
I just wanted to rap about Michigan. I'm a big Michigan fan, and I want to touch on two things. First thing is I don't know when Donovan Edwards got anointed as this big elite running back, but all these fans that thought that before this game are insane. He's never been that good. I've been saying it since he'd be elite if there was no defense on the field. A strong breeze, and that guy goes down for a loss of 3 yards. Last year, the years before, Blake Corum was the guy who would fight for yards. He'd always fall forward, and he was the bell cow, the elite running back. And Donovan Edwards, as you guys have touched on, was the supplement to that, where he would break off and find the one hole when it's like, oh, wide open, could drive a Mack truck through it, and he takes off. In the open field, he's great. That's why I wanted to say that.
Nate, you know what I would say real quick about Donovan, and I'll let you finish. Maybe you should use him, put both running backs in there and let him just come out, kind of the way the Lions use Gibbs, put him in space, let him use his strengths to, juke somebody out and then go to the house. But, yeah, breaking tackles, that's not his forte.
Right. He's more of a slot receiver than a running back in my eyes.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. And secondly, about the starting quarterback situation, I've heard from all my friends that are Michigan fans and a ton of people that they need to start Orji. I thought Davis Warren, obviously I'm not anointing him as some savior, some Heisman winner. He's not great, but I thought he made some good throws. He's pretty good in the intermediate game, I thought, from what I saw. His deep ball obviously was shoddy at best. I mean, he wasn't hitting anything deep. But he made a couple nice throws. He made a nice tight window throw on like a 10-yard out. At some point in that game, the guy dropped, hit him in the chest. But I thought he was moving the offense more than Orji would have when he spiked the ball. A 5-yard throw, and he
that's
spiked
the
it.
problem. You have two completely different players. I mean, Nate, it wouldn't be ridiculous if people wanted Orji, but you would have to reestablish what your expectations offensively are. You would be admitting we are now Central Florida with KJ Jefferson. We are running Wildcat. We are running QB power until the opponent bleeds. We're pounding the rock 52 times. I don't know that your line is up to that task this year. We got to see it. I'm with you. Look, I'm not ready to close the door on Davis Warren. Let me see the kid play. But we can say on open, no, the quarterback play was not championship caliber. So
right, it was pretty bad.
It was.
So, yeah, and like you said, the offensive line. I had that worry too. I was watching the game and I was kind of beside myself. We're supposed to have this stellar offensive line. That's kind of how we run as a team, as a program. And this offensive line, off one game, so its sample size is small, did not look very stellar.
No, and look, Nate, we'll get our answers next week. I just don't believe, they have a test in week 2, but then we can develop. No. Everything you put in the summer, some of your prep in summer camp was for Texas as it is. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying you used every concept and every page of the play sheet. But when you're in a 16-10 game, you got to play. Your one mistake or one football gods don't like me moment from losing to Fresno State or Florida Atlantic, respectively. I don't want to hear about how many plays you saved.
That is the biggest myth ever because you don't save plays.
Not at 16-10.
No.
And 23-10 when you get the pick six, okay, that's fine. But you were in a game that was way too close for comfort. Now, if you had done the job and you'd gotten up by 4 touchdowns and you want to tell me you shut it down, right. Absolutely.
If all of a sudden you're seeing walk-ons in the third team members in there, okay,
right.
Yes.
Like what plays did MSU save?
You don't save plays when you're in a game that tight. If anything, you break them out and say, hey, we can't wait for an emergency. We're breaking the glass right now.
Save plays. We saved the play where we hit a receiver in stride. I think that's the most jarring thing for Michigan State. It is the last 2 years plus now. Yeah. Can I see a single receiver hit in stride with this mythical unicorn known as yardage after catch?
It ain't Foster. You know who it is? And once again, after one play, he's probably done for the season.
Oh, Christ. Alante Brown?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, I don't know that he's a real person.
Mike,
Alante Brown is an idea. He's not a person.
Last year, very first play of the game. Concussion. And I think at this point, he will be a 7th or 8th year player.
No, he
on
won't.
The team.
Not here, he won't.
What, you going to kick him off?
Yes. I just did. I've made the call.
Your starting wide receiver for Miami of Ohio.
Hey, not gonna work here anymore. You wanted this era of football, so I'm here. Alante Brown, cut.
You can't cut him, Mike.
I just did.
You can't. You don't even go up there.
Do what I want. You wouldn't, if I were ever an NIL person, you'd hate me.
Why?
I would have pulled his check. I've had enough. 2 years in a row, I paid you. You're never available. Availability's a skill. How's it any different than the NFL? Guys get hurt,
not.
Guys get cut.
No, it's not. I mean, if you said you put it in the contract, bruh, if you get out for the season, I don't have to. I'm going to treat you like an hourly worker.
Bruh. Can I see in the contract, B-R-U-H? Bruh.
I'm going to treat you like an hourly worker.
That's it.
If you don't play, you don't get paid.
I'll pay you by the catch.
Right. You're not a salary guy.
This is where we are in college football, David. I've just cut a receiver who got hurt.
Please see that, bruh. You ain't healthy.
Yeah, I want the first line in the addendum. Honestly.
That's good.
Maybe we could write it in crayon like Sharon's contract.
Oh, my.
The 3-page, what was it? The Ponderosa placemat contract. Guy's operating on a 3-page deal. How?
He's happy. He's getting paid. That's all that matters.
You know what I know. That's not a real contract. You can't answer phones at this station at 3 a.m. on a 3-page deal. You're the CEO of Michigan football on a kind of, sort of, maybe addendum?
I promise you, Dusty Mays is more longer than 3 pages.
You're damn right it is. I just want Rico writing all contracts, starting with bruh. You hereby agree to these. I quit. Tell him about it. 97.1.
Oh, hey, guys, listen up. If you're ready to add a beautiful deck to your home, or you know what, you're just sick of
want a deck?
Or power washing and staining and sealing your current deck, then do what I did recently. Hire Koi Construction to design and build a deck for you. I could not be happier with my new deck, especially watching my neighbors have to do the power washing. I don't. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It is family-owned and operated deck building company that get him out of here, that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus is on quality and craftsmanship that has made them one of the best in the industries. And get this,
just enter promo code, bruh.
They love to work year-round. So you want a deck built this winter so that you're ready to go into the spring? No problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Koi routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, and they're there. They got limited time slots, so you need to call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create anything new or you want some inviting new space in the backyard or cozy retreat, Koi Construction has you covered. Koi's experienced team will bring your vision to life, so call them today and get your project started. You won't regret it.
Companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Come on, man. You know better than that. If you want a fair deal, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, over 40 years. They'll back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft's your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. They'll beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you'll save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. There it is. So, we're talking college football, week 1, Michigan State, Michigan, and your overreactions. Because let's face it, everything's an overreaction in week 1, but that's okay. That's the fun of sports. Obviously, we're waiting to see what you do against Texas or what State does against Maryland. Both are roughly an 8-point underdog. So it's just the idea of when you watched it, how concerned were you? How surprised were you? Look, I admit it. I was mortified as a State fan because it basically just looked like Mel Tucker coaching the team. I mean, offensively, there was no plan. They couldn't run the ball worth bleep. The passing game consisted of YOLO, throwing it 800 yards down the field to nobody.
Yeah, you can't have play-action passing when you can't run the ball.
Right.
Defensively,
everything. I was pleased because, well, an ABH, anyone but Hazleton. They were able to, 11 tackles for loss, 7 sacks. I don't care if you're playing the Michigan School for the Deaf. That means you were creating havoc in your front seven.
See, I like that the defense were able to get pressure with just the front 4.
Yes.
And not have to bring that extra rusher. That was encouraging.
And I'll tell you what I'm tired
of. Plays, they went out there and got the job done.
Enough with the targeting. Across college football, get rid of targeting. Everybody knows if you're a headhunter in the secondary and you're Chuck Cecil and you decapitate a guy, throw him out of the game. But you know what I don't need? When a quarterback like this dope for FAU is sliding so late and so, guys,
see,
offensive players move. They're not crash test dummies.
No. Here's where it gets difficult because you're telling players when they tackle, make sure you tackle low. It's almost like the strike zone. Not too high, not too low.
And what happens if the offensive player puts their helmet down?
That's what I'm saying. When you do the slide, they're like, well, this is what I was told to tackle right here. No, you actually hit him in the head. You grazed him. You hit an elbow to the head.
Here's what we're going to do.
Targeting.
I'm outlawing slides. That's it. You want to take off and be a pain in the ass for me as a quarterback? Watch this, dead.
No. You can slide. But if you give yourself up, there will be no targeting. You did this on your own, so you chose to take that hit. You don't want to get hit, go run out of bounds.
Get rid of targeting. Be done with it. It's ridiculous, and there's a pace of play problem in college football. They stop the damn game every 3 minutes. For Michigan, it's just simple. Quarterback room, what? Donovan Edwards, what? And you guys tell me. What's your level of concern there? I don't know a single Michigan fan in my life who's pumped up about the backup playing 20 to 25% of the snaps. We're a long way from Stanley Jackson and Joe Germain here.
Here's the thing. If the backup is doing that, it's a true freshman. Somebody that you're grooming.
Who you don't want to leave.
Right, to be that guy.
Like Tim Tebow when they did that in Florida.
Right.
Him and Chris Lee.
You're okay with that. I mean, they did that with Aiden Childs at Oregon State. Like, okay, you're going to get, every third series, we're going to put you in the game. I get that, but
You think Aiden could complete every third pass? That would be nice.
He almost did.
Yeah, okay then. Let's go to Sammy, 97.1. Sammy, how you doing?
Hey now.
Hey now. What's going on, man?
A couple things. Mike, I do have to concur. Boobs are fun. But real quick.
Oh man.
Michigan State. I'm a Slappy. I went to school there. I'm a huge fan. I do think Childs will get better. I think he'll learn from this.
Of course.
I'm more concerned with the 3 guys that were injured on the defense. That really concerns me. You make the biggest leap, they said, right, is between game 1 and game 2. So I'm hopeful. What's going on in Ann Arbor is, I don't understand that. They knew what they had at the end of last season. Why didn't they go out and get, an established quarterback in the transfer portal? I don't understand.
Sammy, I think a lot of the reasons is they had bigger fish to fry. And as silly as that sounds, you didn't know what the coaching situation was. You didn't know what the NCAA situation was going to be. So it's kind of hard to go out and ask a quarterback, believe in us. We're going to still be here come the fall.
All right. Well, okay. Your point's noted. Let me ask you guys a question. Sure. If you were running the program, who would you start? Would you put it? Orji kind of reminds me of Milroe from Alabama a little bit. But he's never going to be able to be a proficient passer unless he's put in the game to throw some balls.
Right. You have to, the way I would, okay, Sammy, from a physical talent standpoint, it's incomparable, Davis Warren to Alex Orji. I'm with you, Sammy. I probably play Orji, and I would have to do, I'm using the comparison. We talked earlier about Oregon State and what they did for DJU. It's the same thing for Orji. You have to set him up with spoon-fed play action. You got to use him as an active runner 10, 12, 14 times a game, and you're going to let him uncork a few deep balls. And you're going to have to accept that you are a Gus Malzahn-style offense if you're going to play Orji. But from a physical talent standpoint, no, there's no comparison. One dude's built like a transformer. The other dude is a single piece of Lego.
Yeah.
Warren can't, he can't look off his first receiver. He doesn't go through his progression. So maybe he'll get better. I don't know. But, you guys talked about USC. Michigan's not going to beat USC unless they get this quarterback thing dialed in. USC is awesome. That Miller Mark kid is good.
And I guess I would say this, maybe if you're Michigan, David, you're the Michigan fan.
Fake.
If the quarterback situation really doesn't take off, do you just go to Jaden Davis, the true freshman?
I would not do that.
Okay.
No.
That's why I'm asking you this question.
You do that, you're signing up for 5-7, 6-6. This defense is too good, and Davis, Warren, and Orji can keep them to at least 8 or 9 wins.
Okay.
I would never.
The combination of I think that's why they're not going to go with Orji altogether.
Yeah, but the whole point, David, when you put Davis Warren in the game, he's a game manager. I don't think anyone's ever described him as anything other than that, right?
Nope.
At least Orji would present you with difference-making ability with his
play,
physical.
yeah.
Just physically. Look, here's the other thing.
Even a touchdown, everybody thought 11 eyes were watching him. That's why Donovan was wide open. He threw the ball.
But it's also the most effective thing in the sport is QB run. We've seen it at the NFL level. You see it at the college level. Everyone is accounted for. It turns it into a true 1v1. Like Orji can be a weapon there, a difference maker. But you will have to accept that this is what this offense is going to be now.
See, and that's what it is. I don't know if they're willing to take the mistakes, which means possible losses.
Well, okay, but risk reward.
Agreed.
What's the upside of Davis Warren?
There is none.
Well, that's okay, not none, but it would be a lower ceiling than Orji, right?
I'm just thinking about the future. I wasn't necessarily saying this year.
Well, see, that's why I asked the question about the freshman. Like, apparently he's Mr. All That. So at what point
is he? Every quarterback they've recruited in the last 50 years has been Mr. All That.
Bruh.
Please. Bruh. Come on. Please. I remember when Brandon Peters was supposed to be Joe Montana. I don't want to hear anymore. Enough. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, and I'm going to really crap on this whole thing because this is my overreaction.
Okay.
My overreaction is after watching Michigan State this week, I feel like I'm watching Iowa from the last 2 years, where there is going to be no offense in this program to be talked about, and yet our defense is going to be really, really good. And I know we had a couple of injuries and everything else, but the idea that this offense is suddenly going to take off if next week they don't score, I don't know, but we'll call it 35 points. I just can't get behind anything they're doing. This has to be something where either they had a preseason week this week, or I'm going to expect to be watching Iowa football from the last 2 years where if you score 10 points, you're going to win.
Aaron, I'm going to put it like this. I think you're going to be disappointed unless the defense scores 2 touchdowns. I don't think you're going to get 35 points. This is with Aiden Childs, and I know for people like Mike, because he's making a lot of money, you expect instant results. I don't think it's going to get better until the back end of this season. That this offense will be pedestrian-like as they try to bring him along and hopefully keep him from overthrowing receivers and having horrible interceptions.
You know what, Rico? I would take pedestrian. At this point, you're a homeless guy with a shopping cart. This is like, sleeping
Can we
on a
just
bench.
put that on the season tickets in East Lansing, or maybe the murals at the stadium?
Ernie
the Can Man.
Ernie the Can Man.
Yeah, no, this is a homeless guy with a shopping cart sleeping on a bench someplace where you walk out with your bags of groceries. Like it just, I know it's week 1. I know it's an overreaction. I know I'm being that guy.
No, Aaron, you're allowed. That's why it's called overreaction.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Rico. But they have to get a running game. They have to get that play action into the
Aaron. All I'll tell you is this:
offensive schemes. They have to get the defense. And again, the defense has been good, but with the injuries this week, who knows what's going to happen next week? And I just can't put myself in a mindset. Mike, it's like you with the Giants.
Oh boy.
That's where I'm at with Michigan State.
I know. Oh, yeah. Try rooting for both teams. You end up in the loony bin. I'll just tell you, as the resident Oregon State super fan, I've watched more Jonathan Smith than anybody else. I didn't see a fraction of what he was doing at OSU in that install Friday night. And I could nerd out on why, but nobody cares. I'll just tell you.
No.
I didn't see any of what
agree.
I was excited about.
You clued me in on Oregon State, so I watched a lot of the Oregon State games. And
that was ratty.
I don't know what I saw.
All right, football's back. Upgrade your viewing experience. Paulson's, the team, they can make it happen. Start with a 98-inch 4K LED TV. So lifelike, make you feel like you have a good football team, even though I don't. Also, you can save $1,800 on that right now. Paulson's also has the LG 65-inch 4K TVs, $14.99. Watch your favorite team score TDs or incomplete passes in my case. The point is, Paulson's has what you're looking for. All Sonos soundbars, speakers from the best brands in the industry, and the expert knowledge to get you what you need. No guesswork. It's Paulson's. Tell them I sent you, and your in-home consultation is absolutely free. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Good news on Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs. He told ESPN today that he's between 98% and 100%, and he'll be in action against the Rams Sunday. Melifonwu was still missing from practice today, however. ESPN College Game Day is coming to Ann Arbor this week. The game day set will be placed at Ferry Field, while the big noon kickoff set for Fox will be set up at Ann Arbor Pioneer. In USA Today's first round of bowl predictions, they have the Wolverines playing in the Citrus Bowl against Mississippi. The DirecTV CFO Ray Carpenter is not budging on the company's stance concerning ESPN with the first Monday Night Football game approaching next week. Quote, we're not playing a short-term game. We need something that is going to work for the long-term sustainability of our video customers. The resolve is there, end quote. That from Joe Flint of the Wall Street Journal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers, rapping about college football, your overreactions from week one, good and bad, and certainly locally, most of it has been bad. The good, not good if you're a Michigan State fan, but Miami, that was for real. And then trolling Florida's recruits to their face, that was tremendous. Penn State, Andy Kotelnicki is for real. The Kansas OC who James Franklin hired, since James Franklin can't do offense, yeah, that was a different offense and a different Drew Aller. And for me, Notre Dame. Notre Dame was the biggest one.
Well,
that was a man-sized performance.
Speaking of coordinators, Mike, I got to look at USC and the defense with Lynn taking over that defense. Yeah, that's the scary thing if you're a Big Ten fan, because USC was not supposed to be that good this season. This is a team that scores a ton of points, but they also can't stop anybody. Well, they went out there and they stopped LSU. Had Brian Kelly slamming his fist on the table. Yeah, watch out for the Trojans. He was upset.
My family. David, go ahead.
All the talk about Donovan Edwards. Donovan Edwards needs to be in a Deebo Samuel role, slot receiver, motioning out of the backfield.
One problem. Deebo breaks tackles. Donovan doesn't.
Thank you.
I'm not. That's not an insult, but they are two completely different human beings.
Overreaction. Michigan won't have a September Heisman this season. Someone else says, as long as Michigan or Michigan State don't come out looking like Florida State in game 2, then I won't be worried.
Okay.
Coaching for MSU, not good. Left 3 points on the field, throwing deep on third down when Childs wasn't accurate at all. That needs to be fixed now.
Well, yeah, here's your biggest problem. And I said this, it's not hyperbole. I'm just this way. Strike one for Jonathan Smith. Not kicking the field goal to go up 9, late stages. I don't want to hear about over-aggression. You had a brain fart. No more.
Yeah.
I am chalking up State's game to first game excitement, nervousness. I will not overreact until I see that performance this week. That is from Kyle in the D.
Oh, listen, if Spartan fans like Rico are sitting there Saturday with a glazed look on their face going, I like turtles, I'm sorry. We're going to be off to a real rough start.
See, it's a win-win for me. So,
yeah. No, it's not.
You're a disgrace.
No, it's not. Jason in Chicago says, overreaction from this weekend. Western Michigan almost beat Wisconsin and will now win the MAC this year. Oh, Joe.
You know what? Here's the funny thing about that. As I'm driving back from Spartan Stadium, listening to the game, like, wait, is this real? Like, I expected more out of Wisconsin.
Well, that was my whole point to whether it's Michigan, Michigan State, Wisconsin, Oregon. I mean, you could have 30 teams I could list. There are a lot of effed up performances to open. Now, again, losing in the fourth quarter at home as Wisconsin to Western, that's a little more than.
And it's overreaction because, yes, a lot of teams corrected, like Ohio State, second half, corrected their problem. Georgia corrected their problems in the second half. So it takes a little bit of time. I guess we expect the instant you just come out there and from like Alabama did from opening kickoff, it's just going to be a bloodletting. Just, you know what? We're not letting up.
Targeting rules should be like soccer. First one's a yellow card, second one's a red card, and you're out. That is from Rick.
My whole point is there has to be discretion with targeting. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the calls. I'm tired of the reviews. And I'll tell you the other thing we do. Take Bill LeMonnier, Dean Blandino, and Mike Pereira. duct tape them together to the moon. Get them out. We don't need a rules expert when the rules expert never gets it right. I mean, well, what's the other numbnuts? Mike Austin or whatever his name is? A Notre Dame A&M game. They had 3 reviews. He said ying, they said yang. He says yang, they say ying. Out. Gone. We don't need it. What's the point of having a broadcast crew if they're so ill-equipped to talk about the rules? Then why are they calling the game?
Or how about this?
And what's Herbie's dog doing there?
Thank you.
Well, it's a dog. Man.
I don't care. I love dogs. They have no place in the broadcast booth.
Dogs or children? Which one?
He's calling the game and he's reaching down, and you know why he's reaching down. Will you leave your dog alone?
I can't. Why is he there?
The dog's probably getting up there in age. He's trying to spend as much time as possible.
Well, then you know what?
I will say this. As far as your replay people, because I went back and rewatched the state game, how about this? When the referee is actually explaining what's going on, you shut up and let them explain.
Or have the mic working.
Well, that was a whole different debacle.
Or show your fans replays in the stadium.
Okay, that's...
Please, you're right.
But
Thank
hey,
you.
let's check that Fly Lansing scoreboard.
Curly shuffle.
But I can read the closed captioning of what the ref was saying. That was great.
No, but I'm saying on TV, when I went back and watched it, he's explaining it, and the guy is still talking, and I'm like, okay, maybe you want to shut up and let the guy. No, he's just explaining. I'm like, everything you're saying is wrong because the referee. I think it was the interception early in the game, and he's just talking. Oh, it's not going to be an interception. This is incomplete pass.
Cutscene. Interception.
Interception.
Get
The
rid of
ball
these
goes
rules.
to FAU. Like, what?
Get rid of these rules, people. David, go ahead, and then we'll get to a blitz, and we'll continue with the callers as it is an overreaction Monday.
The problem for Michigan is that all the good transfer quarterbacks were gone by the time JJ declared for the draft. The time to recruit a transfer was when they were getting ready for the Rose Bowl.
Totally disagree. Listen, there are 134 Division I programs and another zillion 1AA ones. The fact that you didn't add any live body as the University of Michigan, when you call an agent and go, hey, does the player you rep want to play for the winged helmet? Want to play in front of 110,000 people? Want to know the opposition's plays? You will get people you didn't even realize were available. Come on.
I just got that.
I didn't hear that at first either. I just heard that in my...
It's all I have left. My team's awful. Leave me alone.
I'm sitting here like, yep, well, yeah.
David was so,
wait, what?
David was so
Like,
seduced
whoa.
by the sales pitch, he almost missed the slander.
Oh, someone else here says, DJU needs a job. Does anyone have one for him? Can he deliver pizzas?
Yeah, Safe Light Glass or whatever those commercials are.
No, he's wow. Think about this. He's so bad that he lost his Dr. Pepper spot.
That says something, doesn't
He
it?
was the Dr. Pepper quarterback 2 years ago.
On another episode of Fansville, your quarterback blows.
How funny would that be if he's like homeless guy?
On the Fansville commercial?
Wait, weren't you
He's rummaging through Brian Bosworth's trash.
Right.
I'm in. 248-539-9797. NFL time at FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. They got a special kickoff offer. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers bet $5, get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. And with a YouTube TV base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment. Cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price NFL Sunday Ticket automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hi there. Listen, it's football. We're there. It has happened. And soon you're going to be going downtown on Sunday mornings. Moran Buick GMC. How about a brand new tailgating vehicle? 24 GMC Sierra 1500 4-wheel drive. Crew cab, $247 a month, $19.99 down. Or you can lease the 24 Buick Encore GX, $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive, no money due at delivery. New stock arriving daily. The Denali's are back. They're in. And if you have an issue with your current car, you know where to go. MoranExpress.com. Certified service. You get the free loaner. They call you when the car is done. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans and Baseball America's latest Top 100 MLB prospect list. Tyrone Lorenzo, the catcher acquired in the Flaherty deal, sits at number 90. Former Tigers pitcher Joey Wentz has been picked up off waivers by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Wentz has a mid-5 ERA in Detroit this season. No game for the Tigers tonight. They'll send Cater Montero to the mound tomorrow against the Padres. Pending what happens tonight in other games, the Tigers are still just 5 games out at the last wild card spot. Former Lion wideout Caden Davis worked out with the Seahawks today. Davis's preseason best highlight was a 61-yard touchdown. The Steelers have locked up defensive end Cam Hayward to a 3-year, $45 million extension. He also scores a $15 million signing bonus. The details of the 49ers left tackle restructure deal is out as well. He'll earn $48 million guaranteed in a new 3-year deal totaling $83 million. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, kids, what? All right, hold on. We'll get to the phones in a minute. I want to reset everything for the 5 o'clock audience. If you are just getting in your vehicle from a long day's work, we'll try to get you home. Let's overreact together, huh? Let's get around the campfire for some good old-fashioned overreaction from week 1, where both our in-state teams looked like ass. Now, clearly, we're waiting to see Michigan play Texas as currently a 7.5-point underdog. Michigan State, we're waiting to go play Maryland, an 8.5-point underdog. But I would like to know what your takeaways from week 1 were. And certainly we've gone around the country with some other ones. Shout out Notre Dame, Miami, Penn State, USC is 4 of the most impressive. Notre Dame would be number 1 with a bullet. But for Michigan, it's what is our quarterback situation and why couldn't Donovan Edwards run the ball more effectively? Why is it 16-10 in the fourth quarter? And for Michigan State, I mean, I don't know. The only positive would be the stadium didn't fall down. I mean, Aiden Childs looked like Ray Charles. They couldn't line up and run the ball save for one play where the Red Sea opened up and it was a 65-yard TD. I think if I had to be positive about anything, I agree with Rico. It's the front 7. And I don't care who you're playing. I don't care how bad they are. Reminder, State was only favored by 11.5. 7 sacks, 11 tackles for loss. That at least was like, okay, this is good. But overall, if that's who MSU is, they're a 3-win football team. If that's who Michigan is, you're a 7 or 8-win team. I don't believe it's fair to write the book on both teams, but we're overreacting together. Let's make some s'mores. What was your takeaway? Because I think it was jarring for both fan bases. 248-539-9797. Rico?
Yeah, neither game was what the fan base thought it was going to be. I think both teams thought that they were going to come out there and score. I think if you're Michigan State, new era, Jonathan Smith, Aiden Childs, you were going to go out there, you were going to put up some points. You were not only going to cover, but you were going to have enough points that you could see the backup QB and the backup players in the game. Instead of at the end of the game, you got to make a defensive stop or two just to seal a 16-10 victory. For Michigan, the same way. Coming off the national title, it was a celebration mode, and you wanted to see them beat the brakes off of Fresno State and not have it be a 16-10 game late into the fourth quarter where you need 2 touchdowns to kind of get some separation. So that you can go, like, if you were a Michigan fan, you probably wanted to go, both Michigan State fan, you were hoping that you could leave right after halftime or in the third quarter because your team was so far ahead, you could beat traffic to get home.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
No, that did not.
David, your grotesque overreaction for your Wolverines or Spartans.
And by the way, David looked glorious at Spartan Stadium.
I
David,
did not look glorious.
You did.
I had all my black on, and I looked miserable.
Your family looked so happy to be there.
You know what
they did?
You know what looked glorious? The stained jailhouse concrete walls at Spartan Stadium.
Mike,
could we get a power washer?
Mike, I'm talking.
Sorry.
To Dave.
I will say this.
You know what? You keep that to yourself.
Can he power wash the walls up there?
No, my kids were blown away with the troughs. They were blown away. They were like, "What is this?"
Old MacDonald had a farm.
David, you know what? I would have told you on the other side of the field in the north section.
Yes,
that's the bathroom you want to go.
I could have walked to the other side.
Yeah, that's the bathroom you want to go to.
It's only 2024. Only half the stadium gets a real bathroom.
Am I allowed in those bathrooms?
Okay,
You're
then.
allowed.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm just having fun.
Overreactions from week
My
1.
overreaction is Big Ten related, and it is USC is the class of the Big Ten.
Come on, dude.
They are going to play defense. They are going to dominate the Big Ten, plain and simple, because their offense looked really good with Miller Moss. Really good. So
but
they're
they also have explosiveness and size at the receiver position. That helps. But, okay, I mean, look, I was high on USC to go over 7.5. I'm not talking about Big Ten championships yet. If they want to get serious about that conversation, come to Ann Arbor and do your job.
Understood.
Won't believe it until I see that. That was a really nice win on Open, but they got a long way to go if they want to walk in this conference and do that kind of stuff.
My other one is I am now on board with you, Rico. You were way ahead of time here on this one. Clemson is done. Dabo is completely dead. It's over for him.
And David, it's not even the fact that he's willing to admit, okay, maybe I need to go into the portal. No, I'm going to double and triple down, and I'm not doing it. People saying I'm washed in the blood of Jesus. Like, no, just stop. Because even Jesus is sitting in the back of that press conference with the whole neck note. Yeah. Mike, Jesus in the back of the press conference going, Dabo.
That was live audio of Clemson's NIL collective.
Don't invoke my name, Dabo. Don't drag me into this.
Jesus likes points.
Right.
Jesus don't support them.
Like, no. He was like, I got on my red and black. I was a Georgia fan today.
David, your reaction from Michigan. Overreaction. Michigan State.
So my overreaction for Michigan is simply we have no quarterback. Alex Orji can never, ever play that position again for me.
Why?
Because he can't throw the ball. And I'm not willing to risk losing. If we're going to risk losing, then fine, go ahead.
But don't you believe Alex Orji can move the sticks? Don't you believe with his physical and his incredible running ability?
He's very athletic, yes.
You could curate an offense that suits his skills, which David would feature 10 to 12, QB-centric runs, read option, QB power. You could manipulate this to where it could work because your defense is going to carry the day.
But I wonder if Sharon Moore is going to allow that.
Well, I can't help you then.
Coming from the Jim Harbaugh tree, I don't know.
No, what it means is you're going to see a lot more games like Penn State. And is that the recipe for winning the Big Ten? Where it's just going to be 38 straight runs.
I think against an opponent. Look, Michigan, let's face it, they've only got 4 games that are really, 3, where are really in question. They're going to just out-talent people on a week-in, week-out basis. They have 3 games where they shouldn't be able to walk over their opponent. Can you win playing that way against those teams? I don't know. Look, I want to see what they do against Texas, just like with State. I mean, if both these teams don't improve week 1 to 2, good God.
And see, after watching USC, I think it's now 4 teams.
Okay.
They just can't walk over their opponent.
Right. For Michigan State, it's 11. Prairie View's the only one we're going to walk on the field and probably win.
Well, and that would maybe be my overreaction for Michigan State is 4 wins just may be it for them.
If they're not,
it may be it.
It may be the under.
David, if that's who they are, that's a 3-win team. I don't know where the 4's coming from.
Okay, if you count Prairie View as not a win because it's
not unless we can get like the Windsor Surgeon Club on the schedule. They were horrible Friday, but I will wait. But I mean, I thought the offensive game plan and execution of said game plan was atrocious. And Aiden Childs, it was his first career start. It doesn't matter. That was horrific. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Not much. Just want to talk about the Michigan game. I only caught a little bit of the Michigan State game. The Michigan thing, what worries me is that the offensive line, they couldn't get anything going until 3.5 quarters in. And like you said, Michigan plays really 4 games, and those teams have the depth to compete with Michigan. If that O-line stays the same, they can't get better. It's going to be a long season for Michigan. I'm a diehard Michigan fan.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Mike, here's the thing I've talked about with people. I don't know where you stand on it. Is 2 years ago, that was the best offensive line in the history of the school. Last year, they took a little step back, but they were still good. If you take another step back from that after losing all 5 starters, I went into the season concerned, and game 1 didn't do anything to change my concern.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And, I didn't know what to expect from Donovan Edwards this year, but I mean, I think Mullings took over that RB1 spot after that week 1 game. I mean, if Sharon Moore wants to stick with the Jim Harbaugh route, I mean, he's that power running back that's going to get you that 4 or 5 yards a carry, and then
I think it's a lot like what we watch on Sundays, right? We love Jahmyr Gibbs, we love David Montgomery. Why is it a split backfield? Because they're totally different players. I think Donovan Edwards can flourish in the change of pace role.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you can even line him up in the slot because he can play receiver. And then quarterback-wise, I mean, this popped in my head. I mean, why we don't need Orchie to play quarterback. I mean, their OC's on record saying he's their best athlete they have. Get him on the field. Let him play a little tight end or something. Get him on there for some jet sweeps, Get him like this.
But Mike, what I'm saying is you wouldn't need to use him as a trinket player if you build. Look, the only comparative I can offer you, and I'm not saying he's Cam Newton. He's not. But Auburn won a national championship with their quarterback, who was built like a transformer, as the centerpiece of everything, the running game.
So kind of like Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, or what Gus Malzahn's doing at UCF this year with KJ Jefferson. Like, you can build an offense where if that O-line is good, if they had the O-line from 2 years ago, I'd be pounding the table. You just play Orchie, you run the ball 53 times a game, and you make people stop it. Rico, I'm looking for upside, I guess. We'll find out what Davis Warren is all about against Texas, because I don't see a pathway. Unless Texas is the most fraudulent team in America, I don't see a pathway where Michigan's just going to run for 400 yards. No. They're going to have a real passing game.
And it can't just be Loveland.
Correct. America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view with a massive screen. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. David, let's get a couple ticket texts. Rieger, you have a show coming up at 6. Please don't interrupt ours. Please and thank you. All right, let's go to David on. I'm sorry, it's just behind the glass. Rieger was hosting a show, everybody. I love
Yes,
Jeff.
he was.
He does that every day.
But sweet Jesus, I can't have David read ticket texts when Rieger's dropping F-bombs back there. Go ahead.
That was something else. Texas is about to rout these cheaters by 20. Those DBs were getting cooked by Fresno State. Wait till they see real speed.
Okay, I would be very careful with that. First of all, nobody goes into the big house and pulls that off. That's happened like a handful of times in my lifetime. And Michigan's had some bad teams. Very rarely do they get routed at home. Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to like Amp Lee at Florida State. Couple times MSU did it. Oregon did it once.
Yeah, Dennis Dixon.
But I don't trust Steve Sarkisian in a big spot.
Even though he went into Alabama?
When the chips are down in these games, I'm talking about idiocy on par with what Jonathan Smith did the other night. This guy will do some of the dumbest stuff you've ever seen in the red zone. And
So go for the jugular when you can just do the safe play?
That's right. The other problem is Quinn Ewers has never ascended to be the guy. He's good. He's not great.
You know what? You're right. Because the one game that I really thought he was going to be great, he got knocked out of that Oklahoma game.
Yeah.
Where he was on pace like, okay, this is the end, and here comes the ambulance.
And dead. I don't trust them. I don't. Now, if you believe in line movement and things of that nature, it was Texas -3 all summer. It's now Texas -7.5. It was 5.5 on open.
So if it wasn't Michigan, would you then say, you know what, I got to take Texas?
No, I just think it
because you follow the line movement.
Yeah, look. Yes, except I know the Wolverines will never hear what I'm saying. I have a great deal of respect for Michigan's defense.
Right.
And I find it very hard to believe that with 3 first-round picks, Will Johnson and both D tackles, I find it hard to believe you're just going to roll in and just.
Well, 7.5 ain't rolling in and just destroying them. That's basically, will they win by 8 to 10 points?
I don't see it.
So I'm just saying, you're the Vegas guy. So if it wasn't Michigan and you saw the line moving that way, wouldn't you take Texas?
I make a point to not bet against Michigan. I already hate them enough that that's my money.
But if it was Oklahoma State instead of Michigan?
Yeah, I'd probably take Texas.
Okay. Okay.
I probably would. No, what I'm going to do, though, is the ultimate. Exactly. What I'm probably going to do is the ultimate emotional hedge. I'll just bet Michigan money line, plus 250. That way, if I have to deal with their idiot fans, I win money. And if they don't win, well, I would have. That's money
how
well
much
spent.
you would have paid to-
I would have. Yeah, I would pay for their misery. Yes, I'm open about it.
So kind of like the Ohio State stuff.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
You're just paying X amount of dollars to watch Michigan lose as well.
That's right.
I like
That's
that.
right.
That's the spite bet.
But it's an emotional hedge. But I'm interested because I do think they'll look drastically better. If they don't, well, then what Rico said will hold true. It's the same thing for State. If MSU doesn't look drastically better, they're going to find out how turtles have sex. They'll get destroyed. I mean, seriously. MSU. Yeah, MSU's going to like turtles. They don't look a lot better. Loxley will put it on them.
That's something you don't want to see.
Wait a minute. That's suggestive you've seen that.
Just something you don't want.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
I legitimately have no idea how turtles get it on.
Something you don't want to see.
Okay, so the question would be not the what, but why have you seen it? Wait a minute. You owe us an explanation. I didn't realize I didn't know we were doing a show with Jack Hanna. What do we got going on here?
We're in the wild, and look at that turtle.
No,
over
it's
there. I think they're about to get it on.
Take him to the dental chair.
No. One of the most disturbing things you'll ever see is the male.
You at the dentist.
No, the male turtle. Just
Okay, we'll leave this alone.
Whoa, it
But-
sounds a little disturbing. Uh-oh.
It looks like Sparty's going to get a preview of Testudo on Saturday, huh?
No.
All right, let's go to Robert, and I'm sorry you have to follow that up, Robert. What's going on?
It's great stuff. Real quick, I just big Michigan fan, but I'm not going to sit here and say Donovan Edwards is a bust, but he's definitely he's not the in between the tackles kind of guy. He's got that Torkelson effect to me. He's had two good game spreads. I mean, he had a great game against Ohio State 2 years ago, and then the bowl game, and then Ohio State again, and then the run last year. Obviously, it's just we've kind of realized that he's not that in-between tackles kind of guy, and he needs to take on that sidekick role.
Look, I think he's a change of pace back. I don't think he's ever going to be the kind of guy that could take 27 carries and be the pace setter. It's hard to be that type of back. I mean, if I'm Michigan, look, and I know it's one game, but he's had a couple of years where he was never able to get above Blake Corum.
And here's the thing. You can still have an NFL career being the change of pace back.
Hello, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right. It's not saying, oh, well, he'll watch. No. You just have to know where you're supposed to be. And right now, I think he's more beneficial to Michigan as the second guy, the change of pace coming out the backfield.
I would expect this weekend against Texas, he will be deployed in a different manner. They have to use him in the he along with Loveland and Orji, can be their explosive players, but they have to, if they just use him that same way. I mean, I remember thinking a couple of years ago, like, this is a kid that could catch 50, 60 balls in a season. Very accomplished receiver. I'd love to see him in the game with Mullings, and you could then mix and match. It's a lot like what the Niners do. They put their chess pieces out there, and you go. I'm expecting that. Michigan State, I'm at a point where I'd start Zeke the Wonder Dog at wide receiver. And he doesn't even have thumbs.
He can catch a Frisbee sometimes. Yeah, you're right.
Honestly, our receiver room is awful.
Oh, it is.
Awful. And yet Nick Marsh doesn't play. Why?
I don't have the answer.
No, I want the truth.
I don't think you can handle it.
I just tell me.
You can't handle the truth.
God. Let's go to Kyler, 97.1. Kyler, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Kyler. What's up?
Love the show besides the turtle intercourse. Anyway.
Listen, the guy basically copped to having seen it before, and I'm like, Kyler, I can't let that go.
All right, understandable. But
Kyler, let it go.
All right, I'll try. I can't really get it out of my head. So I want to talk about Davis Warren to start. He really can't go through his progression. He's tunnel visioned. Me and my dad are watching the game. This is just one instance, so maybe I'm just overreacting, but he's got a wide open guy across the field. He looks at Donovan Edwards, and he just throws it immediately. I'm getting Shea Patterson PTSD with that interception, the deep ball. If he throws that maybe 5 yards deeper, 7 yards deeper, it's a touchdown. But he shorts it like Shea Patterson would have. Can't throw the ball 35 yards down the field. He's got 39-year-old Drew Brees' arm. It's terrible.
You're basically telling me you don't have a quarterback.
No, we don't. We're done for. And I meant to call in a couple of days ago and talk about it. I thought our ceiling was 10, 11 wins, and our floor was 7. It's looking like the floor if we have either of those guys play quarterback. And maybe not Mike, but Rico, because I know you're in with Michigan a lot. I want to know who or how you feel about Jaden Davis at all. If he could somehow make a push for the starter, if both of those guys just play absolutely terrible.
Well, Kyler, I brought this up earlier in the show. I think for Michigan, it's waving the white flag, but you're preparing for your future. Now, it means that you're sticking a freshman QB in the game, and you will end up losing a lot more games than you expect. But it could be building for your future so that next year he's ready to take off and hit the ground running.
I still think your defense carries you at 8 or 9. You can't make that move. Let's see what Saturday brings first. I like turtles. All right, NFL is upon us. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Great offer. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers bet $5, get a 3-week free trial. NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. With that base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game, which includes Russell Wilson as your captain, David. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket, automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions apply. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're getting ready to hand this thing over to Wojo and Rieger in a few minutes. Dave, it's going to feel so weird. There's no college football on tonight. I got spoiled. That's what that opening weekend does. From Thursday until Monday, you just have, football. So, speaking of college football, David, hit it.
Well, the drive of the week, I think, is pretty simple. This week, it is an 8-play, 85-yard, 4.5-minute drive for Notre Dame to win the game. So it was basically a Riley Leonard and Jeremiah Love drive there. Riley Leonard starts to drive. Jeremiah Love finishes the drive with a 21-yard run for a touchdown to beat Texas A&M in that game on Saturday.
You're not going to go with Boston College taking a knee?
I really thought about that, but I decided to go with this one instead.
No, I can see that. I think maybe USC.
I thought about that one
LSU,
as well. I did.
No, I think
it's good to have choices.
But Notre
Football's
Dame,
back.
Notre Dame, and I'm sure Caller Rob is just in heaven, and probably. Well, I mean, I remember his father was sick, but he's still kicking himself that he couldn't be down there. I gotta say that everybody keeps saying A&M is this great place. You know, oh, it's a house of horrors. I can't recall the last time they actually won a big game.
I can't either, and it's funny you mentioning Caller Rob because somebody did text in saying, I'm going to start with a positive reaction to Notre Dame. Caller Rob will need to clean up, have a cigarette, take a nap before calling in, I'm guessing. So I'm sure he is enjoying himself.
Like every now and then, like when the Lions do good stuff, I know people think I hate them, but I'm always happy for like Caller DJ because I know that's his team. When Notre Dame won, I was so happy for Caller Rob. Like I know, like he is about to get drunk. You know this is going down.
Because Rob is a friend of the show, we actually have audio of Caller Rob.
Go ahead, Dave.
That was a really good game there. Some more overreactions here. Someone says my overreaction is Nebraska football is back thanks to Dylan Raiola. Another one here, overreaction, Deion to Florida State.
Ooh. I mean, the stars are aligning.
They are. They seem to be.
Because I look, Cookies and I talked about this on Cash the Ticket. Just Florida State's going to be a case study for the new world of college football where players quitting is real. Like there's no attachment anymore to the school, and their agents are already probably getting calls of like, you don't want to be there, and you're back channeling offers to already leave. Like think about it. Florida State's got 11 weeks left. If that's a team that's awful, I'm interested to see if openly on the big stage a team simply goes White Sox.
Here's your case study, Mike. Do they just quit playing around week 4 so you can preserve this season?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah,
so that's when it goes off the rail because it's like,
if you're a player agent, why is your player playing and wasting his career if he can go get another bag next offseason? And there's actually a realistic shot. Florida State will be a home underdog when Memphis comes to town in 2 weeks. Have Norvell
you
lose
thought
to
you'd
his,
never say.
Yeah, I know.
I'm old enough to remember when Florida State and Florida were really good. Remember that?
I know.
God.
I want to admit.
And Miami.
I want to. See, I'm glad you said this. I'm going to admit this. I always hate when people say the sport's better when school X is good. However, Miami's an exception. I actually do like it when Miami's good.
So basically,
like
Miami and Michigan,
villain.
right?
Yeah, kind of. They're like they're villainous.
No,
they kind of need Notre Dame to be good too. Don't
I like
you?
when Notre Dame.
You
is
need
good.
Notre Dame to be good.
I like when Notre Dame is good because I don't know. It always feels like the game is bigger when Notre Dame.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would agree.
They were very, very impressive.
They were fantastic on Saturday.
I don't know. USC was very impressive, but Brian Kelly in LSU.
Wait for it. I'm mad at my family.
Family. But
Dude, that is the easiest bet every year, right?
their opener.
To lose the opener?
0-3 at LSU in opening game.
Why don't they need to learn how to do a patsy for the first game, don't they? Get
That's-
started.
It's not how they're wired.
Because if either Michigan or Michigan State didn't have a quasi patsy for openers, they'd both be 0-1.
It was 6 hours combined between the two games. I know I'm going to want back on my death.
Oh, come on. You enjoyed those offensive sets by Michigan, did you not? No?
Offensive sets would say that there was offense in the first place.
Well, it's a work in progress.
I mean, there was an offense. It just wasn't very offensive.
I'm also
it was
very
more
impressed
offensive.
State was able to go to the portal and get Stevie Wonder at quarterback.
Give the kid a chance.
I did.
I wondered why he had sunglasses on in a night game.
No,
and he wrote him off.
No,
He's 18.
You can't look like that.
I think Mike just wrote him off after one
I
game.
did not.
Did you not hear that?
I think was it the first pick, Mike? That wasn't even his fault.
You wanted NFL light. You got it.
Ooh,
He makes a ton of money.
I thought you didn't care, and you were not watching the game.
You know what I find funny?
I never said I wasn't going to watch. I have a
how
radio
many
show to
people
do.
have heard this? I'm done with MSU. I don't care about MSU.
Could you imagine if Mike didn't watch the game?
You're right. Well, then I would be like some host at this place.
See, all I do is throw softballs to this man.
You did.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I will say this: 2 things that I under or overestimated. One for each, Michigan, Michigan State.
Let me hear.
I did think Aiden Childs was going to be
Functional.
was going to be. I mean, everybody talked about the and it still could happen.
Of course.
But I kind of thought it would be better in the first game. And I did sort of buy in, and maybe it'll still happen, that even though Michigan lost their entire offensive line, they have a lot of experienced guys and a lot of good players behind them. But you can't expect it to work immediately.
If I gave
My
you the
bad.
choice, you get Davis Warren or Aiden Childs. Who you taking? You got to take one.
Aiden Childs. Come on, don't be ridiculous.
I
I'm
would take
busting
Aiden
balls.
Childs.
We're having fun. Yeah. Clearly. Now, again, if he goes to Maryland and looks like that,
he'll look better.
Watch Davis Warren light up Texas.
Nothing would surprise me.
Yeah, nothing would surprise me at all.
What's coming
That
up
would
next?
kinda surprise
Is it an overreaction Monday?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, sure, why
but
not?
it's a Tuesday, I think, right? Is it not Tuesday?
Whatever. It's all the same.
There's no Tiger baseball today.
Yeah, there isn't. I am absolutely amazed at the furor that DJ Oogly created on social media after that game. Did you see the memes today? They were I mean, you're right about treating players who make money.
Yeah.
They were brutalizing him.
I just enjoyed the one that said Florida State eliminated.
Yeah.
That's my favorite one. I mean, in week 2, it is weird with the new system. In week 2, they're talking about the fact that, you got to win to maybe keep your playoff chances alive.
The new system allows you to lose a game early.
Just don't lose it early.
Just not all of them.
Well,
right.
Hold on. If they run the table, they're in the playoff.
No way.
Yeah, because they could.
If
They're
they
not running
run
the
the table,
They would
that
be in the
include-
ACC championship game.
Correct. And I saw an article that said even with 2 losses, Florida State isn't out of it.
They're not.
Because
Who
Clemson,
wrote that? The Wojo
because
of, like,
Clemson
Tallahassee?
lost. Yeah, and obviously they're not going to, but they do have talent.
I guess. All right. These two are up next.
They just don't have a quarterback.
Also factual. 97.1.